Hello friends, welcome to this course Learn Full Stack. So we will learn by creating project as an Instagram clone. So we are going to create a project on Instagram clone. So what are the technologies that are we going to use? We are going to use Firebase as a database. We are going to use Tailwind CSS for styling our project, and for front end we are going to use React.js. So what are the basic requirements which you need? You need basic knowledge of HTML, you should have basic knowledge of CSS, and you should have basic knowledge of JavaScript. And who are the targeted student? Anyone who wants to learn full stack development. Okay, so let's see what are we going to develop. So this is the project which we are going to develop, Instagram clone. So let me just log out first. Okay, so if I click on login here, I need to just log in. So I'll just use my email ID. So here is the login page, and we have the sign up page as well. Okay, so I'll just go to login page and I'll just log in on with my email ID. So once you log in, you will get the dashboard page will look like this. Okay, so I'm following Carlos. That is the reason I'm having the photos. I'm able to see the photos which Carlos has uploaded. Okay, and if I click on Carlos, I'll see the profile of Carlos. So Carlos have uploaded 5 photos. Okay, so if I hover on it, it has 0 likes, 2 comments. Okay, so you can hover on it, and here also it is mentioned that Carlos has 5 photos, 1 follower, 0 following, and the full name is Carlos Finlay. If I click on follow, now I'm logged in as Samir. So I can follow Carlos, I can unfollow, I can like his photos. Okay, let me go to Carlos. Okay, so I need to follow Carlos. Let me refresh. Okay, now here as you can see, I've already liked his photo. I can like his photo, unlike, so the count will increase. Okay, 1 like. And even I can comment. So if I click here, it will highlight here, and I can add as a nice photo. If I hit enter, my message, my comment is shown here. Okay, so in this way we can also comment, and you can explore more when you start working on the project. So this is what we are building for our full stack web development. So let's get started, and I'll see you in the course. Hello friends, welcome back. To begin with our project, we'll be using create React app to create our project. So let's go to VS Code, and inside VS Code we'll be opening the terminal by pressing Ctrl and backtick key. Otherwise you can just click on terminal, and here is the option to open the terminal, new terminal. Otherwise Ctrl and backtick key is the shortcut. So backtick key is the key which is above the tab key. Okay, so now we are inside the terminal, and here I'll be using the command so that we can go to our desktop. So cd desktop, because I want to create the folder on my desktop. So now I'm inside my desktop, and here we'll create the project. So I'll type npx create react app space, and here we can write the name of the project. In my case, I'll be typing Instagram. Okay, because we are creating Instagram clone, and then I'll press enter. So this folder Instagram will be created on our desktop. So let's wait for some time, and it will install all the dependencies like React, React DOM, React Script. So it may take some time. Okay, so now the project has been installed. So now we will open this folder. Okay, so let's click on file and then open folder. And here inside the desktop, I'll be having Instagram folder. So here it is, Instagram. So let's click on open. So now these are all the files and we are inside this Instagram folder. So let's open the terminal once again. So control and backtick key. So as you can see, we are inside the Instagram folder. So let me clear this. And now we will be installing some of the dependencies which we need for this project. So the first one is the date FNS. So here I'll type npm install date -fns and hit enter. So this dependency, this package will help us to format the date, which is useful because in this Instagram app we are using dates in quite a lot of places. So now let this package installed and then we can see in package.json. So let me open package.json file, and once it is installed you can see the name here. So it is installing. And as you can see, my React version is 18.2.0, okay, at the time of recording. And here, as you can see, we have date FNS, which is 2.3.0. So now this has been installed. Let me clear this. And now the next one is Firebase. So npm install Firebase and hit enter. Okay, so Firebase has also been installed. So let's clear this. And now the next one is React loading skeleton. So I'll do npm install. So instead of typing install, we can do I also. So npm I, which stands for install. And here I'll type React loading skeleton. So skeleton, and I'll hit enter. So my Firebase version is 10.1.0. Okay. So here it is, React loading skeleton, which is 3.3.1. So now I think all the packages are been installed. So yes, these packages are been installed. So let's clear this out. So we have installed three dependencies, okay, three packages, which is date FNS, Firebase, and React loading skeleton. And in the coming up future lectures, we'll be installing Tailwind and if needed some other dependencies. So we'll see that later in this course. But now in the next video, I'll be refactoring and removing the unnecessary files. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay. So take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will delete the unnecessary files and we will also refactor the code which is not required. So we will start with readme files. So this is not required. So I'll just right click and I'll click on delete. Let's delete this file. And now inside the src folder, we will delete all the files which are not required. So we'll start with setup test.js. This is not required. So I'll just delete it. Report web vitals not required. Let me delete this file. Logo.svg, this is also not required, so let me delete this file. Then app.test.js, this is not required. Index.css not required. App.css not required. Now let's refactor the code which is in app.js. So app.css, we have already deleted this file, so let's remove the logo also and this file, this css file, and let me remove this header. This code is not required, and here let me remove this and we will add a div. Inside we will just say hello. Okay, let me save this. So this is fine. Now in src folder we have index.js and we have app.js. So in index.js, we will refactor some of the code. So index.css, we have already deleted this file. So let me remove this. Report web vital deleted. So remove this line and this one also. Then we don't require this strict mode. So let me remove this. Let's save this file. So now this is refactored. Index.js and app.js is also refactored. Let's close this. Now inside the public folder, I have already created this images folder, and inside images folder, I have created avatar folder and users folder. So all these images, this iPhone image, this logo, this fav icon, you will get it from the GitHub link, which is this one. Okay. So this is the GitHub link. You need to go on this link, and from here, you need to click on public. Okay, what you need to do is you need to click on this code and you need to download the zip. Once you download the zip, then you unzip it, and from that you will go to public folder, and inside the public folder you will get this images folder. So just copy the entire images folder and put it inside this public folder in your project. And this fav icon also you need to copy and paste here. Okay, this is the fav icon which which was already there in this project. I have just replaced it with this fav icon. So you need to do it. You don't need to create the fav icon. I have already done it for you. So this one you will get it from the GitHub repo. Okay, so make sure to copy the entire images folder and paste it in the public folder, and just replace this fav icon with the fav icon which is in this GitHub. Okay, so now let's remove the files which are not required. So robot.txt, let me remove this. Manifest, remove this. Then logo, all these logos are not required actually. So let's clean the project. Okay, and in index.js, let's clean up this theme which is not required. Description, this metadata, all this thing is not required. Apple Touch PNG not required. Let's remove this code. Let's remove this link also because we have deleted the manifest. Okay, and instead of React app, we will do Instagram. Okay, and this is also not required. So let me remove this. Let's save this file. So now this is much clean code. Okay, now let's run the application. So control and backtick key, and here I'll do npm start. So almost we have deleted all the files and we have added this images folder which you'll get from the GitHub. So make sure you copy it correctly and paste it in the public folder. So now let's see what we are getting. We should get hello. So this Instagram has been changed, the title. Now we are getting this hello. Okay. So we have successfully refactored the code. We have deleted all the files which are not required. And one more thing which we need to do is I need a background, a gray color background. So what I am going to do is I'll just type style, and inside I'll need body tag, and here I'll do background color, which is going to be FA. Let me save this, go back. So now the background will change to little grayish color. So this we can do using Tailwind also, but I'm just doing an inline CSS. Later on, we will see if we can add a class here in the body. So we will see that later. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will install the extension required for this project. So inside VS Code, we need to click on this icon, and here are all the extensions which I have added, but I'll show you the extension which are required for this project. So there are some extra extensions also which are not required for this project. So let me show you the extension which you need to install for this project. So the first one is ESLint. Okay, so this you need to install. It will help us
to show the linting issues, okay, so that we can fix it. So I've already installed it, so I'll not do it again. Okay, so let me close this. Then we need ES7 React Redux snippets. Okay, so you need to install this extension. Okay, so this is the one, and then the extension which is required is Prettier. Okay, so Prettier code formatter. So this will help us to format the code. So this you need to install. Let me close this. Then we also need, okay, these are the three extensions which are required, and you can also install auto rename tag. So if you want, you can install it. Otherwise, if you don't want to, you can. Okay, because this help us to auto rename the tag. So let's say here I'm taking a div, okay, and this div, instead of this div, I need a p tag. So this is the opening tag and this is the closing tag. Okay, so if I change only on the opening tag, so it will automatically change this tag also. So let me do it again. So div, and here also it is typing div. Okay, so this is also a very handy extension. Okay, so if you want, you can install this, and this is it. These are the four uh, extensions which are required, and maybe in the further lectures, if we need any extension, we will install it. But right now, these are the four extensions which are required. And for Prettier, let me show you one thing. If I go to, let's say, settings, and here you need to type format. Okay, so you need to click on this icon, then you need to go to settings, then here you need to type format. So format on save. Okay, let me type it. So here, as you can see, so you need to check out this checkbox. Okay, format on save. So what will happen is like uh, once you don't format anything, and if you save it, so it will automatically format it. Okay, once you save it, this is the one setting which you need to do. This is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hello friends, in this video we will create the folder structure for our application. So the first folder that we are going to create is components. So inside the source folder, I'll create a new folder with the name components, hit enter, and then again right click on the source folder, create new folder, and I'll name it as context. Then we also need helper folder. So here I'll write helpers, okay. Then again, here I'll write lib, then a new folder with the name of services. So we will create all the Firebase function in this services folder. Then we need pages. So all our pages will be inside this folder. Then we need a folder called hooks. So all the custom hooks will be inside this hooks folder. So these are all the folders which are required for this application. And we will also use Tailwind for styling the application. So that we will see in the coming up lectures. But in the next video, we'll be setting up the Firebase. So for that, we will be requiring a seed file. So I'll provide you with the seed file in the next video. So right now, this is the only thing which we need to create for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello friends, in this video we will create a seed file. So what is seed file? Seed file is going to populate the database with a bunch of users and images links to image. We are not going to store any images in the Firebase. So now let's create the seed file. So inside the src folder, I'll create a new file, right click and create a new file and name it as seed.js. So now where we will get this seed file? So I have already created the seed file and uploaded in my GitHub repo. So let's go to the browser and you need to go to this URL. And now after going to this URL, you will come to this page, and inside the src folder, you will get this seed.js. So let's click on it. So now you need to copy the entire code Okay, so let me select all, copy, and let's go to our application and paste it here. Okay, let me save this file. Now let's see what the seed file is doing. So here we have a function called seed database that we are going to call in the application, and we are passing the Firebase object, and this is going to populate our database, and we will run this function only one time in our application. The reason to run this one time, because if we run this twice or more than one time, it will keep inserting the data. In that case, we will have duplicate data. Now let's see what else code we have. So we have array of users. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4 users. So we are going to use Firebase Authentication. So here, as you can see, here it is written, replace this string with your Firebase auth, and this user ID can be taken from Firebase. So when we set up the Firebase and we start looking at the user management, they will give you an ID, and we need to put that ID in here. Okay, that we will see when we set up the Firebase. Now you can see here we have an array of object, and inside this we have this properties like following, followers, email address, full name, username, user ID, and date created. So when we sign up to Firebase, we will get specific user ID, but you can't store much information in Firebase authentication, so we have to link it to database, and to link it we will use this user ID. Okay, so we will get the user ID from the Firebase, and we need to replace this user ID with that Firebase, that we will see in the coming up lectures. Now let's focus on the code what we have more. So here we have a for loop that goes in and add all the users. Okay, so it will add all the users. So as we have 4 users, so in the collection of users, we are going to create 4 documents. So now let's look at the next code. So we are going to have the collection of photos, and then we are adding the photos, which is just an object. Okay, so here as you can see we have photo ID, user ID, image source, caption, and some other properties. So I'm not going into much technical details, but if required we will discuss as and when we move further in this course. Okay, so once you add this seed file, we will step to the next video. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, in this video we will do Firestore setup, which will be our database. So for that you need to sign up to Firestore by using your Gmail ID. So you need to go to Google and type Firebase, and if you click on this first link, which is firebase.google.com, so once you are logging to your Gmail account, it will redirect to this page. Okay, so I'm already logged in with my Gmail account, so it redirected me to this page. Okay, so here as you can see I am logged in. So then we need to click on go to console. So let's click on go to console. So once you are on this page, from here you can create a project. So let's click on create a project. Here we need to enter the name of the project. So in our case it is Instagram, so I'll type Instagram. Okay, so we need to accept the terms and condition. Okay, so you need to select both this, and then we need to click on continue. So for this project we don't require Google Analytic. Okay, so I'll just uncheck it, and then we need to click on create project, so it will start creating our project. Then we need to click on continue. So now we are inside this project. So now we need to create our Firestore database. For that, we need to go to Firestore database. So inside this build, okay. So when I'm recording this video, it is having this UI. You can see, we can just click on down arrow, okay. So it will uh, show you some more links, okay. So now to click, so once we click on build, so here you can see an option of Firestore database. So let's click on this. Maybe in future they might change some UI, but you need to click on Firestore database, okay. So just remember that. From here we can create the database. So let's click on create database. We can select the location. So I am in India, so I'll just select Mumbai. After you set the location, you cannot change it. You cannot change it to later. Also, this location setting will be the location for your default cloud storage bucket. Okay. So once you select the location, it won't be changed. Now let's click on next. Here we can create the database in production mode or test mode. So I'm going to create the database in test mode because it will allow us to read and write to the Firestore. So let's click on test mode. Okay. Now let's click on enable. So now we are inside the data. Okay. Now let's click on rules. So this is the syntax for the test environment. Okay, so I just wanted to show you the rules so we can read right. Okay, and I think this rule allows anyone with your Firestore database reference to view, edit, and delete all the data. Okay, because we are in test mode, so we can view, edit, and delete all the data in your Firestore database. It is useful for getting started, but it is configured to expire after 30 days. So it will expire after 30 days because it leaves your app open to attackers. At that time, all client requests to your Firestore database will be denied. Make sure to write security rules for your app before that time, or else all client requests to your Firestore database will be denied until you update the rules. Okay, that's fine. Now let's click on data. So in data, we are having two collections. We will be having two collections. So one is the photo and the other one is the user. So if I go to ES code, so one is the user. Okay, we are having the user collection. Okay, and sorry, here you can see we have a collection of users, and then we have the collections of photos. Okay, so we have two collections. So to create the collection, we need to click on start collection, and here we can give the name of collection. The first one is users. Click on next. Just click on auto ID and then save it. Let me close this. So we need to delete the document. Okay, so click on this three dot and let's delete the document. Start delete. So this we can get it from our seed file. So that we will see in the coming up lectures. And we need to create the second collection, which is photos. Click on next, auto ID, save. Now here also we need to delete the documents. Okay. So now as you can see, we don't have any documents. So that will come from this seed file. Okay, that we will see in the coming up lectures. So no need to worry about it. So if I go back to rules and now if I come back to data, now you won't be able to see the collection, but that will be fixed in the coming up lectures. So we will see when we will add the seed file. So this is it for this video, and in the next video we will work on the authentication. Okay, so here if you click on build, so here is the authentication that we will see in the next video. So this is it for this video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will work on authentication. So authentication will help us to sign up and log in. So let's start working on authentication. So inside this build, let's click on this build. So we are on Firebase database. Here is the option for authentication. So let's click on it. So right now we are on this authentication page. So let's click on get started. So the only thing which we required is email and password. So let's click on this and make it enable. And then we need to save this. So now this part is done. Now let's go to users, and here we will create one user. So let's click add user, and the user which I wanted to create is myself. So let's add my email ID. Okay, and password I'll keep it as test123. Okay, let's click on add user. So you can add your email ID. Okay, so let's add user. So now we got this user IDs. So if I go back to the seed files, let me do side by side. Okay. So now here I'm inside my seed file. So here, as you can see, we have this user ID, which we wanted to replace from the user ID, which we will get from this authentication. Okay. So now let me make this small. So as you can see, the user ID, this is the user ID, and this one, the user ID, it is the same which I have used. So now we need to copy this user ID. Okay, let me copy this by clicking on this icon. So now we need to replace this user IDs which are here with the new one. Okay, so this was just an example which I need to show you. So let's replace this. So I'll do command D, and then once again a command D, then once again command D. So it will select all the user IDs which are available on this page. So let's remove this and paste the new one. Make sure you have pasted the new one which you have created, and let's check whether all the user ID have been replaced or not. So yes, the all the user IDs have been replaced with the new one. Let me save this file. So now basically we have an account which we wanted to link to Firestore. So we have a user here. Okay, so this is the user which I have created, which is sign up for authentication in Firebase. So this user has been created by us in the authentication. Okay, so now what we can do is we want to connect this with the Firestore. Okay, that we will see in the coming up lectures. But now, as you can see here, we have this followers. Here also we have this followers. So now we have the follower for this particular user. So the follower of Carlos is this particular user ID. Okay, which is my account. Okay, so now I am following Carlos. Okay, I am the follower of Carlos, correct? Because this is my user ID. So this is how we can create authentication in Firebase, and this is it for this video, which was related to authentication in Firebase. So this is how the authentication can be done in Firebase. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will create the context file. So inside the context folder, I'll right click and create a new file and name it as firebase.js and hit enter. And here we need to import create context from React. Okay. And then we need to create a const, and you can give any name, but I'm giving Firebase context equals to create context, and initially it will be null. Okay, and then we can export default Firebase context. Okay, let me save this, and now let's go to app.js. So I'll go to app.js, and here I'll just import Firebase context from context Firebase, and before the return I'll just console log context just to show you what we are getting from the context. So I'll write Firebase context. Let me save the file, and now we will go to the browser. Okay, so let's go to the, okay, first we need to run the application. So control and backtick key, and here I'll write npm start, hit enter. So let's go to the browser and it will start the application. Okay, it is taking time. So localhost 3000. Okay, so let me right click, inspect, and let's go to console. So here we are getting an object, and if I open the object, so context give us two properties, which is provider and the second one is consumer. So in very simple term, provider is something that can provide the data to our components, and consumer is something that can help consume the data by the components. So provider is going to be a wrapper component, and it can provide the data saved inside the context to any component that are wrapped by the provider. Okay, we need to wrap the app component with the provider, because we need the Firebase in it. We need the Firebase authentication, uh, the values to be provided to the app. Okay, so let me close this. So let's go to our application VS Code, and let me remove this console log. So now let me save this. Let's go to index.js. Okay, so here is our app, and we need to wrap this app inside the provider. So here I'll just import Firebase context. Okay, and now here let me hit enter, and here I'll say Firebase context dot provider. Okay, this will be the provider, and we need to pass the values which are Firebase, and the second one, sorry, Firebase, and the second one is field value. So I'll come on this, just give me a moment. Field value. Okay, let me close this, and let's cut this app and paste inside this. Let me save this file, and if I go here, so now it is saying Firebase is not defined, field value is not defined. Obviously these two values are missing, so we need to work on this. So to fix this, we need to create a file inside this lib folder. So let me create a new file, and I'll name this as firebase.js. So here I'll import Firebase, Firebase from Firebase slash compact slash app. Then we also need to import Firestore. So Firebase slash compact slash Firestore. Okay, then let's duplicate this value. So I'll do option shift and down arrow key. If you are using Windows, so you can do alt shift and down arrow key, so it will duplicate this. So here I'll say Firebase compact, and we also need auth. Okay, let me save this, and now here we can import the seed file, but right now we will not import it. That we will do in the next lecture. So import the seed file here. Okay, and let's create a config. So variable called config, that right now we don't have the config, so that we will get it from the Firebase, that I'll show you in the next video. But right now let's keep as it is. So once you have the config from Firebase, so here we can create a constant Firebase equals to, this is what we are going to export. So, and then we are going to import it here. So this two errors will be disappearing, but let's first finish. So Firebase dot initialize app, and here we are going to pass the config. Okay, right now there is nothing inside this object, but we will get from the Firebase. Then we need to take one more const, which is going to be field value. So field value, that is going to be Firebase dot Firestore. Okay, this we are getting from Firestore. Let me save this, and now we are going to export. Okay, then here we are going to call the seed file. Okay, first we'll import it here, then we will call the seed file here. Call the seed file here only once. Okay, this we will do in the next video. Then we are going to export Firebase and field value. Okay, let me save this. Now let's go back to index.js, and here we are going to import Firebase. Okay, from lib Firebase, and we also need field value. Let me save this. So as you can see, this error has gone, and even here the error which was showing field Firebase not defined is also gone. So the setup is almost done. Now only one thing which is remaining is in the firebase.js, which is inside the lib. We need the config that I'll show you in the next video, and then we need to call that seed file only once. We need to import the seed file, and that we are going to import only once. Okay, that is the most important lecture that will be come up in the that we will see in the next video. So I think, okay, this we don't require, so I'll just remove this import. Let me save this. So the error is gone now. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. So in this video, we will see how to get this config code. Okay, so let's go to Firebase, and here I need to click on this home icon. So this is the project overview. Let me check from where we should get. Okay, let's click on project settings. Let me see actually, because okay, here in the project settings, if you go here, it is written there are no apps in your project. So you need to click on this icon. Okay, this opening and closing tag. So let's click here, and we need to give a name of this application. So I'll just say Instagram. Okay, please make sure to write a correct spelling. We don't require Firebase hosting, so let's click on register app. Okay, so now here we are getting this config. So let's copy this code. You will also get a similar code like this. So you need to copy your code, and then here we need to paste it. Okay, so let me save this. Now we need to do the most important thing, that is we need to import this seed file, okay, which we have created. So this we need to run only once, so don't make any mistake. So import seed from, okay, let me do it this way, from dot slash seed. Okay, let me save this file. So here let me check seed.js. So this is the function name is seed database. So let me copy this, and here we need to paste it. Okay, let me save this. So this is fine. Now let's call this file only once. So here I'll type seed database, and here we need to pass Firebase. Okay, let me save this file, and let's go to the browser. Okay, it is refreshing. Now let's check in the Firebase. So let me continue to console, and here we need to go to Firestore Database. Okay, so here as you can see, oh, how many users are we getting? So it's one, two. Okay, we might have run it twice. So let's see. Daniel, Stephen, Samir, Daniel. Okay, Daniel, Stephen. Okay, Carlos. So might ran twice. So what I'll do is, in my case, okay, the photos are also duplicate. So maybe I'll just delete the user which are duplicated. So, but let me check this. Uh, where we need to check 6R. Okay, the user ID is correct. Okay, so let me check this again. F3, yeah, the user ID is correct. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll delete the duplicate users which have been created. So Daniel, Stephen, Kapadia, Samir, Daniel again. So this user I don't require. So how to delete? This will delete data from the document. Let me delete Daniel, Daniel. Okay, so it is deleting one by one, which I think this is not this is not the right way. Okay. What if I delete the collection? The user will get deleted, which I don't want. So in my case, something went wrong and I'm getting this duplicate. So let me see what I can do. Delete the document. Okay, one second. So let me delete the document. Start delete. Okay, that user is deleted. Okay, fine. Daniel, Stephen. Okay, Daniel is gone. Stephen is there. So let me delete this document. Carlos, we need that. Samir is extra one. I'm going to delete this. Maybe in your case, you might get only 4 users. So now it is okay. We are getting 4 users. Okay, and even the photos are duplicate. So we need to delete. I need to delete. Okay, maybe in your case, it might be only coming once. So one second, let me check. Okay, it shows. So it is duplicated. Photo ID 1, user ID 2, photo ID 2, photo ID 3, and photo ID 4. Okay, so now this is photo ID 4 again. So let me delete this. Photo ID 1 again. So let me delete this. We need only 4 photos, right? So 4 or 5 photos? 5, yeah, 5 photos. Photo ID 2, delete the document. Okay, now 1, photo ID 1 is there. Photo ID 2 is there, photo ID 3 is there, photo ID 4 is there, and photo ID 5 is there. So now all the data is correct. So sorry guys, in your case it might not be the issue, but here I don't know why it happened. So let me delete this. We don't require to run it again. So let's remove this. And now I'll save this file. And now if I refresh, let's see what we are getting. Okay, so photos users are 4 and photos are 5. So that's great. Let me refresh once. Okay, users photos are 5, user are 4. Okay, fine. So this is working for me. Please, if you are getting duplicates, so just check the IDs, okay, and then you can just delete it according to that ID. Okay, this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. So in this video, we will work on the routing part. So for that, we need to install one package which is called React Router DOM. But first, let me close all the pages. Now let's open the terminal by pressing Ctrl and backtick key. I'll open uh, one more terminal. Okay.
So here I'll do npm install react router DOM and hit enter. So let's go to app.js, and here we need to import a few things like import browser router as router. Okay, then we need routes, then we need route. Okay, from react router DOM. Since it is still installing, so that's why it is not giving me the suggestion, but yes, that's why it is giving this all imports in import declaration are unused. Okay, fine. So this is unused, we will use it. So now this is installed. Let me go back here. Okay, let me save this. Now let me remove this after the return. I don't need this. Open and close round brackets, and here first I'll use the router. Okay, let me close this. Now inside the router we need routes, and inside the routes I'll take the route. Okay, and here we need to define path, which is going to be the pages which we are going to create. So the first page which we are going to create is the login page. So here I'll do login. Since this page is not created, we will be creating it now. So let me just first add this line. Then we need the element. Okay, so here we need to pass the login component. So this will be something like this login. Okay, now this will be a self close tag. Since this login page is not created, so it is showing me login is not defined. Before creating the login page, I'll discuss a thing which is required. Okay, so as you know, this is a client side render. What that means is you have a JavaScript files. Okay, when that gets bundled, I mean that put together, okay, all the files when they are put together. So let's say you have 5 pages, they are all put together. Okay, so in our case, we don't want that to happen. We basically want to load the file that the user requests. Okay, so let's say if it is a login, you just want to load the login bundle, and if it is a sign up page, you just want to load the sign up page. I mean sign up bundle. And bundle is what? Bundle is just a JavaScript file. So like let's say we have 5 pages. So we don't want the all the 5 bundle or all the 5 pages to load at once. Okay. We need only, let's say if the user is going to the login page, so only that login page bundle should be rendered. So that we need. So as we are using create React app, so we need to use lazy loading to achieve that. Okay. Now let's create the login page first. So let me go inside the pages folder. Okay, right now there is nothing. So right click new, and here I'll say login.js, and here I'll type RAFCE, press tab. Okay, so this is a shortcut, and this L should be capital. Okay, this is fine. Login. So I'm login page. Let me save this, and let's go to app.js, and here what we will do is we will import the login page. So import, sorry, login component. So import login from dot slash pages slash login. Okay, now that error has gone. And if I go to the browser, okay, so let's say if I'm home, if I'm on home page, there is nothing to show. And if I'm on login, because we have not yet completed the routing part, again it is showing nothing on this page. So now what else we need to do here is, here I'll take a const. Okay, so const login, that is equal to lazy. So now lazy, what is lazy? So lazy allows us to split our huge bundle into chunks. So let's say that one bundle is 5 megabytes, which is very big, very huge file. So we don't want to hit the network with that huge bundle because it will take time to load. Okay, and there is no good way to mitigate that issue unless we do code splitting. And if we use lazy, we can do
code split. Okay, so now here inside this function, I'll do an arrow function, and here I'll say import round brackets, and inside I'll say dot slash pages slash login. Okay, let me save this file. And now to utilize this lazy function, here we need to have something called suspense. So after the router, I'll say suspense. So if I hit here, so as you can see, this is auto imported from React. And let me close this. So we need to cut this closing tag, and here I'll paste it. Okay, and inside suspense, uh, suspense provide us with a fallback. So I'll say fallback, that is going to be inside. We can use a p tag which is loading. Okay, let me save this file. Okay, logging has already been declared. Okay, there is some issue. Logging has already been declared. Okay, so here we don't require to import the login because here we are already importing it. So let me remove this. Let me save this, and this is giving an error because here we need to import lazy from React. So lazy. Let me save this, and now this will work fine. Okay, Webpack compiled successfully. So let's go to the browser, and if I refresh, okay, this should be slash login, not dot slash. Okay, now let's see. So here, as you can see, we have login page. If I refresh, so first you will see a loading. Let me refresh again. Okay, let's go to home page and come back. So this is the home. Okay, right now there is nothing because we have not defined anything for the home page. So that we will do in the coming up lectures. Like we will create a dashboard which will be our home page. But right now, as you can see, we have, let me do a hard refresh. So first you will see a loading. Okay, then you will see this message, I am login page. So this is working fine. And if I go back to home, so for going back to home, you need to just uh, press command and left arrow key. So now it is on home page, and if I go back, so now the routing part is working. So if you are using Windows, you can use alt and left arrow key. So I am pressing command and left key, so it is going to home page. Now if I press a right arrow key, so now it is going to the login page. So this routing part is working. So now routing is done properly. Now in the next video, what we will do is we will create a route file where we will add all the pages. So here inside the path, we need to just do something like this. So let's say this is a path. So what we can do is like routes, okay, dot login, and we will create this route page. So right now we have not created the route file, so that we will see in the next video. So this can, because entering the path manually, this is not the standard way of doing it. So what we can do is we will create a file and we will define all the pages there, and then we can import it here. So that we will see in the next video. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will create routes constant for all the pages. So for that, we need to create one more folder. So right click on source src, and here I'll create a folder with the name constants. Okay, so constant, and inside I'll create a new file with the name as routes.js. Okay, so we already created the login page. So I'll create a const for login. So const login, that is equal to slash login. So similarly, we will create all the const for all the pages. So first one will be dashboard, that is equal to slash. This will be a default page. Let me save this and let me duplicate. So option shift and down arrow key. Okay, so now we will create the constant for sign up page. So sign up, and this will be sign up, And the next one will be for profile, and profile will be something dynamic, so we need to keep it something like this. So /p/: username. Okay, this will be dynamic because there will be a lot of other usernames also, so that we will see in the future lecture. And now here the last one will be not found. Okay, so not found page, so we also need not found. So anything in the browser which does not have the route, so that will go to not found page. So here I'll give the URL as not found. Let me save this, and now you can import this route in any of the pages where it is required. So right now we need this route in app.js. So here I'll just import star. So the star means import everything from the routes file. So now here I'll say as routes, okay, from, and here we will give the path. So dot slash constant slash routes. Okay, now we need to use this for login. So here I'll remove this. Instead of slash login, I'll say routes dot, and now it will give me the suggestion. So we need login. Okay, let me save this, and if I check in the browser, so everything will work fine as it is. So first the loading will come, and then it will say I am login page. So we have created a constant file which is having all the routes for the pages. So now we can import one by one. So this we will see in the coming up lectures. From the next lecture, we will start working on the login page. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. So before we start working on the login page, first we need to install Tailwind CSS. For that, we need to go to Google, and here I will open a new tab and search for Tailwind CSS. So this is the link, tailwindcss.com. We need to click on it, and we need to click on Get Started. And here there's an option of Framework Guide. So let's click on it, and there are a lot of options here. So we are using Create React App. So let's click on it. So here are the few steps which we need to follow for the installation. So the first one is done. We need to follow the second one. So let's copy this one by one. So let me copy this npm install -d tailwind css, and inside our terminal, okay, if you are running the terminal, stop it, and you need to paste it here, npm install -d tailwind css, and hit enter. And let's go back, and this is to initialize the Tailwind CSS. So let me copy this. Once this is done, then we will paste that line of code. Okay, this is done. Let me clear this, paste this line npx Tailwind CSS in it. So it will create one file which is called tailwindcss.config.js. Hit enter. Okay, so now this file is created, tailwind.config.js. Okay, so we need to open that file, and we need to paste this code. So copy, open this tailwind.config.js, remove the existing code from here and paste the new one. Okay, save this, go back, and now in index.css we need to paste this lines. Okay, so let me copy this. So we have deleted index.css. So let's create in the source folder. So in the src folder, I'll create a new file and name it as index.css. Hit enter, and I'll paste these three lines. Let me save this. Then we need to just run the application. So here I'll do npm start. Okay, so now let's go back to login page. I think the font has changed a little bit. Let's check it whether we are getting the Tailwind CSS classes or not. So to check this, let me add some class here. So class name that is equal to dflex. Okay, flex. Justify center. Let me save this, go back. So it should come in the center of the page. Okay, we are, this classes are not been applying here. So what's wrong with this? Config, okay, index also, okay. I think in the app.js or in the index.js, we need to import this index.css. So import dot slash index dot css. Let me save this, go back. Okay, now the styling has been applied. So as you can see, we have this justify content center. So this is working fine, but in config, oh sorry, in login page, deflex justify center, this is fine. I think it is flex, not deflex. Okay. Okay. So now this property has been added here. So now this login text has come in the center, but now we need this to be in the vertical center. So for that we need to add class like items center. Save this, go back. No, this is not working. So for that we need to add one more class. So h screen. Save this, go back. Now it is in between the page. Okay, this text is in between the page. My point was to check whether we are getting this class applied or not. So this is working fine. Okay, so we have successfully installed Tailwind CSS in this lesson. And if you have any issue while installing Tailwind CSS, just comment out and we will see what we can do. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will continue working on login page. But before we start working on the login page, first I'll show you what extension we need. So we need to click on this extension, and here I will type Tailwind. So this is the extension which we require, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So why do we need this? I'll show you one second. If I go to login page, and let's say if I want to add a Tailwind CSS class. So here if I say flex, so here as you can see, it is showing me a lot of options like flex call, flex row reverse, okay, flex grow. So if you don't use the extension, so this suggestions will not be provided. So for that reason, we need this extension, which is called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Okay, let me close this. Then we also need hooks. So React hooks snippet. So this is not compulsory, but most of the time I'll be using this shortcuts like useState hook. Okay, so USH. If you type USH, it will create a useState hook. If you type UEH and press tab, then useEffect will be created. Okay, so let me show you one example. Let's say if I want to create a useState hook, so USH and press tab. So now this useState has been created. Now let's say if I do name, press tab, and empty string. So this is done. So it is a shortcut. Okay, so that's why if you want, you can add this extension. This is very handy. So let me close this. Now we will continue working on the login page. Okay, to start with, we will use navigate. So here I'll import use navigate from React router DOM. Okay, so before return, I'll say const navigate equals to use navigate. Okay, this is a hook. So use navigate allows us to navigate a user elsewhere. That's what we are going to do, right? So if the user logs in, we will navigate the user to the dashboard page that we will see in the coming up lectures. Okay. Then what we required is we required Firebase. Okay. So for that we need to import Firebase context. So we already created this context, Firebase context. This we required in our login page. So let me import that. So import Firebase context from context Firebase. Okay, now how are we going to use it? So here I'll say const useContext equals to useContext, and inside I'll say Firebase context. Okay. Now with this we need to import. useContext was used before it was defined. So here I'll add a comma, curly braces, and I'll say use context. Okay, let me save this. Was used before it was defined. Okay, that is fine. This is also fine. Is assign a value but never used. Okay, that we will check. Not an issue. Now, why do we need context? Okay, so we need to access to Firebase when the user logs in. We need to check whether the user already exists or not. That is the reason we need the Firebase context. Now let's see what do we want when we create a login page. So basically we need an email address and a password. That's what we require the user to log in with. Okay, we need the user to log in with email ID and a password that you see in almost all of the application. Okay, so for that we need to add some state to store the value of email address and password. Okay, so here I'll say useState hook and I press tab, and here I'll say email address and press tab, and initially it will be empty string. Make sure this E is capital. Okay, now we need this useState also to be imported from React, so comma and useState. Now we need password, so ush press tab, password press tab, and initially it will be an empty string. Now we need to check the error. What happens when the user does not provide a proper email address or the password is wrong? So for that we need to create one more useState. So ush press tab, and here I'll say error, error, okay, press tab, and initially it will be an empty string. Okay, let me save this. I'll just hit an enter so that there'll be some space. Then we need validation on inputs. So here I'll take a const and I'll say is invalid. Okay, we'll create a variable called is invalid that is equal to, now we will check the password is empty or not. So I'll say password is triple equal to, if it is empty, or if the email address is empty. If this is empty, then we will do something. We will give an error message. Okay, that we will see in the coming up lectures, but I'm just preparing all this. Then we also need something to be done when the user hits the submit button on the login form. So for that, I'll just create a function, but we will not do anything here. We will see that in the coming up lectures. So here I'll do an arrow function. Okay, but right now there is no logic inside this. We will see in the coming up lectures. Now this is done. Everything is done. We have created a login page, a basic login page, but now we need to create the form that we will see in the coming up lectures. But till here you just finish it. Okay, here I'll say E capital. Okay, set error. Make sure that this E is capital, P is capital, email address. Okay, fine. Everything is fine. Nothing to worry. This looks good till here. Use context. Why this is showing? Okay, here there's a mistake. We need Firebase, okay, from use context. So that is a mistake. That's why it was, that is the reason why it was showing an error. So it was my bad. So sorry for that. Now, one more thing we will do is like, let's say if I go on my application here, as you can see, the title is only Instagram. So we need to change that to login, okay? Because right now we are on login page, but here it is showing Instagram. So we need to add the title. So for that, I'll be using useEffect. So let me say useEffect hook, press tab. So this returns cleanup function we don't require. Here I'll say document dot title equals to login Instagram. Okay, let me save this, and it will run only once when you are on this login page. Now this use effect we wanted from React, so let's import this, save this. Now if I go back here, refresh the page. Oh, okay. So login Instagram. So this is looking fine. And one more last thing which I wanted to do is, if I go to app.js, we have imported index.css here. So I'll just remove it and I will save this file and I'll add this in index.js. Okay. Initially, when you create React app, so index.css is in this file only. So import index.css. This is looking fine. Let me check. Everything is working fine or not. Okay. So everything is working fine. And till here we have finished the login page, and we will continue working on the login page in the next video also. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will continue working on the login page. So here are a few classes which I have added. So let me remove this and I'll add the new classes. So first one is container. Okay. The next one is flex. Then we have max auto. Then max width screen, items center, and then we have horizontal screen. Let me save this and let me check if the application is running or not. So yes, so yeah, it is running. So let me check in the browser. Okay, so I am login page is coming here. So instead of this, I need an image. So what I'm going to do is I'll take an image tag src that is that will have the link. So images, I've already have the images in this image folder. So this you will get it from the GitHub link. Okay. So images slash iPhone. What is the name? Okay. Here, let me just copy iPhone with profile dot jpg. Okay. Then we'll add a alt tag that is going to be iPhone with Instagram app. Let's close this alt tag, sorry, image tag. Let's check in the browser. Okay, so here it is. It is a big one. So I think we need to add one more div here. Class name. Let me close this div and I'll just cut the closing tag, paste it here. And now here I'll add few classes so that this will look better. Now I'll say flex and I'll say a width of 3/5. Okay, let me save this, go back. Okay, now it is much better. Then after this div, I'll take one more div, class name, that is going to be flex call with 2/5. Okay, this is 3/5 and this is 2/5. So here I'll write form will come here. Okay, so here will be the form. Let me save this, go back. So here this will be the form. This image is looking big, but let me make, okay, this is 100%. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, this is looking much better. This is container, flex, max auto, mx auto, right? That is fine. Just give me the suggestions. This max width screen. Okay. Okay. This is small. We need, okay. The suggestions is showing me SM, MD, LG, XL. What if I do MD instead of max width screen? Let me remove this, go back. Yeah, now this is looking better, right? So that it was not having a class of max width screen, it is having a class of max width screen MD. So now this is looking much better. Okay, so we have a small image and the form will be and the form will come here. So that we will see in the next video. This is it for this video and I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will continue working on the login page. So we will create the login form. So let's go to VS Code, and to create the login form, first we need to remove the text. Okay, and here the first tag we will take is h1 tag, and inside the h1 tag we will take the logo of Instagram. Okay, so first let's take an image tag src, that is going to be dot slash images. Okay, for images, in the images folder you will get this logo. So if you don't have this images, you can take it from GitHub link. Okay, slash logo dot png. Let me close this image tag. Dot will not be there. Slash images slash logo dot png. Okay, and we also need the alt tag, so I'll say Instagram. Okay, and inside the h1 tag, let me add few css tailwind css classes. So first one will be flex. Okay, then we have justify, center, then width should be full. So this is for h1 tag. Then for image, I'll take some, write some classes. Okay, so class name, that is going to be margin top 2, width will be 6 by 12, and margin bottom will be 4. Okay, let's save this file, and after the h1 tag I'll show the error message if the login is incorrect. Maybe the email address or the password is incorrect, so we need to show our error message, which we will be getting from here. Okay, so after h1 tag, I'll take curly braces and I'll say error. So if this is true, okay, if this condition is true, or if we have having an error, then what we need to show is we need to show a p tag, and inside the p tag we can display the error message. So here I'll say error, but still the functionality for error is remaining, that we will show in this handle login. Once I'll write the logic for this handle login, you will get the error message. So right now just follow what I am doing. So class name, that is going to be text extra small. Okay, XS stand for extra small. Then we need text red primary. So this is something, a custom class. This is not in the Tailwind CSS. So here if I say this, we need to create. Okay, so I'll show you how to configure Tailwind config file, and how we can create a custom class in Tailwind. So this will have some value, okay, some hex value. So I'll just add a to do. Okay, need to add custom class in Tailwind config. Okay guys, so this is a custom class that we need to create. So that's it for this error message, and let's check it in the browser. But let me see if it is running or not. Okay, the application is running, and here as you can see we are having this Instagram logo. Now we will add the form. So after the error message we will add a form tag, and here I'll say on submit, and we can use this handle login function which I have created, but the logic is not yet done, so we will do it. And we need a post method, which is sorry, we need the method which is going to be post. So method that is going to be post. Okay, let me close this form, and inside this form we will have input tags. So the first one will be for email address, so input, and we need area label for accessibility. So I'll say area label, that is going to be email address. Sorry, enter your email address. Okay, so enter your email address. Then we need type, that is going to be text. Okay guys, then we need placeholder, that is going to be email address. Then we need to add class name, that is going to be text sm. Okay, small. Then we have text gray primary. This is again sorry, text gray base. Okay, so this is again a custom class. Let me copy this and I'll paste it here. This we need to create, so that I'm adding here because I need to remember which custom classes we need to create. Width will be full. Okay, margin right, that is going to be 3. Padding from top and bottom will be 5. Padding from left and right will be 4. So this values are in REM. So if I hover on it, you can see padding left is 1 REM and padding right is 1 REM. And if I hover on this, you can see here it is showing padding top 1.25 REM, padding bottom will be 1.2 REM. So if you are unaware of Tailwind CSS, or if you are using Tailwind CSS for the first time, you can just check the documentation. So as you can see, I'm hovering on it and it is showing margin right 0.7 REM. And if I hover here, so with this 100%. So in this way, you will able to learn what the values are in this classes. Okay, so just hover on it and just check it what it is saying, because I will not be able to explain each and every class. Okay, so you can just hover and see what are the properties. And if you want, you can see here that it is 0.875 REM is 14 pixels, 1.2 REM is 20 pixels. Okay, so just hover on it, check it. If you want to make it more clear, go to Tailwind CSS documentation, check it there. Okay, so now we need height of 2. So if I put height of 2 and if I hover on it, you can see height is 0.5 REM. So in this way, just go through each and every class, okay, so that you will be clear what we are doing. So gray, primary. This is again uh, not a Tailwind CSS class, because if you hover on it, you will see nothing. Okay, so this means that this is not a Tailwind CSS class. So this is a custom class which we are going to create. So primary. Now this is rounded. Okay, so rounded. Make sure the spelling is correct. Margin bottom 2. Let me save this. 1 second. Let me close this input tag. So now we have area label type, text placeholder, class name. Then we need on change method. So on change, okay, that is going to be an arrow function. Let's console log. So here I need to destructure the target so we can get the target value. So target dot value. Let me save this. Let's copy this. This was for email address. Now we need for the password. So enter your password. This will be type will be password. This will be again password. The classes will be remain same, and console log will also remain same. Let's go to the browser. As you can see, we have email address, password. So now if I sorry, let me inspect it. So if I inspect and if I go to console, and if I let's say type something like Samir, okay, so here as you can see we are getting the value gmail.com, okay, and password like test 123. So we are getting the value here. So whatever we are typing, it is adding here in the console. So now what we will do is we have this variables for email address and password. So we need to set this email address. So initially the useState, the state value will be empty string. But now if I remove this console and add this set email address, and again I'll just copy this set password, and I'll just replace this console log with this. Okay, let me save this. And now if I refresh it, so now this is empty. And if I inspect, and if I go to let's say components, and if I click on login, so here you will be able to see all the states. So this is for email, this is for password, and this is for the error. So we have 3 states for email, password, and error. Okay, so let's say if I write something here at Gmail, so here it is showing me that email address, okay, and password will be like test123. So as you can see, the values have been added here, and even we will have this context. So we are using this context, right? Firebase. So this also you can see here. Okay, so that this is just for a reference. This we will see in the coming up lectures. How do we use this Firebase context? So my point was to show you the state values. So it is showing here. Now let's move ahead and let's add a button. Okay, button of login button. So here I'll say button. Okay, button, and initially it will be visible if we don't have the email address and password entered, so it will be disabled. So again here I'll say invalid. So this invalid, we are getting it from here, as you can see, invalid. If password is empty, email address is empty, so we will disable the button so that user cannot click on it. If it is invalid, it will show disable. Type, it is going to be submit. Then class name, that we need to add something which I need to show you. We need to add a curly braces because we inside this class name we will add some variable also. So I'll show you once again. So let me show you. We need a backtick key, and I'll add a class bg hyphen blue hyphen medium. This is again a custom class. Text is going to be white. Width is going to be full, rounded. Okay, the button will be rounded. Height is going to be 8. Font is going to be bold. Okay, then we need a dollar sign because here we are using some variable for condition. So if it is invalid, okay, if this condition is true, okay, true, invalid, let me check invalid. Okay, are we is invalid? Okay, let me copy this. Sorry guys, so make sure that you are copying the correct variable name. So if it is invalid, okay, if we don't have the email address and password, if they are empty, then we will show opacity as 50%. Okay, so if I hover on it, so it is 0.5, opacity is 0.5. Then let me close this, and here I'll say login. Let me save this, and if I go back, okay, because of this blue medium, we don't have this custom class. So for temporary, I'll add bg blue 500. So now it is showing me button. If I remove any of this, like if email address and password are empty, email address or password is empty, so this will be disabled and you won't be able to click, and the opacity is also 0.5. So if I add something here, it won't show, but if I add the password, now this button is active and even the color has changed. So this is the reason we are using the backtick key, so we can add a condition here. So we have successfully added the button. Now one more thing which we need to add is we need to add if the user is not logged in. So what will happen? So we need to redirect the user to login page. For that, here I'll say a div. I'll take a div. Okay, let me close this div. And inside, let me add few CSS classes, Tailwind CSS classes. So class name that is going to be flex, justify, center, items, center, flex, call. Okay, width will be full, bg white, padding will be 4, rounded, border. Then again we need border hyphen gray primary. Okay, this way we'll create margin top will be 4. This is it. Then we inside this div will take a p tag which says don't have an account question mark. If you don't have an account, then you need to uh, take the user to a sign up page. For that we need to have a link tag, so link to, and here I'll take a curly braces and I'll say route. So we don't have routes, so we need to import. Okay, so import star, and what was that? Import star as routes. Okay, so import star as routes from dot slash. Then what we have constant slash routes. Okay, so now we can use this routes dot sign up. Okay, it is giving me the suggestion. So this is done. Why it is showing me red color? Okay, link tag is also okay. We need to close this link tag. Now it won't show, but link tag is missing. So if I hover on it, it is saying link is not defined. So what we need to do is we need to import the link tag from React router DOM. Okay, let me save this. Now that error message will go away. Okay, this is fine. Now link to where we wanted to link sign up. Save this. Okay, this is looking good. Let's check in the browser. Okay, do you have an account? Sign up. Okay, so once I click on it, it is going to this URL.
So the sign up page is still not created, so that we will see. So if I make this small, so it is responsive, right? Yeah, it is looking good. Yeah. Okay, so what else is remaining? Okay, if I'm missing something, okay, text. Yeah, I think in this also link we need to add some CSS classes. So class name, that is going to be font bold, okay, and text blue medium. This is again going to be a custom class. So let me copy this so that I'll remember. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 classes which we need to create. Let's go back. Okay, this is bold now, and the color will also change to blue color. This is looking better, I think. Yes. So I think we are almost done with the login page. Only functionality is remaining, like for example, this handle change. We need to work on this. Okay, and let's see that in the coming up lectures. But for now, we will just complete this page because the video is getting longer. So which I don't want. Yeah, this is working fine. Yeah, it is looking much better now. So it is responsive. Okay. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will create this custom classes in our Tailwind config file. So let's open the Tailwind config. So here is our Tailwind config file. Let's just go to login page and I'll just cut this out. And here at the top, I'll paste it so that we'll remember what are the classes that we need to create. So inside the theme, I'll create a property called colors. Okay. And inside the colors property, I'll take an object, and the first class which we are going to create is white because Tailwind don't have a white color. So we need to create that. So hash ff. Okay. So let's go to the browser, and if I go to Tailwind CSS config, color config, okay, colors palette, just go there, customize color, just click on it. So here are the colors which Tailwind offers. So these are all the colors. But apart from this, if we want to create a custom colors, so using custom colors, so this is the way you can do it. Inside the theme object, we need to create a property called color, and then we can define it like this, like white and the hash code. Okay. So now we'll continue on this. Let's put an comma. After white, we need blue color. So blue, and inside the blue, I'll take an object because here we need blue medium. Okay, so blue and then medium. That is going to be hash 005C98. I think this should be having a comma. Okay. Now let's create one more property of black. We need black color as well. So black light. Maybe I have not defined here, but we will be needing this black light hash 262626. I think I have missed the. Let me remove this and let's do it this way, 262626. Then we need faded. So faded, that is going to be hash 00000059. Okay, this was for black. Now we need gray. So I'll say gray, and inside the property of gray, I'll say base, and that is going to be hash 616161. Then we need background, that is going to be hash FA. Then we need primary hash DB. Let me save this. Then we need red color, so red.
that is going to be primary hash ed4956. That's it. So these are the colors which we have created. So let me show you how to use this. Let me remove this because we have created the colors. So I'll show you here one color which we need here. So what I'm let's go to the browser. Oh, we are getting some problem. So what is the issue? Expected token, unexpected token, expected comma. Okay, somewhere I have used something else maybe. Okay, let me go to the config and check it. Okay, because wait. Okay, we have used the comma. Then why this is giving an issue? Maybe something is wrong. Yeah, which is the line number? Let me check. On line number 15. Hash 616161. This is fine. Unexpected token, expected a comma. Why? Let's comment the color property only. Okay. Still, I'm getting the okay. 1 second. Yes. Let me restart the browser. Maybe in index.scss. 1 second. That was working fine, but why now it is showing index.css? Okay, I think this should be a comma. We have given semicolons. No. Okay, this is fine. Okay, now it is good. Okay, now this error is gone. I don't know what was the issue, but now it is fine. So let's go back to login. Guys, there was not an issue. Okay, nothing was wrong. Everything was correct, but I don't know, some issue was with the browser only. So now, here I have used what I've used. BG, that button color we need to, yeah, this 500. This we need BG blue medium, correct? Because as you can see, BG blue 500, that is not working. Why is it not working? BG blue 100. 1 second, guys. BG blue. It is not giving the. This should work. There is some problem with the. I think let's do one thing. Let me do Control C. Let's do one thing. Let's open the Visual Studio Code. Let's open the terminal. Let's clear this. I'll do npm start again. I think when we do some changes in the config file, we need to restart. So let's see after restarting, we have fixed the issue or not, because then I need to check. If it doesn't work, then I need to check. Okay. It is taking time. Okay, still not showing. So there is some issue. Let me check. Okay, I'm just pausing the video and I'll come back. Okay. So I got the fix for the colors. So we need to just cut the color object from here. Okay. And let's cut this out. And then we need to paste inside this extend. So now if I save this and if I go back on the browser, so as you can see, we are getting the color back. But this color is BG blue 500. So we need medium. Okay. So we have added one more color shade for our BG blue. Okay. So if I go to customize color, so I was just looking the documentation. So here, as you can see, we have extend and then we can add the colors. Because this blue color is already a primary color for Tailwind. So as you can see, we have all these shades from 50 to 950. So if I want to add one more shade of any of my name, like medium or something like BG blue medium or BG blue primary, then we need to put this inside the extend object. So this is how we can customize our color. So as you can see here now, these are all customized color, like text blue medium. So what will happen is like uh, blue medium, like blue medium. So this will take this color. Okay. So now if I look into some other class which was customized, so which was the class which was customized, this one BG blue medium, which I already showed you. BG white. Okay, so white color we have added here. So anything like BG hyphen white, so this will take that color. So as you can see, we have this background color of white. Okay, so similarly, you can add, like, let's say if you want to add some text of white. Okay, so text white. So as you can see, we are getting one more class of text white. Okay, so if I save this, and I think the color will change maybe. So as you can see, we are having this white color, which we don't want, but I was just showing you that we can just customize our class. Okay, if you want to read more about this, you can just go to customize color. And one more thing, I've created a Tailwind CSS course also. So if you are interested, so you can just look at the course of Tailwind CSS. It depends on you, like if you want to learn Tailwind. Okay, otherwise you can just carry on this course. So this way we have created our custom based theme. So this is it for this video, and in the next video we'll complete the login functionality. So I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will complete the functionality of login page. So let's go to VS Code, and here on the form submission, we have this handle login function. So this need some logic for that form. So these are the unused variables, so that we need to use it in this login function, handle login function. So first I'll pass an event, and here we need to say event dot prevent default. Okay, we need to prevent the default behavior of the form. Okay, and here I'm going to use try catch block. So inside the try catch block, so let me check if I have the shortcut for this. So try catch. Okay, so if I click here, okay, I'm getting this try catch block. Now inside the try, I'll say await Firebase dot auth, and here we need to say dot sign in with email address, email and password. And here we need to pass the email address, which is coming from here, and then the password. And if this is fine, okay, here we need to, this is async await function, so here we need to define the async. Okay, so now await, and then if this is fine, if this is the condition works, then we need to navigate it to the dashboard page. So I'll say navigate routes dot dashboard. Okay, so we already have this routes. So if we are successfully logged in with the email ID and the password which we have in the Firebase, then it will navigate to this dashboard page, which is, let me go to constant, which is the only slash means localhost 3000. Okay, so that we will check, and if there is an error, so we will set the email address to be empty, so that the user can again fill the input. So set password, this is also going to be empty, and if there is an error, so set error, here we need to pass error dot message. Okay, let me save this. So now this set error has been used here, so now whatever error which we are going to display, it's going to display here. Okay, so now let's try this. Let me save this. Let me close this. Let's go to the browser. Let me refresh the page, and first I'll use any email ID which is not in the Firebase. So anything which is not in the Firebase. So here cannot read property of undefined reading auth. Okay,
So what is the issue? Here the spelling is incorrect. So SIGN, sign in with email address and password. Let me try it again. .com. Cannot read the property undefined reading auth. There is some problem, I think so. Email at and okay, email and password. Make sure this is correct. Sign in with email and password. Okay, let's go back. Let's try again. Cannot read property of undefined reading auth. Firebase.auth. Sign in with email and password. Email and password. Email address and password. Okay, let me just pause this video and I'll come back. Okay. So I got the error. So let's go to index.js file. So here we need a curly braces. Okay. So here also we need a curly braces. Let me save this file and now let's check in the browser. Let me refresh. Okay, it is refreshing. So now if I enter any email ID which is not in the Firebase and if I hit enter, I mean press login button. So it says Firebase error auth invalid login credentials. So this is the error message which we are getting from the uh, Firebase. Okay. Now I will add the email ID which we are using in the Firebase, which is this one, kapadia.samir1@gmail.com. Okay. So this is the email ID which I have used. So let me just type it, kapadia.samir1@gmail.com. And the password is test1234. Let me log in. So it will redirect me to the it should redirect me to the dashboard. Okay, I think I need to refresh. But if I okay, let's do it again. kapadia.samir1@gmail.com and it's test123. I think so. Test123. Login. Okay, so it is redirecting me to the dashboard page, which is in our case, where is the root file? Only slash means a localhost 3000. Okay, so this is working fine. If I refresh, okay, it is redirected. Let me go back again, refresh it. Let's add a email ID which is not used in the Firebase. So if I hit login, I'm getting this invalid, but this email and password is not getting empty. That I need to check why it is not getting empty. If there is an error, set email address to be empty and password to be empty. Yeah, this should work actually. So this I need to check why it is not getting empty. So I'll show you in the coming up lectures. So this is it for this video and I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In the last video, we have seen that the values were not resetting. So let's try it again. So let me add any email ID. Okay, anything. And let's hit enter. So here it is showing error, but these values are not resetting. Okay, so let's fix that. So let's go to the login page. In the login.js, here we need to add the value. So value that is going to be for email, it is email address. Okay, and for password, it is password. So password. Okay, this email and password is coming from the state. So here it is, email and password. So we are setting it here. So we need to pass the value. Let me save this and let's try it now. So let me refresh this. And now I'll try with some email ID, which is not there in the database. So if I hit enter now, the values are getting reset. Okay. Now, what if I want to add a custom error message? So right now we can see Firebase error auth invalid login credential. So this error message is not looking good. Okay, so if we want to customize this message, so what we have to do is we need to go to login and here we need to add a condition. Okay, if condition. So let's try that. So first let's check what we get in the console. So as you can see here, here is the error code, which is auth invalid login credential. So if I console, so let's console here only. console.log. Let's check the error code. So here I'll say error dot code. Okay, let me save this and let's go back. Let's refresh. If I right click, inspect, and if I go to console, and now if I add any email which is not valid, so and if I hit login, so here the error code is auth invalid login credential. Okay, so now let's add the if condition. So here I'll say if error dot code is triple equal to auth slash, what is the error message? What is the code? Auth slash invalid login credentials. So let me copy this. Now I'm going to paste it here. So if this condition is true, if the error code is auth slash invalid login credential, then what we need to do is we need to set the error message. Let's cut this, and here I need to paste it. So here we can customize the message. The login credentials are invalid. Okay. Else set error, which is going to be error dot message. If anything else, then show this message. Otherwise, if the login credentials are invalid, then show this message. So now let's try this. So let me refresh the page again. Now we will able to see the custom message. So let me add some email, anything. Okay. So now, as you can see, the login credentials are invalid. Okay. So this is the error message. Now let's try some invalid email ID. So if I do like hello.com, okay, and here I'll do some password. If I add some password and if I click on login, so now this error code has changed auth invalid email. So the email address is badly formatted. So what if that if we get this kind of a error? Okay, so then here we need to again say, so here I need to enter and I'll say else if error code. Let me copy this so that we can save our time. So error code, if the error code is auth invalid email, so let me replace this. Okay, if this condition is true, then set the error message. Let's copy this. The email address is badly formatted. Okay, you can put your own custom message. So I'm just showing you that how can you customize the message. Now let's refresh. And now let's do again hello.com and any password, hit enter. The email address is badly formatted. Okay, so or you can say email address is invalid. So this is how you can add a custom messages by checking the codes. Okay, so this is it. Let me remove the console. Where is the console? Yeah, here it is. We don't require now. So this is how we can customize the error message and we can reset the value. So this in this video, I just wanted to finish the login page. Now in the next video, we will work on the sign up page. So this is it for this video and I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will work on the sign up page. So inside the pages folder, I'll create a new file and name it as sign-up.js. Okay. So I have given the name as sign-up. So inside the routes, I need to change this to sign-up. Okay. Let me save this file. And now let's go to the login page. Select all the code. Okay. Let's copy this and I will come on the sign up page and paste it because we almost need everything from here and we need to add few more things. So let's change this handle login. First, let's change this component name to sign up. Okay, so sign up and let me copy this and let's go down, export default sign up. Okay, so one by one we will change. So now this is fine. So here we need two more inputs. So here we need to say USH, press tab, and the first one is user name. Okay, and initially it will be an empty string. Okay, and the second one is full name. Initially it will be empty string. Let me save this. Okay, so this is fine. Now let's this everything is okay, fine. This handle login will be handle sign up. So make sure you make the changes wherever it is written handle login. So here also it is written handle login. So press Command D. Okay. Windows, I think it is Control D. Okay. So now I'll change this to handle sign up. Okay. Let me check at the top also it is changed. Let me save this. Now what else we required? So this code we don't require. Okay. Right now we don't require this. So I'll just remove the code from try catch. Okay, so let me just remove it. Okay, now this title will be sign up. Now what else we need? Let me save this file. Now we need two more inputs, so let me copy the first input. Okay, I'll just copy and at the top I'll paste. So here it will be enter the username. Enter your username. This will be username. So username. Okay, the set email address will be set username. Okay, and the value will be user name. This is fine. Let me copy this again. I think he already copied, but okay, let's paste it here. Enter full name. Full name. Here also we need to change this to set full name. Okay, this will be full name. Save this. Okay, just two are already there, so we don't have to change anything here. This will also remains the same, and here we need to change this to, okay, this text we have to change. So right now it says don't have an account. Now we will say have an account, login. Okay, this will be login. Okay, let's save this. And now inside the app.js, we will add one more route. So Option Shift down arrow key will create one more duplicate line. So here I'll say sign up, and here I will say sign up. Okay, so this is imported from pages sign up. Oh, sorry, this we don't require. We need this. So Option Shift and down arrow key. Let me copy this, paste it here. Pages sign hyphen up. Okay, let's remove this. This is auto import. We don't require. We are using lazy loading. We are using lazy, so don't require that. So this is fine. Let's go and check in the browser. If I, okay, this page has, the name has changed to sign up. So have an account, login. It is not redirecting to the login. Let me check. Okay, the path is sign up. So we need to change this to login. Save this, go back, login. Okay, this is sign up. So have an account, login. Don't have an account, sign up. So this is working fine. Now we need to work on the functionality, but the page we have, but we have created the page of sign up. So everything looks fine for me. And we'll sign up Instagram. Okay, this is fine. I think this should be something like this, a space. Okay, sign up. Fine. This looks fine. Now what else we need? Handle sign up. This is fine. Username, full name. Okay, so this is fine. This is working fine. In the next video, we will continue working on the sign up page where we will see how to restrict duplicate users. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will see if the user exists in Firebase or not. So we have this handle sign up function, and inside the try block, I'll take a const and name it as username exist, that is equal to await does username exist, and here I'm going to pass this username. So this function is not yet created, so we need to create this, but we will not create inside this page. Instead, we will create a new file inside the services folder. So I'll create a new file and name it as firebase.js, and here I'm going to import Firebase and field value from /lib/Firebase, and here we are going to say export async function, and what is the name of the function? Does username exist? So I'm just copying and pasting here, and here I'm going to pass this username as an argument, and inside this function I'll take a const and say result, that is equal to await Firebase dot Firestore dot collection. So we will go inside the collection and we will check the users. Okay, so we have the users inside the collection, and we will say where. Okay, this is a query which we wanted to write, where username, then we need to add a comma, and inside this comma we'll take double equal to if this username is equal to the username which we will add in the form. Okay, so we will check if the username which is in the database is equal to the username which we will be adding in the sign up form. Okay, and if that is equal, then give me the result. Okay, so dot get, and then we need to return result dot docs. These are all Firebase. You will get all this in Firebase documentation. So I'll just map the user. We will get an array of users, so we need to map that. So user dot data dot length, that is greater than 0. Okay, so uh, if we find that the username is equal to the username, then the result will be 1. Okay, so okay, I think this is something, I'm doing some mistake here. So user, I need to close this, correct? Oh, this is fine now. Okay, so we need to export. Okay, we are already exporting it, so let's import this inside the sign up page. So here at the top, I'll say import does username exist from /services/Firebase. Okay, so this is the function which we are using it here. So once we import the function, then we need to add a condition that if not username exist, okay, dot length. So if this condition is true, then okay, so this variable should be outside the try block. So let me paste it here, and this condition also will be outside the try block. Okay, so let me cut it out. So here I'll say if this condition is true, then we need to try const. Okay, we need to take a variable called const created user result, that is equal to await firebase dot auth. This will authenticate the user with email address and password. So here we need to say create user with email and password. So this you will get from the Firebase documentation, and here I'll pass the email address and password. Okay, let me save this. Then after this, I'll say await created user result. Okay, let me So let's copy this, await created result dot user dot update profile. So we are going to update the user's profile. So update profile, and inside I'll update the display name. So display name, that is going to be the username which we are going to pass. Let me save this. After this, we will create the Firebase document for the user. So Firebase user collection. Okay, create a, sorry, here I'll say create a document. Okay, so I'll say await Firebase dot Firestore dot collection, and we are going to add the user inside the user collection. So user dot add. Okay, and this will be an object, and the first property will be user ID, which we are getting it from created user result dot user dot uid. Okay, then we are going to say username, that is equal to username dot to lower case. Okay, to local, okay, sorry, to lower case. This is fine. Then we have the full name. Then we have the email address, that is going to be email address dot to lowercase, and after that we will say following, and this will be an empty array. Then we have date created, so date created, that is going to be date dot now. Okay, let me save this. So after creating the user, we will navigate the user to dashboard page. So route dot dashboard. Okay, and then we have the catch block. So here I'll say set full name. This will be empty. Okay, if it is an error, then it will be empty. Set email address will be again empty. Then we have the set password. This will be again empty, and we are going to set the error dot message. Else we are going to say set error, that user is already taken, please try another one. Okay, so I think we have missed one closing tag, so let's close this here. Where is the if condition? So if, okay, so this is the else. So let me cut this out, paste it here. I think there is some issue with the closing tag, so undo. So here I have missed one closing curly braces, so save this. So now this is fine. So let's try this. So let me just console log username exist. Okay, let's copy and I'll paste it here, save this. Let's go here and I'll just inspect console. Let's refresh the page once again, and let me check what is the username which I'm using. So then we will add the same username and let's see if we are getting the error or not. So if I go on authentication, so this is the email ID, not this one, Firestore database users. So this is the email address kapadia.samir1@gmail, and the username is Samir. So let's try with this same user. Email ID also I'll keep it same. Sorry, what was that? Full name, okay, Samir K. Email ID, so this one test123, and let's click on login. So this user is already taken, please try another one. Okay, but what happened to the console? Okay, I've added console inside this, so let me cut this out, paste it here, and then again we will try it. So let's click on login again. So the user exist is a false. Okay, false means, sorry, are we checking the length? If the user exists is false. Okay, so if the user exists is false, the user is already been taken. Okay, okay, so so false means this condition is not true. Okay, if the condition is true, only then we will create the user, and if it is false, then it will give us the error. So now the condition is false. Okay, so now let's try with some other user and let's see what the condition we are getting in the console. Let's say I'll say Samir1. Okay, and if I hit login, so now the email address is already in use with another account. So again, we are getting this error dot code. Okay, so like we did for login, okay, you can do exactly the same for this also. So let's try this. Let's copy this, and inside the catch block, I'll say error dot 1 second. Let me just go there. Auth invalid username already exist. Okay, let's go here. We don't want this invalid login credentials. So what I'm going to do is, let's do it this way. Email already exists. So email address is, what is the error message which we are getting? The email address is already in use for another account. So let's, here I'll just paste it. So email address is already taken, and else if, I think for invalid also we will get the message. So let's say this is Samir K, and let's .com, password to anything. Let's see the error code. If we are getting any error code, the email address is badly formatted, so this is also fine. And else what we are going to do, what we are going to do, if the user is already taken, what is the error message? So what I'm going to do is, instead of this else, why we took this if condition, if username, then try this. Okay, fine. We only need this try and catch, and this else part we don't require, I think so. So let me just comment this out. Okay, let me save this. This is fine. And what we are going to do is, for user which is already exist, let's try that. So email address is, oh no, but email address is fine, right? Kapadia dot Samir 1 at gmail.com. Okay, let me just refresh it and I'll try with the same user and let's see what the error we are getting. So Samir, okay, full name Samir K Kapadia dot Samir 1 at gmail.com. Test 1, 2, 3. Let's try this. Are we getting some error? No. Okay. I think what we are going to do is, in the else, let me set the error like this. So Control X and Control V, save this. Okay, an extra one. Let's try this. Why we are not getting the error? Let's check the login. Okay, here only I have written the else. Okay, fine. Let me, okay, this is fine. Okay, here also. So here I don't think so. We require this. So let me just remove this, save it, and now I'll just try it. Okay, because this is okay. Error dot message. It will not get that error message. Reading property of undefined reading message. So I think this else condition is not required here. 1 second, let me just remove it. And what I'm trying to do is, let's check it once again. So the user is already exist, but we are not getting the, okay, here, let me just console log error dot code. Okay, let me check what is the error code which we are getting. Why we are not getting the error code? Okay, let's add a user, and here let me just say .com. The email address is badly formatted, and we are getting this error code also. But when the user is already okay, I think there is no error code for duplicate user, I think so. So instead of this, we need to write that user is already been taken. Please try another one. Okay. So now let's try this. So now I'll add the user which already exists. Let's see what is the error message which we are getting. Okay, user, but we are not getting any error message. Okay, so I think this else condition is required. Okay, so let me cut this out, and after the if condition, I'll paste it. Okay, let me save this, and now let's try. So this user is already been taken. Please try another one. Okay, this is fine. So we need to do something like this. Okay, error for error code, or email address already used. This is for authentication actually. So this is working, but this is a custom message which we wanted to give if the user exists. Okay, so because here we are adding the condition. Okay, so in the else we need to add the error message. So this was for this if condition, and for the error code we need to write this kind of a custom message. So I hope this is clear. So let me save this. This user is already been taken, so it is coming in 2 lines. If you want, you can just adjust it. The user, this user is already, this user is already, this user exists. Please try another one. This user already exists. Please try another one. Okay. Now what we will do is we will try with some other user. So let me do Samir one, and inside the authentication. Okay, this is the one user which we are using. So let's try. I think it will give an error that our email or address is already been taken. So let me just click on login. The email address is already in use by another account. That is correct. And now let's try with Samir K. Email ID. I'll say kaparia.samir2@gmail.com. Test 123. Let's do a login. Okay, so now it is redirecting me to the dashboard page. And if I go here and if I just refresh it, so we are getting these 2 users. Okay, let me try check it in the Firestore database. So how many users? Oh, okay. So this is user. Oh, it has created one more collection. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, my bad. Actually, this we need to, one second. Let's go to sign up. And here we need to add here in the collection of users. Okay, not user, because now it is creating a one more collection which is currently not correct. So I will just delete this because delete the document only. Okay. And now let me delete this collection also. User. Okay, now this is fine. This is fine. Now let's try again. Let me delete this user also, because now we will try with the same thing. We will try again. So sorry, let's go to authentication. Here, let's go on sign up. So Samir 1, Samir K, Padia dot Samir 2 at gmail.com, test 123. Okay, let's click on login. So it will redirect me to the dashboard page, and inside the authentication, if I refresh, I'm getting this Samir 2 in the Firestore. Let me see if there's one more user created. So we have Daniel, we have Stephen, we have Kapadia Samir 1, which was already there, and we have Kapadia Samir 2, which we have created, and now this was already there. So we are successfully able to create the user. So I think this is it. Let me delete the user, because this was just to show you that how to register a user. So maybe in future further videos we will create users, but right now we don't require, because we already have this 4 users, so we don't require the fifth one. Okay, so I'll just delete the document. Okay, so now we have this 4 users. Okay, so we were successfully able to create the user. So I hope you were able to understand the condition that if this is false, then it will go inside this else condition, and if this is not false, if this is true, then if the array is empty, then it will go inside this. Okay, this condition. So this try block, and inside the try block we are adding the user, and we are also doing authentication. Okay, so I hope this is fine, and if not, then if you still have some doubts, so just go through the video once again, so this will make you understand it properly. Let me save this file. So this is it for this video, and in the next video we will create the not found page. So this I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will create not found page. So let's say if I type anything which is like foobar, if I hit enter, so you can see a blank page. So instead of this, we will create a not found page. So let's go to VS Code, and inside the app.js, I'll create a new route. So Option Shift and down arrow key will create a new line, and this route is not found. Okay, which is already created inside the routes file. So this is the not found, and this is the page name. So we need to create the page as well, because the page is not created, and this is not found. Okay, not found. Okay, fine. Let me save this, and this also I need one more line of code, and here I'll say not found, and page will be not hyphen found. Okay, let me save this file, and let's create the file inside the pages folder. So where is the pages folder? Here it is. So inside the pages folder, I'll create a new file and name it as not hyphen found .js, and here we need to say RAFCE, press tab. Okay, so this will create a new page, but the const name is not correct. So what you have to do is you need to select this and then Command D or Control D if you are using Windows, and then we can say not found. Okay, this will replace all the three at once. So here I need a space. So not found. Let's say page. Let me save this, and now here. Okay, this is the route, this is the page. So here I have already written the code for not found. So now we can try actually. So let's go on the browser and let me hit enter. Okay, okay, one. this path, we don't, instead of this route, we need a asterisk. Okay. I think this should be like this. Inside the double quotes, we need an asterisk. Okay. Let me save this. And now if I refresh it, as you can see, we have this not found page, but we need to style it a little bit. So let's go on the not found page. And here I need to add some classes for Tailwind. So let's do that. So class name that is equal to bg gray background. Okay. Then inside this div, I will have one more div. So let me just cut this because we need some more divs. Okay. This was the parent div. So that is equal to now this div, we have a class name of max auto. Then we have max width screen of large. Okay. Let me close this div. Then inside the div, we have a p tag, and inside the p tag, we will have a class name that is going to be text center and text to Excel. Okay, to Excel. And here I'll paste not found. Okay, let me save this. Let's go back. And now, as you can see, we are having this not found in the center, but somehow, okay, just to Excel. Now this is looking fine. So text center means it will come at the center. To Excel, the font size is to Excel. So you can just go through the Tailwind CSS classes in the documentation, because I will not explain each and every class here, because I have already created a course for Tailwind. If you are interested, you can see that. And if you want to learn from somewhere else, you can do it. But Tailwind CSS is good. You need to learn this because it helps us to create all the CSS without any hassle. Okay. So now this is done. What else is remaining? We need the title for this. So I'll just import, sorry, here I need to do import React and use effect. Okay. So now here I'll say use effect, and this will be an empty array. And here I'll say document dot title, that is going to be, let me see what we are giving here. So document dot title, that is fine. Okay, so let me just copy this. This will be not found Instagram. Why this is giving me an error? Okay, here I need a double quote, so let me remove this. Now this is fine. We can see this way also, not found. Refresh it. Use effect cannot be called at the top level. Okay, let me just cut this out and I'll paste it here. Okay, now as you can see, not found Instagram. So we have completed the not found page, but I don't think this is required. Not sure. Let me go to app.js because the path we have given a star. So that route is not required, I guess. This is fine. Lazy loading. Let it be. Let me just refresh it. Okay, we can see a loading. So fine. Okay, fine, guys. This is it. And I'll see you in the next video where we will start working on the dashboard page. So see you in the next video. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will create dashboard page. For that, let's go to VS Code, and inside the pages folder, we will create a new file and name it as dashboard.js. And here I'll use the shortcode RAFCE, press tab, and let's make this D capital. Okay. Let me save this file. So here we need a use effect for the title. So I'll say UE, press tab. So this is the use effect. Here we don't require the return statement, so I'll remove this. And inside here, I'll say document dot title, that is equal to Instagram. Let me save this. Okay, useEffect is not defined. So here we need to import from React. So useEffect. Okay, this is fine. Let me save this file. And now inside the div, I'll take a class name that is going to be grid. Oh, sorry, BG gray background. And inside I'll take a header component. So this we need to create. So I'm just writing the header component name. Okay, and then after that we'll take a div, and here I'll say class name that is equal to grid, and we need two more component, which is timeline, and the second one is sidebar. Okay, so let me save this, and now we will create this three components. So inside the components folder, I'll create a new file and name it as header.js, and here I'll do RFC, press tab. Sometime it doesn't work, so I don't know why. Okay, now it will work. So here I'll say header. Okay, save this file, and then we need two more components. So the first one and the second one is timeline. So I'll say timeline.js, press, and here I'll say RAFCE, press tab, and let me do timeline. Okay, T should be capital. So I am timeline. Then we need one more sidebar. So sidebar.js, enter, RAFCE, press tab, and here I say sidebar. Okay, so I am sidebar. Now let's go to dashboard, and we need to import the components that we have created. So import header. Okay, here it is giving the suggestion. So if I click, so it will import from components header. Then we need import timeline, components timeline. Then we need import sidebar. Let me save this. Okay, so this is imported. Now inside the app.js, we need the route of dashboard. So here I'll create one more const. So let me duplicate this, and here I'll say dashboard and pages dashboard. Okay, friends. Now here we need to create one more route. So I'm just duplicating it, and here I'll say dashboard. Okay, and this will be dashboard. Let me save this. So now this is fine. And if I go to the browser, and let's say this is the dashboard page, by default we have the dashboard page. So here we have all the three things, three components, so which is header, timeline, and sidebar. Okay, so in the next video we will start working on the header component. Okay, so this document.title is working fine, right? Where dashboard. Okay, this is Instagram. Okay, fine. So what we have given here, Instagram login, correct? For login Instagram. Okay, fine. So the main will be Instagram. Fine, fine. This is fine. So in the next video, we will start working on the header component. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will create a hook called useAuthListener hook. This hook will check whether the user is logged in or logged out. So inside the hooks folder, I'll create a new file and name it as use-auth-listener.js and hit enter. And here I'll do RAFCE, press tab. Okay, so now we need to change the name. So here I'll do use auth listener. Okay, friends. Now here we need to import useState because we are going to use this. So useState,
useEffect, and then we also need useContext from React. Then we need Firebase. So here I'll say we need Firebase contacts. So Firebase contacts from contacts Firebase. So inside the function, we are going to use useState. So ush, press tab, user, and then we need this u should be capital. So I'll just make this capital. And here we need to say JSON dot parse. So we are going to use the local storage to store the information of the user. Okay. So here I'll say local storage dot get item, and here I'll pass auth user. Okay. Then I'm going to have Firebase. So Firebase, that is equal to use contacts, Firebase contacts. Okay. So let me save this file, and then we required useEffect. So useF. What is the shortcut for useEffect? I forgot. So let's try it again. So USF, USE is so useEffect snippet. Let's try this. Okay. So now let me check here only. Hooks. We need to remember the shortcut, but sometime I think it works, sometime it doesn't work. So I think we should manually type it rather than UEH. Okay, UEH. Let me close this and let's try the UEH thing. So UEH, press tab. Okay, so now this is fine. So inside the useEffect, we are going to use this return cleanup function. So, but before that, we are going to take a const that is going to be listener equals to Firebase dot auth, and here we required a function called on auth state change. Okay, so this function will help us to know whether the user is logged in or logged out. Okay, so inside we are going to take an arrow function, and here I'm going to pass auth user, and here we can add a condition if auth user. Okay, if this is true, then what we have to do is we have to, so we have a user, so therefore we can store the user in local storage. Okay, so here I'm going to write local storage dot set item, and inside I'll pass auth user. Okay, let me save this, and then we can say JSON dot stringify. So what this will be doing is JSON dot stringify converts a JavaScript value to a JavaScript object notation. Okay, so this will convert into a object notation. So that's what we wanted, and then we can set the user. So here we need to pass auth user, and then we are going to set the user auth user. Okay, let me save this, and here we need to have an else condition. So else, let me close this, let me make this bigger. So here I'm going to say else if we don't have an auth user. Okay, if we don't have an auth user, therefore clear the local storage. Okay, so we are going to clear the local storage, So local storage dot remove item, and we are going to remove auth user. Okay, and we are going to set the user to null. And then what are we going to do? We are going to have a cleanup function. So it will return, I think we don't require this. We only required an arrow function. So I'll just remove this. And here we are going to say listener. Okay. So we are cleaning up the listener function. So this is it. And then what we are going to do is we need to pass Firebase here so that we don't get an error, uh, so that we don't get an ESLint error. So whenever there's change in the Firebase, only then this useEffect will run. So let me save this. And lastly, what we have to do is we need to return the user. So here I'll say return, and we are going to return the user. Let me save this, and let's remove this. We don't require this. Okay. So this hook is ready now. Actually, this React is not required here. So let me remove this. Okay, so this is fine. So we are exporting this use auth listener. So now we can use this authentication listener, and we are going to use this at the top level, which is app.js. Okay. So the reason we want to use at the top level so that we can have an access of this auth listener inside all the routes. Okay. And I don't want a prop drilling here. Means I don't want it to pass from app to dashboard, from app to sign up. For that reason, we have to create a context for the user. So that we will see in the next video. So this is it for this video, and I'll see in the next video. If you have some doubts, you can just go through once, so you will able to understand that once we are logged in, so that user detail, we are going to save it in a local storage. And if it is logged out, so then we can remove it from the local storage. So that is the reason we have created this hook. And then we are going to create a context so that we can use in whatever component we want. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will create user context. So let's go inside the context folder. So here is the context folder. So right click on that folder and create a new file and name it as user.js. Hit enter. And from the firebase.js context, just copy the code and we are going to paste inside the user.js. And we are going to change this Firebase. So instead of this Firebase, I'm going to say user context. Okay, so let's remove this. Let's remove this, and we are going to type it user context. So our user context has been created. Let's save this file. And now inside the app.js, inside the function, I'm going to restructure the user which we have created in the hook. Okay, so where is the hook? So here is the hook. So we are returning the user. So we are going to destructure from the use auth listener. So I'll say const user, that is equal to use auth listener. Okay, let me click on this. So as you can see, this is automatically imported from the hooks. And here I'm going to open and close round brackets. Okay, let me save this file. And now we are going to use this inside our app. So how are we going to use it? So as you have used the Firebase context, so where have we used the Firebase context? We have used in index.js. So let me open this. So similarly, like this Firebase context.provider, and we have to pass the value. Similarly, we have to do it for the app.js. But in this case, we are going to use the user context instead of Firebase context. We are going to use user context. So before the route, we are going to say user context. Okay,
user context, and this user context has been imported from the context user dot provider, and we are going to pass the value that is going to be user. Okay, let me close this and let me cut this out, and we are going to paste it here. Let me save this. Now we have wrapped the entire router with this user context, so we are able to access the user info inside all the routes. Okay, so if I go to the website and if I click on inspect, let me check the component. So we have this context where we have the field values, we have the Firebase, and what is this context provider. So value of user is null because we have not logged in. So that is the reason the user value is null. So if I log in, let's say if I log in, let me just log in. So apadia.samir1@gmail.com, test 123, and if I hit login, so now it is logged in. Let me refresh contacts provider. Okay. Fail to execute set item on storage. Two argument required, but only one present. Fail to execute set item. So after login, we are getting this error: fail to execute set item on storage. Two argument required, but only one present. So let's copy this and let's go to VS Code, and inside use auth listener, I'm just finding this. I'm just going to find set items. So this is set item. So here is a mistake. Let me cut this out. Okay. So this should be a second argument. Okay. Remove this semicolon. And after this auth user, I'm going to paste this. Okay. Let me save this. Now this is perfectly fine. Now let's now go back, and if I refresh it, now there should be no error, and we are also getting the user information. So why this is giving me a red one? Strict mode. Let you find common bugs in your component early during development. Okay, so are we using a strict mode? I don't think so. Indexed. No, we are not going to use, because then it will throw errors on every single code. Okay, so basically, let me refresh it. Okay, so this is fine, but we are getting the value of user. Okay, this is the value for the context provider of Firebase. As you can see, this is the Firebase, and this is for the user. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will work on the header component. So inside header.js, we need use context. We also need the user context. But first, we will import Firebase context because it gives us a function to sign out the user. So let's import Firebase context from dot slash context slash Firebase. Then we will import user context. So import user context from dot slash context slash user. Okay. Now inside the header function, here I'll take a const Firebase equals to use context Firebase context. Okay. Let's save this, and here I'll take a const user equals to use context. So let me click here. So here we need to import use context from React. That is the reason it was giving an error. So here I need user context. Okay. Let me save this. Now let's console the user. So console.log user. Okay, let me save this. And now let's go to the browser. We need to log in. So first let me click on inspect so that we can see the user information. Let's go to console, and here I'll type the email ID which we are going to use. So test123, and I'll hit login. So now we are logged in, and as you can see, we get the user information here. So there is a lot of information. As you can see, we have this email verified, display name, which is null, that we will see. Uh, this is the auth. Okay, so this is the UID. Okay, so we are successfully getting the user, okay, information. So let me remove this. Now we also need routes so that we can have the buttons like login and logout. So let me import star as routes from dot slash constant slash routes. Then we also need the link from React router. So import link from React router DOM. Okay. Now let's start working on the HTML. So here I'll remove the div, and instead I'll take a header tag. Okay, and inside the header tag I'll add class name that is going to be height of 16. Okay, so as you can see, height of 16 is 4 rem, and if I see a pixel, it is 64 pixels. So as I told you that each and every class I will not explain. So let's continue, because then it will take a lot of time. It's better you can see some Tailwind courses. Even I have created one. So if you want to learn more on Tailwind, so you can check that out. Otherwise, you can just follow along. Okay. So primary margin bottom will be 8. Okay. And now inside the header, I'll take a div which is having a class name that is equal to container mx auto, max width screen will be large, height of full. Okay, let me close the div. Let's say hello here, and let me check what we are getting here on the dashboard. Here it is written hello, and if I inspect, so as you can see, we are having this container class here. So on from the left and right, it is having some padding, and the max width, as you can see here, it is 1024. Okay, so let me close this, and let's continue working on this. So let me remove this hello, and here we want one more div with the class name that is going to be flex justify between, and height will be full. Okay, let me close the div, and inside the div we need one more one more div with the class name that is going to be text gray 700, text center, flex items center, align items cursor pointer. Okay, then I need an h1 tag, and inside the h1 tag we also need a class. So so there are a lot of class name which we need to add in this lecture. So flex justifies center, then we need one more class that is width of full. Okay, and inside this I'll take a link component. So link to, and that is going to be routes dot dashboard. Okay, let me close this link, and inside the link I'll take an image tag, and which is going to be having a tag, sorry, image src slash images. So we already have a logo of Instagram. So here I'll do logo dot png. Okay, and let's close this. I think we also need the alt tag. So alt, that is going to be Instagram. And here also I will add some class. So class name, that is going to be margin top 2, width of 6 by 12. Okay, let me save this, and now let's go to the browser. So here, as you can see, we have this Instagram logo, which is looking nice. So if I click here, it will take me to the dashboard. So right now we are on the dashboard, so we don't have to check. But if we are on login, or if we are on some other pages, then we will check this. Okay, but now let's continue on the HTML part. So here, after the h1 tag, sorry, after the h1 tag, we have a closing div. So after this div, we will take one more div with a class name that is going to be text gray 700, text center, flex items center, align items. Okay, and now we will add a condition. So this is super important. So let me take a curly braces. User, if this is true, if we have a user, okay, so this user is coming from here. So if we have a user, if we have a logged in user, then we will have a ternary condition. So let me just have a React fragment here. Okay, and here we need a ternary. Okay, so now let's continue working. If we have a logged in user, so what we will do, so we will take a link tag and we need to route it to dashboard. So route dot dashboard. Let me close this link tag, and here we need an SVG icon of home. So for that, let's go to a website called Hero Icons. If I click here, so there are a lot of icons we can have. So this is actually made by the Tailwind CSS maker only. So I'll search for home, and if I so here is the home icon. So we need to just copy the SVG. Let's go back and I'll paste it here. Okay, let me save this. So we got the SVG of home. Now we also need the SVG of sign out, but first we will add a button. So after the link, I will have a button tag type, that is going to be button, title, that is going to be sign out. Okay, let me close this, and inside the button I'll say on click, that is going to be an arrow function, and what we are going to do is Firebase dot auth dot sign out. Okay, and we can also sign out using the keyboard. So if so on key, for that we need to write on key down, and here I'll take an arrow function which will have an event, and here I'll say if the event dot key triple equal to enter. So if the key is enter, then Firebase dot auth dot sign out. Okay, let me save this. Okay, there is some error here. Let me check what is the error. On click, that is fine. On key down, expected curly braces. This is for this one. Okay, I think we need curly braces here to add a condition. So this is it. Let me save this. Now inside the button, I need one more SVG for sign out. So let's go to hero icon, and here I'll say sign out, sign out.
or log out. Log out. Log out. Okay, here it is. This is arrow left. Okay, sign out. Login. Okay, we can use this icon. I think let's copy this. So you can use any icon of your choice, but I'm just okay. Here it is home icon. Then we have a logout icon. Let's try to sign out. Okay, if I click, okay, some issues there. So Firebase.out sign out is not a function. Sign out is not a function. Okay, so here the O should be capital. So this was a mistake. So sign out. Okay, this is fine now. Let's go back and try again. So if I click here, I think we are sign out. If I go back to login, okay, so basically we are logged out. Okay, and now we need to add one more thing. Let me log in again. So test 1, 2, 3. Now we are login. Login and logout is working fine. Okay, but now what we have to do is we need a display icon here. Okay, so for that, here what I can do is I'll take a div and I'll add some class name that is going to be flex items center cursor pointer. Let me close this div. Then I'll take a link component to equals to, and inside the curly braces I'll take backtick keys, and here I'll say slash p slash dollar and then curly braces user dot display name. Okay, let me close this link tag, and inside I'll take an image, class name rounded hyphen full, height will be 8, width will be 8, flex. Okay, and here I'll add a src that is going to be, again I need a curly braces backtick key slash images slash avatar, because we have a folder called avatar slash, then here we will have a dollar sign user hyphen user dot display name. Okay, dot jpg, and let's close this image tag. Let me save this. Why this is showing me an error? Image alt. Okay, we need an alt property also. So alt, that is going to be, sorry, this will also be dynamic. So curly braces backtick key dollar user dot display name. Okay, and here I'll add profile. Let me save this and let's go back. So here, as you can see, we are not able to see the display name as well as the icon because we have done this through a seed file. So in that seed file, we have not added a display name. So what we will do is we need to go to Firebase and we need to delete the user, and once again we need to sign up. Okay, so in that will help us to get the display name. So let's do that. So if I go to authentication, so here is the user. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the account, and here also in the Firestore database, there is a user called Kapadia Samir. Sorry, these are the photos. We need the user. So we need to delete this user, right? So what I'm going to do is delete the document. Let's delete this, and now let's log out. Let's go back to the login, and here I'll do click on sign up, and username will be Kapadia. Let's do Samir only. Samir K. Full name Samir
Kapadia. Email, that is going to be kapadia.samir1@gmail.com. Password again, test123. Let me do it again, test123. And let's hit the login button. Okay, so now we should get the image. What is the issue? Are we getting the user back? Yes. But now this UID has been changed, so that we need to replace. But why we are not able to see this? Let me check. Okay, the image name is Samir. Okay, got it, guys. So this is my mistake. So let me open the images. So inside the avatar, we have this Samir. Okay. So what I have to do is when I'm signing, so I need to use the username as Samir because that will create the exact same name. What I did is I did Samir K. Okay, that is the reason now we are not able to see the image. So let's once again delete the user. Okay, so let me go back here. Users, are we getting that user back? Okay, this is the user which we are getting back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete again inside the authentication also. I'll delete the user. So delete account. Okay, now let's try again, but this time I'll use the same name of the image. Okay, so let's click on sign up. Username is Samir Kapadia dot Samir1@gmail.com. Password is test123. Let me click on login. Now as you can see, we are getting the user icon. So if I inspect, so here as you can see, we have this Samir.jpg, which is coming from this local folder which I have already added. So inside the avatar folder, we have this Samir.js, and now you need to copy this UID. Let me copy this UID. Let's go to Firebase Firestore Database, and inside the users, what we need to do is we need to change this. Okay, we need to edit. So we need to change, we need to update. Okay, let me click here, edit, because this UID has been changed now. Here also. Okay, so this was the UID which I'm going. Okay, this is to my user, so there is no need to change the user ID. And now here also in the seed file, we need to change it. So let me just open that seed file. So seed.js. So as you can see, we have this. So control D, control D, control D. That's it, right? We don't have more than 4. So I'll just replace with the new user ID. So this is it. Now what we have to do is we have getting the icon also, but this we will fix it maybe in this lecture or maybe next lecture because it is getting too long. So now what we need is, let me close this. Now what we'll do is if the user is not logged in, so what will happen? So we need to create 2 links. One is for signing and signing the user. So let's create the link component 2, and here I'll say routes dot login. Okay, and inside I'll take a button type that is going to be button login. Okay, then we need one more link tag, sorry, link component. So link to, that is going to be routes dot sign up, and inside we will have a button type that is going to be button, and this will be sign up. Okay, let me save this. Let's go back. Let me log out. So we are having this login and sign up. Okay, if I click here, it will take me to the sign up page. If I click here, it will take me to the login page. Once you log in, then it will take you to the dashboard page. Okay, so here it is. But let me just log out. So this we need to do some styling. So let's go back to the Visual Studio Code, and here inside the button tag, I'll take a class name that is equal to BG blue medium, font that is going to be bold, text that is going to be small, rounded, text white, width that is going to be 20, and height that is going to be 8. Okay, so similarly, let's copy this, but we don't require BG blue medium for this button. So what we can do is I'll just copy paste and I'll remove this. Okay, so what we require is font bold, text small, rounded, text we need to change to text blue medium. So text blue medium. Okay, text blue medium, width is going to be 20, height is going to be 8. Let's check. So now this is looking fine. Okay, sign up, go back, log in. So this is looking much better now. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will be doing some styling for the dashboard page. But before that, I want to fix this icon spacing. So let's go to VS Code, and this is the SVG which we are using for the home icon. Okay, so this is the class CSS class. So here what I'm going to do is I'll just rename it to class name, because in React we need to use class name. And this width, which is 6, I will change it to 8. Okay, and then I'll just need a margin of right, which is going to be 6, and color I'm going to change it to text black light. Okay, let me save this, and similarly I'm just copying this CSS classes and I'm going to paste on this SVG as well. So here is the class. So let me replace this with the new one. Let me save this and let's go back to the browser, and as you can see we have the spacing as well as the icon is also looking better and bigger. So now let's work on the dashboard page, do some styling. So this is the dashboard.js page. Let me close this, and here I'm going to do some styling. So already we have a class name of grid. I'm going to add few more classes, so I'll do grid call 3. Okay, so that will have 3 columns, and then we need to have a gap of 4 between the columns. This is justify between, we need justify between mx auto and max width screen will be large. Let me save this, and if I go back to the browser, so as you can see now we have this timeline sidebar in the center of the page with the 3 columns. Okay, so if I inspect and if I click here, as you can see we have 3 columns. This is the first one, second one, and third one. So what we will do is we will merge the first and the second column, and then the third column will be the sidebar. So that we will do in the future video, but this was basic styling for this dashboard page. So this video will be very short, only a basic styling for this, and this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will work on the sidebar component. For this we need another hook. So we already have a use auth listener hook, but now we need a use user hook. As we have the auth listener hook where we will get the data of authentication, but now we need the Firestore information. We need the data from the Firestore. So now let's create the use user hook. So inside the hooks folder, I'll create a new file and name it as use-user.js and hit enter. And here I'll say RAFCE, press tab. Let's rename this, so use user. Okay, let me save this file. Let's close this auth listener hook, we don't require it. Let me close this, so we have a space now. So here I'm going to import useState, then we also need useEffect, then we need useContext. Okay, and inside the function we need useState, so u s h and press tab, and here I'll say active user, press tab, active user, and this will be an empty object. Okay, and after this I'll say const user equals to this user we are getting from the user context, so use context user context. We need to import this user context, so let's import it. So import, okay, here I think the spelling is incorrect, so it will auto import. So let's try this user context. Let me hit enter. So here as you can see we have an auto import. Let me save this. So now this is fine. Now we need the use effect, so use effect UE H and press tab. Okay, so we don't require this cleanup function, so I'll just remove this, and here I'll take an async function. So async function, and the name of the function is get user object by user ID. Okay, open and close curly braces, and inside we need a function that we can call Firebase service that gets the user data based on the user ID. Okay, so this function will help us to get the user data from that user ID. Okay, so I just wrote this comment to remember, and then here we can set the active user as a response. Okay, I'll just add a dependency here, so here I'll say user. Okay, so this is the dependency. Let me save this. Okay, the spelling is incorrect, so let me copy and paste it here. Now this is fine. This response, we need to create a constant, but before that let's uh, create this function in the service folder. We have this Firebase file. Let's open this. Let me close this, and here I'll say export async function, and what is the name of the function? We have get user object by user ID. Let me paste it here, and here we can pass the user ID. Okay, let me open this function, and here I'll take a const the result that is equal to await Firebase. Let's do one thing. This is almost identical, so let me just copy this, and here I'm going to paste it. Let me save. I think here we need a comma. No, so why this is showing me an error? Declaration of a statement expected. Export async function. Okay, now this is fine, and this is result await Firebase Firestore collection is users, where we need to pass this user ID. So where user ID equals to user ID, and then we can get the data. So now here I'll take one more const user that is equal to result result dot docs dot map. We are going to map the item. Okay, that is, let me open and close curly braces, and inside we will spread the items. So dot 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 items dot id. Okay, sorry, items dot data, and then we are going to pass one more property. So here I'll add a comma, and then we will add one more property doc id, that is going to be item dot id. Okay, we are passing one more property as doc id, and here I'll say return user. Okay, we will return this user. Let me save this. So now this function is okay. This is item and not items. So now this function is created. So let's copy this, and we need to go to use user. So this function we need to use inside this use user hook. So here I'll say import get user object by user ID from dot slash services slash Firebase. Okay, so this is equal to this. Okay, and now inside here I'll say const response. So this we need to destructure actually response. So response that is equal to await get. Now we need to copy this and I'll just paste it here. So here we are going to pass the user.id, okay, and then we are passing this response inside this set active user, and here we are going to return. So let me remove this. So here I'll return user, that is going to be active user. Okay, let's save this. Response, okay, the spelling is incorrect. Get user object obj by user id. Okay, let's remove this. This is not required. But why this is giving me an error? Get user object by user id is declared, but its value is never read. Let's save this. And inside Firebase, this is fine. Field value, okay, fine. Okay, so now this is completed. Now where are we going to use this? We are going to use this inside the sidebar. So let's go to sidebar.js, and here I'm going to say import use user from /hooks /use user. Okay, and here I'll say const user equals to use user. Okay, let me save this and let's console log the user so that we can see what are we getting inside the user. So here I'll say user. Okay, let's go to the application, click on inspect, go to console. Let me refresh the page. We need to go to sidebar. Okay, so here I'll check this warning. What is this? But first let's check the result. Okay, let me just remove this and let me refresh it again. So here we are getting the user information. Okay, we are not logged in actually. Let's try go back to login page. I think the login is okay, so we are not logged in. That's why we are not getting the user information. So let's try to log in. So now let's see the user information. Actually, we are not getting the information, so something is wrong. Okay, there is some warning, so let's fix this warning. So stroke width, this is not working, so let's try this stroke width. Save this. Then what is the other one? Stroke line join, and this one also line cap, right? So let's try this. Make it camel case. Save this, go back, let me refresh, and still we are getting the issue. Okay, let me copy it again and check is there anything remaining. Okay, still there is. We are using two SVGs, right? So obviously stroke width is also there, correct? This one. Now let's try. So this time we are not getting any warnings, but why I'm not getting the users? Why this is empty? Let me close this. Okay, so there is one mistake here. I think we need to change the name of the function. So get user by user ID. Okay, get user by user ID. Let me copy this. Let's go back to use user. I'm going to import this and I'm going to paste it here. Sorry, not here. Let me undo this. So this function we are going to use it here. Okay, and this we need to call. Okay, so when are we going to call this function? So after this we need to check if there is a user. Okay, if it is not undefined, and if the user ID is present, then we need to call this function. Okay, let me save this. So now let's go and check. let me refresh this. User ID was not found. Okay, get user by user ID. Get user by user ID. Let me copy. Get user by user ID. Okay, so I have done a lot of mistake here, so sorry for that. This should be in curly braces, and this is not ID, this is UID. Let me save this and let's go back. Let me refresh. So now as you can see, we are getting the data of the user. So this is the email ID, doc ID, which we are passing the date created following full name, user ID, username. This is how we are getting the data from the Firestore by using use user hook. I am going to keep this video this much only because now this will be too lengthy. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will modify the folder structure for our sidebar component, but before that let me destructure this user. So here I'll just add curly braces, and inside here I'll take an object, and here we need full name, then we need username, then I need user ID. Okay, let me remove this console. Let me save this, and now we will modify the folder structure. So let's create a new folder inside the components and name it as sidebar. Hit enter, and I'll just move this sidebar.js inside the sidebar folder and click move. Okay, so now this folder has moved inside. So now it is asking me update imports from sidebar, so I'll say yes. So now it will change the import link. Let me save this, and this I'll rename it to index.js. Okay, and I'll say yes again. Now okay, here also it has changed in the dashboard. Import sidebar. Okay, let me save this. So make sure that in the dashboard this import link is correct. Import sidebar from /component/sidebar. Okay, because we are using the sidebar here, and now we have changed it to index, so this is fine. Now let's go back to index, and here inside the div I'll take two components. The first one is user, which we need to create, and the second one is suggestions. Okay, and here I'll add a class name that is going to be padding 4. Now we need to create this user component, but before let's save this file. So now inside the sidebar folder I'll create a new file, and I'll name it as user.js. Hit enter, and here I'll say RAFCE, press tab. This will be capital, so user, I am a user. Okay, let me save this. Now the next component will be suggestions. So suggestions.js. Hit enter, and please wait a while, then you can type RAFCE, press tab. Okay, now we need to rename this to capital S. This is fine. Suggestions, I am suggestion. Let me save this. Let's go back to index, and here we need to import both this user and suggestion. So here I'll say import. Let's do one thing, let's try auto import. So here I'll say user, and if I click user, so it is auto imported. Same goes with the suggestion, this is auto imported. Let me save this. Now let's go back to the browser. Okay, so now as you can see we have this, I am a user, I am suggestions. So this is working fine. So I'll keep this video till this much only, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will work on the user page. We will pass username and full name in user component as a prop. So here I'll type username equals to, and here I'll pass username, and we'll also pass the full name. So full name equals to full name. Okay, let me save this, and in suggestions we will pass user ID. So I'll just say user ID equals to user ID. So we need the user ID, which will help us to check the following and the followers. Okay, so let me save this and let's go to user.js, and here we are going to start using the prop type. So let's I have not installed prop types, so first we will let's install the prop type. So here I'll just add a new, let me clear this. We'll add a new terminal, and here I'll say npm install save dev. Npm install prop type, right? One second, let me go to the website. So npm install prop types. Okay, hit enter. So this will install the prop type as dev dependency. So let it get installed, and in the meantime I'll just say import prop type from prop types, and then we also need the link component. So link from react router DOM. Then we need skeleton, so import skeleton from react loading skeleton. Okay, let's save this, and here we need the username, which we have passed it as a prop. So here we are passing this as a prop, so username and full name. So here I'll destructure it, so user name and full name. Okay, so this is installed. Let me close this, let me save this, and now here we can say user. Okay, so this is the name of the component, user dot prop types, that is equal to an object, and in here we'll say username, that is going to be prop types dot string. Okay, this should be a string, and we need to type is required. Okay, so this prop is required. Let me save this. Then again we need one more for full name. So full name prop type dot string is required. So here prop type. Okay, prop type. Let me save this, and now here let's remove the entire return, and here I'll add a condition if not username. So if we don't have username or full name, okay, not full name, so if this condition is true, then we need to show a skeleton, and we need to pass the count, which is 1, and we need the height, so that is going to be 61. Okay, let's close this, and if this is false, then we need to take a link component, and here I'll say 2 curly braces, a backtick key, and here I'll say /p/ dollar username. Okay, here I'll say class name, that is equal to grid. Okay, let's close this link, and here inside the link, okay, let's add few more classes, because as you can see here, we need to have a image here, and then we need to have a username. Okay, so let me save this first, and let's check what are we getting. Okay, so let's bring that image, but before that I'll add some CSS classes. So grid -call -4 gap of 4. Okay, we need a gap of 4, margin bottom will be 6, and items center, and inside this we will add one more div, and here also we will add some class names that are going to be flex, item center, justify between, call span, that is going to be 1. Okay, let me close this div, and here we will take an image tag, and src will be a backtick key /images /avatars. Okay, we have a folder of avatars $, and here we'll pass the username. Okay, and then we need a class name that is equal to rounded full width of 16. Okay, username, and then Here we need .jpg, correct? And this is the class name. We also need flex, and margin right will be 3. Then we need the alt tag. So alt tag, right now let's keep blank. Let's close this image tag. Let me save this. Let's go back here in the browser and let's see what are we getting. Are we getting the image? No. Avatar. Okay, this is correct. Images is correct. Username.jpg. This is jpg or png. This is jpg, right? JPEG. Then why it is not showing me the image? Let me inspect and check. The entire div we are not able to see. What is the issue? Link to this username we have passed it here. Okay guys, so this should be prop types and not prop type, and here also we need to add an s, and let's cut this out and I'll paste it outside this. So save, and let's go back and check what are we getting now. So if I refresh, okay, I'm getting some issue. This should be fine, but let me check. If I go to console, see here I'm getting an error. Failed prop type. The prop username is marked as required in user, but its value is undefined. So user value is undefined. Give me a moment. I am just pausing the video and come back. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to remove this curly braces. This we don't require. If I save this and if I go back, so as you can see we have the image of the user. Okay, and what else we need? Let's create one more div, and here I'll say class name that is going to be call span hyphen 3, and inside I'll take a p tag, class name that is going to be font bold, text sm, and let me close this p tag, and here I'll pass the username. Okay, and then I required one more p tag. Here we don't require the font bold, and this will be the full name. Okay, let me save this, and if I go back, so as you can see this is my username and this is the full name. So when I registered I kept the full name also Samir, so that's the reason it is showing Samir. Okay, so this is one thing, and here I have written is required. So what is happening is if I go to console, I am getting this problem. The prop type username is marked as required in user, but the value is undefined. So somehow I'm getting this error. If I remove this is required, and if I save this and if I refresh, then we are not getting the error message, but somehow when I put is required, so it is giving me an issue. So that I need to check why it is showing me that, because we are getting the data, we are getting this as we are getting the value of the user, but why it is showing undefined. So that I'll see, and maybe in the coming up lectures we can fix it, but as of now this user component is done, and in the next video we'll work on timeline component. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. So in this video we will work on some CSS part. So let me right click and inspect, and if I click on this arrow and if I click here on this div, so as you can see we have this 3 columns. On the first column we have I'm a timeline, the second column we have suggestion, and the third column is blank. So what I wanted to do is I want to span the first 2 column and shift the suggestion column on the third side. Okay, so the first 2 columns should span. For that we need to add some classes in timeline.js. So let's go to VS Code and let me open timeline.js. So command P, and here I'll say timeline. So we can open the file, and here inside the div I'll add couple of classes. So class name equals to, and the first one is container and the second one is call span 2. Okay, Let me save this. And now if I go back on the browser, so as you can see, these two columns are spanned, and this makes it one column, and the suggestion column goes on the right side. So here if I click, so we have added these two classes, container and call span 2. Okay, so this class will span the first two columns, so it will merge the first two columns, and the third column will shift on the right side. So this was one change which I wanted to make. And if I go to console, so as you can see, still we are getting this undefined thing because of if I go to user.js, so because of this prop type is required, we are getting the issue. So I'll just remove it. Okay, let me just save this. Okay, so now let's go back on the browser, and if I refresh, so now we won't be able to see any errors, but this is a console. Okay, I've added some console in index.js. So let me remove this. I was just checking what is the issue. Now if I refresh, then we won't see any kind of error. Okay, so as you can see, that error is gone. So make that changes and you will not see the error. So this was all about spanning the two columns and removing the is required thing. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will work on suggestions page. So let's go to VS Code and open suggestions.js, which is inside sidebar folder. So here, this is the page. I've already opened it, and here I'll import useState and useEffect. So useState, because we need this, useState and useEffect from React, and we also need prop types. So import prop types from prop types. Okay, and here I'll take a state. So const, we need the suggested profile. So here I'll take the state name as profiles and set profiles, that is equal to useState, and here initial value will be null. And we need to use the prop type. So here we need user ID. So user ID, which we will get it from index. So here it is. Okay, so this we are passing as a props. So in the suggestion.js, I need this user ID, and here, so prop types we need. So let me check. Okay, so let's go to suggestion.js, and here I'll say suggestions dot prop types, which is equal to user ID. Okay, this we are getting as a props, and this we need to have as a string. Okay, prop types, this will be capital. Okay, let me save this. So now, okay, this p should be small. Suggestions dot prop types, let me check. User dot prop type, suggestions dot prop types, user prop type dot string. Okay, fine. So this is working fine. What else we need? Now let's work on this. Okay, so let me remove this div, and we will add a condition that if there are no profiles, so if there are no profiles, okay, we will use a ternary operator. So here we need a skeleton. So skeleton, okay, this will we need to import skeleton from React loading skeleton. Skeleton and count will be 1, and height is going to be 150. Let me close the skeleton, and again we need one more condition here. So I'll say colon, and here I'll say profiles dot length, it should be more than 0. greater than 0. If this is true, then we will take a div, okay? And if this condition is false, then we'll pass null, okay? So let me save this. Okay, this is fine. Now this is formatted after saving the file. So here I'll take a class name that is going to be rounded flex and flex all, okay? Let me just save this and let's go to the browser and check. So let me refresh it. So are we getting the skeleton? Okay. So inside the div, let's complete the page. So here inside the div, I'll take one more div and here I'll say class name that is going to be text small sm flex. Then we need items, center, align items, justify between, justify hyphen between. This align items should be align items center, align items. I need to check this class because I'm not sure. I align item. No, we are not getting any suggestion for this. So items center, are we getting any suggestions? Let me check. So items center, yeah, this is fine. But align items center. Okay, let me close this div first. Okay, let me search whether we have this class or not. Align items. No, we have only align items. Is there any class as align items? Let me just cut this out and I'll paste it here. And let's check in the Tailwind doc. So line items, Tailwind. So we have item start. There is no such class as align items. I think we need to remove this class. I don't think so this class exists. So let me check in the browser, but before that let's add a p tag here. So I'll add a p tag and inside the p tag I'll say suggestions for you. Okay, let me save this. Let's go to the browser. Okay, right now it will not show the p tag, I think so, yeah, because we need to add a condition because we don't have the profiles. So first let's complete the entire thing and then we will check this class which is align items. I don't think so there is a class called align items. So let me remove this. And inside the p tag we will have class name that is going to be font bold. Then we have text gray base. Okay, so here is the class. Let me save this. And now we need to add a condition. So let's add the condition here. What are we going to do before the return? I'll just add a comment, get the suggested profiles. Okay, so how are we going to get the suggested profile? We need to use useEffect, and here I'll use async function. So async function, and the name of the function is going to be suggested profiles. Okay, and inside the function I'll say const response equals to await get suggested profiles and here we are going to pass the user ID, and then we are going to set the profiles as we are getting the response. So we are setting the profiles. Okay, so we can save this response inside the profiles state. Okay, so let me save this, and after this I just want to console log. So console.log, and here I need to console log user ID. So user ID, okay, and here we need to uh, run the function suggested profiles. Okay, and it will, and this use effect will only run when there is a change in the user ID. So I need to pass the user ID here in the array. So this is fine. Now let's go to the browser. Okay, as you can see, we don't have get suggested profile, so we will get this from the service folder. So import get suggested profile from // services / Firebase. Okay, so this we need to create it, this function we need to create. So let me just save this. But why are we not getting the skeleton? So this I need to check. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to comment this out. Okay, let me comment the use effect, and here also I just need to comment this get suggested profile, but we are not getting the skeleton. So why are we not getting the skeleton? As there are no profiles, so we should get it, right? React loading skeleton count is 1, correct? Okay, let me check this out. So let's uncomment the entire thing. Let me save this. Oh, sorry. Okay, so now we'll get this error because this function we need to create. So this I'll be creating in the next video. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will see how to get the suggested profile. But before that, I have done a spelling mistake, so we need to correct it. So inside suggestion.js, so here the spelling is incorrect of profile. So suggested profiles. Okay, so PROFILES. Okay, PROFILES. So make sure the spelling is correct. Okay, so this is one thing, and we also need to add CSS for the skeleton. So let's go to the browser, and you need to go to React loading skeleton. So here if I search for React loading skeleton, so this is the first link. Okay, this is the npm package. So if you scroll down here, one second, let me search again, React loading skeleton. Yeah, this is the one, correct? React loading skeleton. What is the issue? Packages. One second. npm.js.com package. Why this page is not loading? Okay, anyways, if you go to this page, this will you need to open this, and here is the CSS link. Okay, so let me copy this, and let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and inside the index.js, okay, which is in the root. So here you need to paste the skeleton CSS. Now the skeleton will work. Okay, so let me close this, and now we need to get the suggested profile. So for that we need to go to firebase.js. Okay, so here inside the service we have firebase.js, and we need a function for that. We need an async function. So which is kind of similar to this function. So export async function, and here we need to write the name get suggested profiles. Okay, and here we need to pass user ID, and let's copy this, which is kind of similar. Okay, so I'll just paste it here. Await Firebase Firestore collection will be user, and this we don't require. Instead of this, we need to limit the suggestions. Okay, so I need a limit of 10. Okay, we need only 10 suggested profiles. So, and then we need a get function. Let me save this. Oh, this is fine. Now what else we need? Okay, let's console log result. Let me save this, and then we need to just return the result. Okay, now let's go to the browser. Let's check in the console. Let me refresh it. So now the skeleton is working fine. So basically we are getting the result. Okay, so as you can see, the user ID is undefined, but then it shows the initially the user ID is undefined, then we can see the user ID and we are getting the result. But it should not happen. We should get the user ID. If the user ID is there, only then the result should be seen. So for that we need to add a condition. So inside suggestions.js here, so after the console, I'll say if user ID, okay, if this is true, if we are getting the user ID, then only run this function. Okay, so let me cut it out and paste it here. Let me save this. Okay, now let's go back here. Now this time we should not get undefined. So still we are getting undefined. Okay, because I am doing a console before that only. So let's console log after this. Maybe this time we can see. As you can see, we are getting the user ID and then the result. Okay. Now we need to make sure that we get the suggested profile which does not include my profile. Okay. So for that we need to go to index.js, which is inside the sidebar folder. Okay. So here, let's see if we are getting the following from the user. So here what I will do is I'll just say following, and let's console log following. Okay, let me save this. Let's check in the browser. So now as you can see, the following is empty array because I'm not following any user. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to go to Firebase. Now inside this Firebase Firestore database, uh, this is my user Samir. Okay, as you can see, I'm not following anyone. So what I have to do is just I will follow Daniel. So the user ID is 3. Okay, the user ID of Daniel is 3. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow Daniel. So here I just need to add an array which is a string, and the value should be 3. Let me add this. So now I'm following Daniel. So now if I go back and if I do a refresh, so as you can see, we are having the following as 3. It means I'm following Daniel, and here inside the Daniel, the this should be the user ID as a follower. So if I go on Daniel, so this is my user ID as a follower. Okay, so this is my user ID. So now I'm following Daniel. So
So this is perfectly correct. Now what we need to do is we need to go to again Visual Studio Code, and here I'll just pass the following. So following equals to following. Okay, let me save this. And now inside suggestion.js, here we are passing user ID as a prop. We also need following. Okay, and now we need to add a prop type. So here I'll say following, that is going to be prop type dot array. Okay, let me save this. Now let's go to firebase.js, and here let me remove a console and this return result, and here I'll pass the following. Okay, following. Let me save this. Now inside suggestions.js, here we also need to add the following. So following. Okay, let's save this. Now let's go back to firebase.js, and here I'll say return result dot docs. Now we need to map. Okay, so map user, and now we need to destructure the user. So user dot data. Okay, add a colon. Sorry, here we need to have this bracket. Okay, let me close the bracket here. Let's save this. Okay, something is not correct. So here, let's open this. Okay, this is fine now. Let me just save. Okay. Okay, still something is incorrect. User. So I've destructured the user dot data. Okay. And here that we'll see if anything is incorrect. We'll see. First we'll complete what we required. So doc ID, that is going to be user ID dot ID. I think here we need one more round bracket. So let me save this. Now this is fine. Okay. Now here I'll say dot filter profile dot user ID, that is not equal to user ID and not following dot includes profile dot user ID. Okay, let me save this. So first we are getting all the users. Okay, then make sure your profile is not shown. Okay, your profile is not shown in the suggested profile. Okay, and this line of code, okay, this line of code means that we don't want to show the profiles which we already following. Okay, so we don't want to show the profiles which we are already following. Okay, so this was the code for this, and now let's go to suggestions.js, and I just wanted to console the profile. So let's console here, console.log profile. Okay, let me save this. Now let's go to the browser. Okay, so we are getting the profile, as you can see. Now we are getting the profiles. We are getting two profiles in which we do not have the my profile as well as the Daniel profile. So what we have is Stephen and we have Carlos. Okay,
So, but we don't have my profile and we also don't have Daniel's profile, which I'm following. So this is perfectly correct. Okay. Now what we have to do is, now let's go to Firebase, and if I check the other user, Stephen, so here, as I'm not following Stephen, so we don't require this follower ID in this Stephen's profile. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this. Okay. And even in this case, Carlos, we are not following, I'm not following Carlos. So this user ID is not required in the followers. So let me remove this because this was my user ID. So now we got two profiles. Okay. Now we got two profiles, and now we need to show this profiles here. Okay, so that we will be doing in the next video. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will show the suggested profiles. So let's go to VS Code, and inside suggestions.js, after this div, I'll take one more div, and here I will add some class names. So margin top will be 4. We need a grid, and we need a gap of 5 between the grids. Okay, let me close this div, and inside here we will show the profiles. So profiles dot map, we are going to map the profile. So profile, okay, profile, and we need an arrow function. Here I'll add a component which we need to create. So suggested profile, and we need a key that is going to be profile dot doc id. Then we need user doc id, that is again going to be profile dot doc id dot doc id. Then we need username, that is going to be profile dot username. Then we need profile id, that is going to be profile dot user id. Then we need user id, that is going to be user id. Okay, let me close this component. Let me save this. Now, as we don't have this component, so we need to create it. Okay, and we need to pass this user doc id, username, profile id, and user id as a prop. So let's create that. So inside the sidebar folder, I'll create a new file, and here I'll say suggested profiles, sorry, suggested profile.js. Okay, not profiles, profile. And here I'll do RAFCE and press tab. So here we need to change this. I'll put a S as a capital, suggested profile. Let me just copy this, and I'll just replace this. Okay, and here we are going to pass user doc id. Then we need username. Then we need profile id. Then we need user id. Okay, and here I'm just going to check whether we are getting the username or not. Okay, so let me save this, and let's okay, we need to import that. So import suggested profile. So here I'll say import suggested profile from suggested profile. Okay, let me save this. Let's go to the browser. Okay, suggested profile is not defined. Okay, let me refresh. So as you can see, we are getting this suggested profile, but the username, we are not getting it. So what is the issue? Let me see. Profile dot username. Okay, NAME, spelling mistake. So here we are getting the name of the users, which we are not following. So I'm not following Stephen, I'm not following Carlos. So we are getting this. So this is perfectly correct. And now
what we have to do is, now let's go back to the suggested profile page, and we need to import prop types. So import prop types from prop type. Okay, and here I'll say suggested profile dot prop type equals to user doc id prop type dot string dot. Now this time I'll take is required and see whether we are getting any issue or not. Is required. I'm sorry, this should be small. Let me duplicate 4 times, and here I'll say username. Okay, then here I'll say profile ID, user ID. Okay, let's save this, and then we need we need to create a state. So here I'll say const followed set followed equals to useState, and initially it will be false. Okay, and let's import useState from React. So useState. Let me save this. Now, what are we going to do is, first let me check. Okay, we need to remove this consoles. There are a lot of consoles. See, there are a lot of consoles. So let me first complete the page, then we will remove the console. So here, as you can see, we have this console. So let me remove this. Okay, save this. Let's go back to suggested profile and let's complete this page. So let me remove the div, and after return, I'll say if not followed, if we don't follow any of the user, okay, then let's take a div with a class name that is going to be flex row item center. Okay, items center justify between. We close this div, open a div again with a class name that is going to be flex items center justify between. Inside I'll take an image class name that is going to be rounded full, width will be 8, flex, and margin right will be 3. Okay, then I'll take an src that is going to be backtick key slash images slash avatars slash dollar curly braces user name dot jpg. Okay, then we need an alt tag that is going to be right now empty, and let's close this image tag, and we need to close this ternary operator. So if the condition is not true, then we'll pass null. Okay, let me save this and let's see what are we getting. So we are getting both the images, but now we need to have some link, okay, to click to follow. So what I'm going to do is, here we need to take a link component. So link, and if I click here, so it will auto import link from React Outer DOM. Here I'll say 2, that is going to be backslash slash p slash dollar username. Let me close this link tag, and here inside the link tag I'll take a p tag and here I'll say username, correct? Username, and we need some class names here as well inside the p tag. So font, that is going to be bold, text, that is going to be SM. Let me save this, go back. Are we getting the username? Yes, but now we need a button, I think so. So here I'll say button, class name, that is going to be text, extra small, font, that is going to be bold. Here I'll say follow. Okay, we need few more classes. So font bold, text blue, medium, which we have created. Okay, then here I'll say type, that is going to be button. Why this is showing me red? So here I'll say on click, that is going to be an arrow function. Console, let's console.log, follow this user. Okay, let me save this. Okay, we are getting some issue. Button, what is the issue? Let me cut this out. Let's see. Okay, this is fine. So some problem with the button. So I think after link we need to take the button. Okay, let's go back. So here we are getting this username, follow. Let's inspect. Let me refresh it. I think there are a few more consoles, so I think there's one more console, so I'll remove that. And if I click on follow, so it will say follow this user, follow this user. So this is working fine. And let's check the CSS. So as you can see, we have this div. Inside we have, if there is anything related to CSS, we'll fix it. But right now, this is how it is looking. But maybe we need to see uh, what we can do to make it more to look more better. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video where we will check if I follow any user, so it should remove from the suggested block. Okay, so this is it for this video, and see you in the next. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will work on the functionality to remove the followed user. Means if I am following Stephen, so it should not show in this suggestion block. Okay, so we need to create an async function, but before that, you can see there is a lot of gap between these images and the name. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let's go to Visual Studio Code, and inside suggested profile, this link I need to cut it out and I'll paste inside the div. Okay, let me save this, go back. So now if I refresh, so now the name is on the side of image. Okay, so there is no gap in between the image and the name, and this is perfectly correct. We need to have the follow here. So this is looking much better. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create an async function. So where are we going to create? So here in suggested profile, before the return, here I'll say async function handle follow user. Okay, and here I'll say set followed true. Let me save this. Now we are going to write the steps, but before that, let me just copy this function. Where are we going to use this function? So let's copy this, and here I'll just remove the console. Here I'm going to paste it. Okay. Oh, I think this is not required. No, this is required, correct? Something is wrong here. So let me remove this. Let me remove this.
Now this is fine. Okay, so just remove the curly braces which we have added. Now let's write the steps what we are going to do next. So here I'll say update the following array of the logged in user. So in this case, it will be my profile. Okay, my profile. Okay, and the next step will be update the following array of the user who has been followed, and we need to create two functions. Okay, in Firebase file. Okay, in the service folder we have a Firebase file. In that we need to create two services, okay, which are going to be a function. So this we need to do now. So how do we update the profile? Okay, how do we update my profile? So we need to have the document ID. Okay, so let's say if I want to update my profile, let's say if I go to Firestore, so let's click on my profile. Let's say if I want to update my profile, so what I need is this document ID. Okay, so how do we get this document ID? So let's go to VS Code. So in index.js, we have this hook called use user. So here we can get the document ID. So what I'm going to do is I'll just say doc ID. Okay, and here let's console the document ID, and let's see if we are getting it or not. So let's go here. Let me right click, inspect, console. Okay, so this is a document ID which we are getting, which is exactly this one. So now as we are getting the document ID, so we can update the profile. So now let's remove the console. This was just to check. Now we are going to pass this document ID inside the suggestion component. So here I'll say logged in doc ID equals to doc ID. Okay, let me save this, and let's go to suggestions.js, and here I'll get that logged in doc ID. Okay, so this is correct. We need to add a prop type also because we are getting it as a prop. So logged in doc ID, that is going to be prop types dot string. Let me just save this. So this is also completed. Now here we need to pass, okay, from suggested profile. So we are passing the logged in doc ID. From here it will go inside the suggested profile. So now for that, here I'll say logged in doc ID equals to logged in doc ID. Okay, this is fine. But here I'm going to change this name user doc ID because it will be confusing, like user is like my profile. So instead of this, I'll say suggested profile sp doc ID. Okay, so this looks fine. Let me save this. Now inside suggested profile, wherever we have user doc ID, we need to change that to sp doc ID. So command D. Okay, in both the places we need to change this. So here I'll say sp doc ID, and let's check at the top. Okay, this is also changed. So here and in the prop type we need to change this. And what else we need? Okay, we have passed logged in doc ID, right? So here I'll say logged in doc ID. Okay, now we need this in the prop type as well. So logged in doc ID, that is going to be prop types dot string dot is required. Save this. So now we have the doc ID, so we can update the profile based on the doc ID. Okay, so here in the async function, okay, so this was the step which I have written. So here I'm going to say await update logged in user following. Okay, the people who I'm following. So here we are going to pass logged in. We need that doc ID, right? So what is the prop name? Logged in doc ID, and we also need profile ID. Okay, so this is the one, and here in the next step, what we are going to say, await update followed user followers. Okay, we need to update that as well, because in my case I was following Daniel. So my Daniel ID was 3, so it was showing in my profile. And in Daniel case, the follower was my ID. So let's go to Firestore. So I'll show you. So this is going to update in my profile whom I'm following. Like right now I'm following Daniel, so it is 3. But in Daniel, it is in the follower, it will show my ID. Okay, my doc ID. So this was sorry, it is showing my profile ID. So this was we need to do. So that is the reason we are writing this function. This was to update my profile, and this was to update the user's profile. Okay, so now here what are we going to say? So here, okay, the spelling is correct or not? Update followed user followers, and here I'm going to pass sp doc id. Okay, suggested profile doc id and user id. Let me save this. So now these two functions we need to create these functions in Firestore, sorry, Firebase file. So if I need to import, we'll create this two function in the next video, but let me just import sorry, curly braces from dot 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 slash services slash Firebase. Okay, and which are these two functions? Let me copy this, paste it here. Okay, now these two functions we need to create, that we are going to create in firebase.js. So in my next video I'll create both the functions, but let's keep this video till this much only, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will create these two functions. Okay, so let me just copy this, and let's go inside firebase.js, and let me just comment it out. I just wanted the name of the function, so let's write export async function, and the first function is update logged in user following. Okay, and inside I'll pass the parameter which are going to be logged in doc id, sorry, logged in user doc id, correct, logged in user, logged in doc id, and the second is profile id, and the third parameter will be is following. Okay, this will be true or false. Logged in doc id, I think this name should be logged in user doc id, correct? Because logged in doc id, I think this is a user doc id, correct? Okay, let me see what we can do. So right now let's keep it as it is, and now what are we going to do is here I'll say return firebase dot firestore dot collection, and we need the collections from users dot doc, and here I'll say logged in doc id dot update I think this should be logged in user doc ID. Let's finish this, then we will see what we can do. So here I'll take an object which is having a property as following. Okay, so this property name is exactly the same as in the Firestore database. So here I'll say is following. If this is sorry, is following profile. So is following profile. Let me just copy this, is following profile. Okay, this is a profile ID. Okay, is following profile. If this condition is true, then I'll say field value dot array remove. And what are we going to remove? We are going to remove the profile ID. Okay, and if this condition is not true, then we'll say field value dot array union profile ID. Okay, let me just save this. Okay, this looks fine. Here, let me just add a comment. Currently logged in user document ID. Okay, this is currently logged in user document ID. So that's why I wanted to change the name. 1 second, I'll change it. So in this case, I am the logged in user. So Samir. Okay, this is Samir's profile. And now here, let me add a comment. The user that Samir request to follow. Okay, because now I am requesting the other user that I want to follow you. So this is the profile ID for that. And this is for true and false. So true, false. Am I currently, sorry, am I currently following this person? Okay. So this is the property for true or false. Let me just save this. So this was the function for updating the document ID, sorry, my profile uh, to follow or not to follow. Okay, it means like we can toggle whom we want to follow and whom we don't want to follow. Okay, so this was for that. Okay, so let me just change the name. Okay, so suggestion logged in user doc ID. Okay, so here I'll say user doc ID. Let me just copy this, paste it here. Logged in user doc ID. Okay, suggestions. And here also I'll say logged in user doc ID. Let me save this. And let's go here. Logged in user doc ID. Save this. Logged in user doc ID. And where are we going to use this? Logged in user doc ID. Let me save this. Now this is fine. And inside the Firebase, we need to change this. Logged in user doc ID. Logged in user doc ID. Let me save this. So now this is looking much better because this is the document ID for the user who has logged in. Okay, so logged in user doc ID. So this is looking better now. Let me check. Is there anything missing here? So logged in. Okay, so in use user, are we? Sorry, in index. Let's go in index. Logged in user doc ID. Okay, so here I need to change the name. Logged in user doc ID. Because from here we are passing inside the suggestion, and from suggestion we are passing it to suggested profile. So this is now correct. Now let's go to Firebase and create the second condition, which is update followed user follower. So let me just copy this and I'll paste it here. And let me just copy this name of the function, paste it here. Let's remove this commented code. Now, okay, now, what are we going to do? Logged in user doc ID, profile ID is calling. What are we going to change is this should be I think we need to change the name. Okay, so let me save this. So here, one thing we need to do for in the suggested profile is we need to pass the third parameter, which is going to be false. Okay, by default it will be false. Okay, and similarly for this also false. And let's go back to firebase.js. This should be profile doc ID instead of logged in user. Okay, I think this name should change for this one, and this should be logged in user doc ID. So let me just copy this here and I'll just paste it here. Also I'll change this here, also I'll change this, and this should be profile doc ID, correct? So let me just change the name to profile doc ID, copy this, paste it here, and save this. Earlier it was okay. This is looking perfect. And let's go back to suggested profile. Here I want to make some changes for SP doc ID. So what is SP doc ID? Update follower SP doc ID. Oh, this should be false. Okay. I think we need to change the name of SP doc ID to profile doc ID, which we have already changed, correct? Profile doc ID. So here I've already changed profile doc ID, right? Because here we need that SP doc ID. So instead we will keep it as profile doc ID. Profile doc ID. Let's go back. Profile doc ID. Okay. Profile doc ID. We just copy this. Profile ID. Okay. Profile doc ID. This is correct. Profile doc ID. Okay. This is correct. Now inside suggestions, have we used SP doc ID? Yeah, this is the one. Profile doc ID. Let's save this. Okay. From suggestions, we are passing it, correct? File doc ID. Correct. So now let's try this in the browser. Okay, what is this? Finally tested. Okay, let me just remove this. Why it is showing here? Okay, now everything is perfect. Let me remove this code. Sorry, commented code. So comments. Let me remove the comments and let's go back to the browser and let me just refresh it. Then we will see what is the one second. Let me just go back in the Firebase. Here we need to change from following to followers, okay, because we are going to update the followers. So followers, correct? Because if I go to Firestore, the property is followers, okay, and this is the following. So that is what we have kept. Here we are updating the following and here we are updating the follower. So now let's check it in the browser. So let's say I'm following Daniel, but now I want to follow Stephen, okay? So whose ID is 4. So if I click on Stephen, what will happen? Let's go back. Let's go to Samir. Nothing happened. Let me click again. It should remove from the suggested block, but this is not happening. Something is wrong. Okay, nothing is happening. Not even the Carlos. Okay, let me check the code. Maybe this is having some problem. Okay, followers. FA followers. Let me check the spelling because I am not good in spelling. So Followers. Followers. Okay, following. Follow. Okay, followings, or it should be following. Following. Okay, let me just save again. Go back and let's try it again. Click. Nothing happened. Click. Nothing happened. Okay. Okay, let me pause the video and I'll come back. Okay, guys, there was one mistake. So in suggested profile.js, this should not be an arrow function. We need to pass directly here. Okay, let me just save this and let's now check it in the browser. So here, if I refresh, so we can see there are two suggestions to follow. So I'll just click on Stephen. So now the Stephen profile has gone away. And if I check on the Firestore database, and if I look in my profile, so now I'm following the ID 4, which is going to be Stephen's ID. So Stephen's user ID is 4. And now inside the followers of Stephen, we are seeing my user ID, okay, my profile ID. Similarly, if Carlos, you can see Carlos followers don't have any ID, and what is Carlos user ID? It's 2. So if I click on follow and if I go back and just refresh it, I just want to refresh. Sorry, if I go to my profile, so now as you can see, I'm following Carlos, and in Carlos, you can see my profile ID is the follower. So we have successfully completed the suggestions. Okay, so if I refresh, now there is nothing for suggestions. But if I remove this, let's say in Carlos, if I remove the followers, okay, and if Carlos was 2, okay, the ID was 2. So if I remove this and if I go back, refresh, so now you will see Carlos, okay, and similarly with Stephen. So if I remove this user ID, sorry, profile ID, and in my it was 4, right? Stephen's user ID is 4. If I remove this, go back, so it will show me Stephen and Carlos. So this is working perfectly fine, and this is it for suggestions block. And I'll see in the next video where we'll start working on the timeline. So till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will be working on timeline. So first of all, let me create a folder with the name of post inside components folder. So inside the components folder, I'll right click and I'll create a folder with the name post. Okay. Now let's go to timeline.js, and here I'll write the steps which we need to do in timeline.js. First, let me close all the files which are not required. Okay, so to avoid the confusion. And now let me write the steps. So we need to get the photos of logged in users, okay, with the help of hook. So we'll create a custom hook. Now the next step will be on loading the photos. We need to use React skeleton, and if we have photos, render them, okay, and create a post component. And if the user has no photos, then tell them to create some photos. Okay, so these are the steps which we need to do in timeline.js. So now let me just import skeleton. Okay, import skeleton from React loading skeleton. Okay, now let's create a custom hook. So let me just save this file. So inside the hooks folder, okay, so where is the hooks folder? Here it is. So inside the hooks folder, I'll create a new file and name it as usephotos.js. And here I'll do RAFCE, press tab, and let me change the name as use photos. Copy this. I'll just replace this. Okay. Now, what are we going to do? We are going to create a state. Sorry. So first, let me just import useState, useEffect, and we also need useContext. Okay. And let me create a state. So the shortcut is USH, press tab, and the name of the variable will be photos. Here the P should be capital, right? Okay, photos, set photos, and initially it will be null. And what are we going to return? Let me just remove the div, and we are going to return an object with photos. Okay, so let me save this. Now, what is the next step? We also need to import user context from context slash user. Okay, we also need user context, and here I'm going to create a const, and this object will have user, which is having a property. So we are going to put an alias UID for user ID, that is going to be empty. Okay, and this is going to be use context. Okay, user context. Okay, so U should be capital. So let me remove this. Okay, where are we doing a mistake? Const, this is an object, this is going to be, okay, so we don't require this equal to. Let me save this. Now this is correct. Now, what are we going to do is we need to create an async function. So for that we need to use useEffect. So here I'm going to use useEffect. So the shortcut is UEH and press tab. Okay, so we don't require this cleanup function. Let me remove that, and here I'll say async function get timeline photos. Okay, sorry, your timeline photos. Okay, this is the name of the function, get timeline function, and here I'll say const, and I'll destructure following from await get user by user ID, and here I'm going to pass the user ID. Okay, so get user by user ID. Where is this coming from? This is coming from services Firebase. Okay, so services Firebase get user by user ID. We need to import that. So get suggested profile, get user by user ID. Okay, so just let me copy this. Get user by user ID. Okay, so this is correct. Get user by user ID, and we are going to pass the user. And here we need to import that. So import get user by user ID from // services / Firebase. Okay, let me save this. And here let me just console log user ID. Okay, and now what are we going to create is a let variable with the name as followed user photos, that is going to be an empty array. And here I'll say write a condition if following dot length is greater than 0, If this is true, then this followed user photos will be equal to await get photos. Okay, this we need to create, and here we need to get photos, and here we need to pass user ID and following. Okay, let me just save this. Followed user photos. Okay, this is correct. Assigned a value but never used. Okay, no problem. Await get photos. This we need to create. Cannot find a name get photos. Redeem set photos. No, we need to create this function, so that we will be creating in the next video. Okay, so this we will create in the Firebase file here. Okay, where we have all the functions. So I want to keep it short, so that is why we are stopping this video till here only. In the next video we will complete this use photos custom hook, and even we will create this get photo function in the firebase.js file. So right now you can see it will give me an error. So if I refresh, okay, it is not giving an error. Let me save, control and backtick key. Okay, it is giving me a warning but not a error, so it's okay, fine. Okay, so we will keep it this much only, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will work on rendering the photos. So inside firebase.js, we need to create a function which is going to be get photos. So let's go to Firebase, and here I'll say export async function get photos, and here we need to pass user ID and following. Okay, and inside the function, I'll take a const result that is equal to await firebase dot firestore dot collection of, this time it's going to be photos, collection of photos, where, okay, where user ID in, okay, following. So we need to look for the user ID which I'm following. Okay, so and then we'll get the results. So here we need to pass the get function. Okay, and here I'll take a const with the variable called user followed photos equals to result dot docs dot map. We are going to map the photo. So here we need to use a spread operator dot photo dot data, and then we need a doc ID that is going to be photo dot ID. Okay, let's save this, and here I'll take one more const with the name photos with user details. So photos with user details equals to await promise dot all. Here we need to say user followed photos. Okay, so here we need to take this variable. So user followed photos dot map. We are going to map async photo, and let's take a variable let user liked photo equals to false, and here we need to take a condition if photo dot likes dot include user ID. If it includes user ID, then user like photo, which will be true. Okay, and here I'll take a const user equals to await get user by user ID and here I'm going to pass the photo dot user ID. Okay, and let's say const where I'll say username that is equal to the first user. Okay, so here I'll take an array which is going to be the first user. Then let's return username and spread operator photos. Then we need user liked photo. And lastly, we need to return photo with user details. Okay, let me save this. So this is the function which we need to create. And let's go to timeline.js and we need to use that function here. So I'll say import use photo from hooks use photos. Okay, and here we need, okay, so here I have already added a comment. So here I'll say const photo equals to use photo. Okay, let me save this. And now inside use photos, first let's see, are we getting the photos or not? Get photos is not defined. Let me refresh. Let's go back. I think here we need to import the get photos, right? So let me import get photos from services Firebase. Let me save this. Let's go back and let me inspect. Are we getting the photos or not? Sorry, we are getting the user ID, correct? Because we have console the user ID. Now we need to run this function which is called get timeline photos. So here let me copy. Let's remove this, paste it here, save this. Okay, cannot read property and define length. Let's go back. I think this should be an array because we are getting following as an inside an array. So let me save this, go back. Okay, now the error has gone. Let me refresh it again. So we are not getting any error, but let me just console the photos. So here we can just console log photos. Let's save this, go back, inspect. No, I think this is not the right place to console. Let me just save this. Okay, so we don't have to console here. Let me just remove this, save this, and let's go to use photos.js and where we need to console. So basically in the Firebase.js, here we need this. So I'll just console. We need to log this. So console log use followed photos, and let me just save this and let's go back in the browser. Let's inspect, and now let's see if we are getting the photos or not. So array 0, okay, no problem. Let me just refresh it again. So it is empty. Let's go back to Firestore. So now the user which I'm following is I think Daniel. So Daniel user ID is 3, but in photos the user ID is 2. Okay, so the user ID is 2 for all the photos. We have user ID as 2, so we need to follow. So whose user ID is 2? Let's see that. So Carlos user ID is 2, so we need to follow Carlos so we can get the photos because only Carlos is having the photos. So here as you can see I'm following 3, but I need to follow 2. So let's go back and let me just follow Carlos. And now if I go here, now I'm following Carlos and all the user ID are of Carlos. So now if I refresh this, so I'll definitely get the photos. As you can see, we have the 5 photos. Okay, so this all the photos belongs to Carlos, but I was following Daniel, which was not having any photos. So we are getting all the photos here. So let's keep this video till this much only, because now it is getting more lengthy. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we are going to show the photos. So if you open the console and if you check, here we are getting date created, so which is in some unique format. So if I copy this, so this format is also known as unique epoch. So unique epoch, if I unique timestamp converter. So if I paste this code which I have copied, the number which I have copied, and if I click, so here the time is 2nd December, Saturday, 2nd December 2023. So now we need to convert this unique number into a formatted date. But before that, okay, let me just close this. Before that, what we are going to do is we are going to show the photos here, but we are not going to show it in a random way. We are going to show the photos whichever is the newest one. Means that whatever the date, uh, whatever the latest date we will upload the photo, it should come at the top. Okay, so for that, let's go to VS Code, and inside use photos, use -photos.js. Here what I'm going to do is I need this followed user photos dot sort. Okay, we are going to sort this, and we are going to take two parameters, a and b, and here we are going to say b dot date created minus a dot date created. Okay, as this is a let, so we can use this. And now we need to set the photos. So set photos, and here we are going to parse this followed user photos. So let me just paste it here. Let me save this. Okay, it is giving some error. Followed photos dot sort. Okay, so here I have missed one thing. So it should be like this. And here we need to close this. Okay, let me save this. Now this is fine. Now if I go to timeline.js, and here if I just console log photos, as we are setting the photos, so we can have this photos here. So let me save this. Let's go back here, and I have consoled, right, the photos. So let me remove that console logs. So where is my console log for the photos? Here it is, right? So let me just remove it. Save this. Now inside timeline, inside the timeline.js, we have controlled the photos. So if I go back on the browser, inspect console, as you can see, we have this photos. Okay, we have this array of 5 photos. So this is successful. Now what we have to do is, let me just remove the console log because this is working fine. Now let's go back to use photos, and here I need to have a dependency. So let's copy this. Otherwise, it will give a warning message of missing dependency array. So we need to just pass this user ID here inside the array. So now as we have the photos here, we can start rendering the photos. So on loading the photos, we need to use React skeleton. So here, what I'm going to do is, okay, so correct. We need to use this div. So let me just remove the text here, and inside the div I'll take curly braces, and I'll say that if not photos. So if we don't have the photos, then we can use a ternary operator, and here we can use the skeleton. So skeleton, okay,
and count will be 4, width will be 640, and height we can take as 500. Okay, we can also use a class name that is going to be margin bottom 5, and let's close the skeleton. Okay, and then if we have the photos, okay, if we have the photos, then what we can do is, okay, if we have the photos and if the length is, let's say if we have the photos and the length is greater than 0, so we can use this optional chain. So if the length is greater than 0, then we can just map the photos. So photos dot map content, and here I'll say I'll take a p tag, and here we can say content dot, right now we can take image source. Okay, so image src, because here if I go on Firebase, so inside the photos we have image src. Okay, so this URL we can take. So let's go back here. Right now we will show just the URL, then we will show the photos. So let's complete this, and here key will be the doc id. So content dot doc id. Okay, and now here I'll take one more. So if nothing, if this is also not true, this is also not true, then finally we will show a p tag with the class name that is going to be text center text to excel, and here we can say follow people to see the photos. Okay, we need to follow the people to see the photos. Let me save this. Okay, something is incorrect here. So here is the opening tag, closing one. This is for, here's the question mark. So something is missing. Let me just, okay, the first question mark, and then we have this, then the second one, second question mark, and this one, then we have the third one. But here we are not adding a question mark because we don't require the question mark here. So this is a ternary operator with 3 conditions. So this is the first condition, this is the second one, and this is the third one. So some syntax is going on the wrong way. So need to check. I think this one is extra. No, not this one. No, not this one. Let me just, why this is giving me an error? Expected. I think something is wrong here. Yeah. I think this should work fine. Now what is the issue? This one is extra. Yeah. So some syntax error, but now it is fine. So as you can see, if we don't have the photos, there will be a skeleton. But if we have the photos, we can map the content. And if both the condition are not true, then this one, it will say follow the people to see the photos. But right now, as you can see, we have the photos. Okay, so if I refresh this, so it will give me the URLs. Okay, 5 URLs, and if I refresh, so first it will give me a skeleton. As you can see, we are having the skeleton, then we can see the image URL. So this is working fine. So we have completed this. Let's remove the steps because these are only to remember what steps we need to follow. Now this is fine. If I refresh, this is working fine. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Then take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will start working on post component.
So inside post folder, I'll create a new file and name it as index.js and hit enter. And here I'll not do RAFC. Instead, I'll just say export default function post. Okay, this is a post component. So here I'll just say return, and inside the p tag I'll say post component. Okay, and here we need to pass content as a prop. Okay, and we also require to import few things from React. So import useRef from React. Okay, we need useRef, and we will also be using prop types. So prop types from prop type, and let me just save this. Let's go back to timeline.js, and here I'm going to import the post component. So import post from dot slash post. Okay, and instead of this p tag, here I'll be using the post component. So let me just remove this, and this will be a self-closing tag. Okay, and this content, I'll just remove this content image source. Instead, we need to pass content from here. So content, okay, we are just passing the content as a prop inside the index.js. Let me just save. Why it is showing red? Content equals to content. Okay. Okay, post already included file. Import post from dot slash post. Right? Let me just save. Okay, this is fine. Correct, because the folder name is post, p is small. So we need to keep the p as a small. So p should be small. Okay, so this is it. Now what we need to do is we need to go to index.js, and here we need to define the prop types. So let's do it here only. So here I'll say post dot prop type, sorry, prop types. P should be small, guys. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Equals to, I'll take an object, and this is something different. So I'll here we are getting the content as an object. So I'll say content, and that is going to be prop types dot shape. Okay, and let's do an object. Let me just save and let me just check it whether we are okay. We are getting this post component here, so this is working fine. And now let's define all the prop types. So what I'm going to do is let's just console log content and see what are we getting inside the content. Okay, so here I'll just say inspect console. This is an object, and here as you can see we are getting this username, we are getting likes, we are getting image source, date created. Okay, we are getting comments as an array. So all this we need to define here inside the shape. So first one is username, and here I'll say prop type dot string dot is required. Okay, and let me just duplicate. So option and down arrow key, I'll do how many I need. I need around 7 more. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Now username. I need image source. So image src. Okay. Then we need caption. Then I need doc ID. This will be a string. Then we need user liked photo. Okay, this will be a boolean, so BOOL. Then we need likes, so this will be array. Then we need comments, again this will be an array. Then we need date created, so date created, this will be number. Okay, let me just save. So as I've shown you, comment is an array. Okay, so that's why we took this as an array. Like is also an array, so we just define this as an array. Then user like is a boolean, so user like photo is a true false. Okay, so that is the reason we have defined all this thing. So now our post component is ready, and in the next video what are we going to do is we are going to create few more files like header. We also need images. Okay, we need some action for like and comment, and we also need what we need actions. Okay, we need some actions for like and comments, so that's what we required, so that we will start building from the next video. We also need the footer, correct? So we will keep this video short, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will be creating header component. So inside the post folder I'll be creating a new file and name it as header.js, and here I'll be doing RAFCE and press tab. So let me do it again, RAFCE, press tab. Okay, so this is the header component which I need to create for the post, and here we need the prop which is called username. Okay, and now let me save this, and inside this div I'll take a class name that is going to be flex border bottom border -b border gray primary. Okay, then height will be 4, padding will be 4, padding from left and right will be 8. And now inside the div I'll take one more div, and here I'll add some more class names. So flex items center. Okay, and inside the div I'll take a link tag, and if I click here, so it will auto import the link from React.dom, and here I'll say 2 curly braces backtick keys /p/$ username. Okay, and I need a class name that is going to be flex items center. Okay, and let me just close the link tag, and inside the link tag I'll be taking an image tag. So image source, first let's add the class name, then I'll take the source. So class name that is going to be rounded full, height will be 8, width will be 8, flex margin right that is going to be 3, and then I'll take an src that is going to be curly braces backtick key /images /avatars $, username .jpg, alt tag that is going to be, again I'll take curly braces backtick key $username profile picture. Okay, and let me close this image tag. Let me just save this. Alt attribute already announced image tag as an image. Image photo picture, you don't need to use the word image, photo or picture. Images, jpg, alt tag. I don't know why this is giving me an warning, but let me just save this and we'll see if there is an issue. Okay, then inside the link tag I'll be taking a p tag, and p tag will be the username. Okay, inside the p tag I'll be taking the username, and here I'll be adding the class name that is going to be font bold. Okay, let me just save this, and now let's import two more things which are one more thing which is prop type. So import prop type from prop types. Okay, let me just save this, and here let's add the prop type. So header dot prop types equals to, this is an object, so I'll take an username that is going to be prop types dot string dot is required. Okay, let me just save this. Header is not defined. Why? Okay. So here this should be capital. So I'll just do Command D, and here I'll say H. Okay, so header. This is fine. I'm just worried about uh, reductant alt attribute. Screen reader already announced image tag as an image. You don't need to use the word image, photo, or picture. Okay, I think because of this, it is okay. Maybe I'll say profile pic. Okay, so this is fine now. Now let's go to index, and now what are we going to do? We are going to import the header component. So here, let me just remove the console log. We don't require this. Inside the return, I'll be using the header component. So header, sorry, not headers, it is header. Okay, if I hit on it, so it is auto imported from the header, and here I'll be passing username. So username that is equal to username. Okay, content dot username, not username, sorry, content dot username. Now let's go on the browser, and let me just refresh it. So are we getting the, yeah, we are getting the header component which says Carlos 5 times, and we need to do some styling for the header component. So okay, let's go inside the index, and here I'll be taking a div with the class name that is going to be rounded call hyphen span hyphen 4 border bg white border gray primary margin 16. Okay, let's close this. Let me just close the cut the div tag. Okay, and let me save this, and let's go back here and let's check. So yeah, it is now, it is giving me a boxy thing. Okay, so I think this styling looks good. So this is it for this video, and in the next video we will be working on the image component. So I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we are going to create image component. So inside the post folder, I'll create a new file and name it as image.js. Hit enter, and here I'll type RAFCE, press tab, and I should be capital. So I'll change the small I to a capital I. Okay, let me just save this file, and let's go to index.js, and here I'm going to import the image component. So import image from /image. Okay, and here I'm going to say image, and we need to pass the props. So the first one is src, that is going to be content dot image source. Okay, and the next prop that is going to be caption. This is content dot caption. Okay, let me close the component. Let's save this file, and now let's go back to image.js, and here we need the props, which are, the first one is, sorry, src. Okay, so let's go to image.js, JS src, and the second one is, okay, this we are destructuring the props which we are getting from the index.js. So the second one is caption. Okay, and now let's uh, import prop types. So import prop types from prop type. Okay, and here I'm going to say image dot prop, sorry, prop prop type, that is equal to, let's take an object, and here I'll say src and prop type dot string dot is required. Okay, and second one is caption. So caption prop type dot string dot is required. Okay, let me just save this file, and here inside the return I'll take an image tag, and let's do src, that is going to be src, and caption, sorry, alt tag, that is going to be caption. Let me just close this image tag. Let's save this file, and now we should see the image. So as you can see, we are getting all the images, but here the styling is not correct, it seems. So let's go back to index.js, and here, okay, this should be margin bottom, and I think this should be 12. Okay, let me save this file. Let's go back. So now the images are looking much better, and the margin bottom is also looking fine. So we have successfully created the image component, and in the next video we will work on the actions. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will create actions. So inside post folder, I'll create a new file and name it as actions.js. Hit enter, and here I'll do RAFCE and press tab. Okay, so A should be capital, so I'll do that. Okay, and here we need useState, we need useContext from React. Okay, then what else we need? We need prop types, so import prop types from prop types. Okay, then we need Firebase context, so Firebase from dot slash context slash Firebase. Okay, then we also need to import user context, so user context, sorry, U should be capital, so user context from dot slash context slash user. Okay, and here we are going to destructure the props which we'll get from the index. So this is doc id. Okay, so here it is, doc id. So this we need, and then we also need total likes. So we need total likes, which we don't have, but we can build that just by getting the likes dot length. Okay, then we need likes, liked photo. Okay, so liked photo. So liked photo, we need to show the heart. When click, it will turn red, which indicates the user liked the photo. Okay, then we need a function called handle focus. So handle focus will be used to click on the comment SVG that will take you to the input field. Okay, so these are the props which we required. Then we need the user. So I'll say const. This we already did. Okay, so const user, that is going to be user uid equals to empty string equals to useContext user context. Okay, let me save this. Now we required a use state, so I'll say ush press tab. So this we are going to use for toggling the like button. So I'll say toggle liked. Okay, and initially I'll take from the props, which is to liked photo. Okay, so from here we can get it. So initially, whatever the state, it will be like true. If it is true, so it will be in red. If it is false, so it will be a white heart. Okay, so this is for toggling the like a heart. Okay, so this one we have completed. Then we also need for likes. Okay, so ush, and this will be likes, not total likes, likes. Okay, and initially it will be total likes. Okay, this will indicate how many people, how many users have liked the photo. Let me save this. Then we need Firebase and Firestore. So Firebase and field value. Okay, so field value equals to use context Firebase context. Okay, let's save this. Now here before the return, I'll create a function. So const handle toggle light, that is equal to async. Okay, this will be an async function. So here I'll say set toggle light. Okay, and here we can take toggle light, and this will here we can just say not toggle light. Okay, so this is toggle light. Okay, we have already created this state. So what will happen is if initially if it is true, then if clicked on the heart, it will become false. Okay, so basically this will toggle the heart. This will toggle the heart SVG with red and white color. Okay, so let me save this, and then we could create a function like a service to call the Firebase. So let's do that. So here I'll say await Firebase dot Firestore dot collection of photo dot doc, and here we are going to pass the doc ID dot update likes, and this will be like if toggle, this is the variable toggle liked. If this is true, then what we are going to show is field value dot array remove, and we are going to pass the user ID. Okay, and if this is not true, if the condition is not true, then what are we going to say is field value dot array union user ID. Okay, so user ID. Okay, let's save this. So basically, okay, the F should be small. Okay, Firebase. So basically, if the toggle light is true, then we are going to use the field value dot array remove, and we are going to pass the user ID. And if it is false, then we are going to use field value dot array union user ID. Okay. So basically, we are going to remove the likes and we are going to add the likes. So here I'm going to say set likes, and here we need to pass the likes. and I'll take an arrow function, and here we could say toggle like, and if this is true, then we can set likes -1, and if the condition is false, then likes +1. Okay, let me just save this. So this is done. Now we can just add the prop types. So here I'll say actions dot prop types equals to, we have doc id as a prop, okay, which is going to be which is going to be a string. So prop types dot string dot is required. Okay, then we have total likes, that is going to be prop type dot number dot is required. Then we have liked photo, that is going to be prop types dot boolean, so bool dot is required. Then we have a function called handle focus, that is going to be prop types dot func dot is required. Let me just save this. So we have completed this much, and we will continue working on the action.js file in the next video. So basically in the next video, we will create the UI, which will show the heart and the comment icons. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will start working on the UI to show the heart and comment icon. So here, instead of this div, I'll be using React fragment. So I'll just remove this div. Okay, so now we are using React fragment, and here I'll be taking a div, and here we need to add some class names. So class name, that is equal to flex flex justify between, and padding will be 4. Let me close this div, and inside we will take one more div, and here I'll add some class name, that is going to be flex. Okay, let's close this, and we need the SVG for the heart icon. So let's go to the browser, and here we will go on a site called Hero Icons, and here I'll search for heart. Okay, so this is the first one. I'll just copy the SVG, and let's go back here, and I'll paste it. Okay, let me just save. So now it is formatted, and now let's import this action.js inside the index.js file. So here I'm going to import actions from actions. Okay, and after the image, here I'll say actions, and now we need to pass the props. So the first one is doc id, that is going to be content dot doc id. Okay, and the second one is total like, that is going to be content dot likes dot length. Okay, third one is liked photo, that is equal to content dot user like photo, and this user like photo, which we are getting from the service file. So I'll just go to services, so here as you can see, we have manipulated this. So user like photo, so this is coming from Firebase service file. Okay, so content dot user like photo. Then there is one more prop called handle focus, and here we are going to pass the function called handle focus. Okay, let me just close this, save this. Okay, so these are the 4 props which we are getting inside here. So as you can see at the top, doc ID, total likes, like photo, and handle focus. Okay. So now we are going to use the useRef. Okay. So here I'm going to say const comment input equals to useRef initially it will be null. Okay. And here I'll create a function called handle focus that is equal to an arrow function. Here I'm going to say comment input dot current dot focus. Okay, let's save this file. And now inside the action.js file, let me close this Firebase file. Now inside the action.js file, I'll add some CSS classes inside the SVG. So here I'll say class name that is going to be width 8, margin right 4, select none, cursor pointer, and here I'll take a $sign, curly braces, and okay, so here we need a backtick key instead of double quotes. So let me just change this to a backtick key. So then we can use this variable. So toggle light. If this condition is true, if it is true, then I'll add a class called fill red and text red primary. Okay, and if it is not true, then we will add a class called text black hyphen light. Okay, so let's close this. Let me just save this. Okay, class name here. We are going to save this file. I think here we need the curly braces, and after the backtick key we need the curly braces. Okay, so now this is fine, and we need the on click function. So on click equals to handle toggle like. Okay, let me just save this file, and now let's check in the browser is it working or not. So I'll just go to the application. So here as you can see we have the heart icon. If I click on it, okay, it is changing to red but giving some issues. No document to update. Let me just check in the Firebase. Photos. So here we are not getting the like. So what is the issue? No document to update. Project Instagram, database, default document, photo. Firebase error, no document to update. Let me just refresh the file again. So once I click on this like icon, so we are getting this error. So let's fix this. So here what it says is no document to update. So here the name of the collection is incorrect. It should be photos. Okay, let me just save this file. And one more thing we need to do for the icons. Here already we have a class name. So here we need to remove the class. Okay, let me save this file, and now let's check it in the browser. Let me just refresh it. So now if I click on it, so now the heart icon is red. If I refresh, so it will stay there. So the red icon is still exist. Okay, so let me just go to the Instagram Firebase database. Okay, and here as you can see this is the collection npg. So here as you can see we have this like. Okay, and if I click it again, so now that is gone, and here you won't see the like. Okay, and once I click it again, so the like will come again. So let's keep as it is. Okay, and let's move on to the comment icon. Okay, one more thing we need to do is on key down also we need the function to run. Okay, so what we have to do is here I'll say on key down we need to take an arrow function, and here I'll pass the event, and here I'll add a condition that if event dot key is equal to enter, okay, then let's run the function which is handle toggle light. Okay, so this is it. Okay, so this we wanted, and now let's take one more icon for the comment. So let's go back on hero icon, and here I'll say comment. So which icon, comment or message, you can type it. I was just looking which one we need. So let's take anything. Let's take this copy of SVG, and here I'll paste it after this SVG. Okay, and I'll just remove the class, and I'll add the class name. So here I'll say class name that is equal to width, that is going to be 8, text black, light, select none, cursor pointer. Okay, let me just save this file. And what else we need? Let's go and check. So here is the icon. Okay, yeah, it's looking good. Then what else we need? These are the two SVGs. Then here after this div, we will take one more div, and here I'll say class name that is equal to padding 4, padding from left and right 0. Then we'll take a p tag, and here I'll say class name that is going to be font bold, and here I'll say likes. Okay, we need to show the likes. So likes if equals to 1, okay, then if this condition is true, then we need dollar likes. Okay, we need to show how many likes are there. So like, and if this condition is not true, okay, I think we need a backtick key here. So let's add a backtick key. Okay, and here also we need a backtick key. So if this condition is not true, then we can show dollar likes, sorry, likes. Okay, if it is single, if it is 1, then it will show 1 like. Okay, and if it is one more than 1, so it will show 2 likes. Okay, so let me just save this file, and let's check it in the browser. So here as you can see we have 1 like. Okay, if more than 1 user liked it, so it will show 2 likes. So this is how it is. And now we will show the comment. So for that we will create one more file as a folder, sorry, footer.js. So inside the post I'll create one more file, footer.js, hit enter, and here I'm going to say RAFCE rest tab. Okay, and let's make the F capital. So now inside the footer, here let's first import the prop type. So prop types from prop type. Okay, and we need to destructure caption. Okay, and we need the username, and let's work on the prop types first. So let's do a footer dot prop type equals to an object, and we need caption that is going to be prop types dot string dot is required. Okay, and the second one is username, that is again prop types dot string
dot is required. Okay, let me just save this. Okay, and let's continue working on the HTML. So here inside the div, I'll take a last name that is going to be padding 4, padding top 2, padding bottom 0, and here let me remove this text, and here I'll take a span tag, and inside the span tag we need a class name that is going to be margin right 1. So margin right 1, font that is going to be bold. Okay, and inside the span we will take the username, so curly braces username, and after this span I'll take one more span, and here I'll say caption. Okay, let me just save this file, and we need to import this inside the index. So here I'm going to say import footer from /footer. Okay, and after the actions I'll take this footer component, and here I'll say caption that is going to be content dot caption, and username that is going to be content dot username. Okay, let's close this footer component and let's check it in the browser. So as you can see, here we are getting a comment, Carlos, Saint George, and the dragon. Saint George. Okay, all the comment are same because I just I just used only one comment inside this. So as you can see, we have only one comment. The caption is Saint George. For every photo, there is only one same comment. So if you change this, you will see different comments. So this is it for this video. I think we have almost completed this comment, and in the next video we will work on the comment section. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we are going to work on comments. So inside the post folder, I'll create a new file and name it as comments.js. Hit enter. And here I'm going to do RAFCE and press tab. And C should be capital. So I'll just say C comments. And here, let's say I am a comment. Okay. Let me just save this file. And now we need to destructure some props which are going to come from index.js. So the first one is doc id. Then we need comments. So I'll just put an alias which says all comments. Then we have posted. Then we have comment input. This comment input is coming from index.js, which is from this ref, which is here comment input. Okay. So now let me just save this file, and we need to import few things. So import prop type. So prop types from prop types. Okay. And here we need useState. So useState. Then what else we need? We need to import format distance. Okay. Format distance from date fns. Okay. Then we need to import link from React router DOM. Okay. Then what else we need? Okay, so this should be inside inside quotes. Okay, then what else we need? Okay, that's it. We need this much. Let me just save this file, and let's use state. So ush, press tab, and here I need comments. C should be capital. Let me write it again. So comments. this one, the first one should be small and this should be capital, and here I'll be passing all comments. Okay, initially it will be all comments. Let me just save this. And now what are we going to do is we are going to import this comments inside the index.js. So let's auto import. So here I'm going to say comments. Okay, so now here it is auto imported, and here the first prop is doc id, that is equal to doc id. Then the second one is comments, that is equal to content dot comments. Then we need posted, that is equal to content dot date created. Okay, then we need comment input, that is going to be comment input. Okay, so this comment input is coming from here, and let me just close this file. Let's save this. Doc id, so this should be content dot doc id. Okay, let me just save this file. Okay, this is fine. Now let me just check in the browser. Are we okay? So here, as you can see, here it is. I'm a comment. So this is working fine. But now let's add the prop type validation. So here I'll say comment dot prop types equals to, and inside the object I'll say doc id, that is going to be prop types dot string dot is required. Okay, then we need comments, that is going to be prop type dot array dot is required. So here the spelling is incorrect, QUIRED. Okay, let me just duplicate it. So option and down arrow key, and here I'll say posted, and this is number, so number, and the last one is comment input, and this is going to be an object. Okay, let's save this. So this is done. Now we are going to create the HTML for the comments. So here we need to use HTML. So here we need to use HTML and Tailwind CSS. So now here I'll take a React fragment, and inside let me just remove this line, and here I'm going to say div, that is going to be class name, that is equal to padding 4, padding top 1, padding bottom 4, and inside the div I'll say add a condition comments dot length if it is greater than or equal to, let's say, 1. Okay, and if this is true, then we'll take a p tag, and inside the p tag I'll say view all comments dot length. Okay, gth, and let me add some class name here as well. So class name, that is going to be text small, means text sm. Then we have text gray based. Then we have margin bottom, that is going to be 1, cursor pointer. Okay, let me just save this, and now let's check in the browser. So as you can see, view all to comments. So let me just click here. Okay, nothing will happen because I have not used link tag. So view all to comments. Okay, so we are getting the length. Okay, so now let's continue working on the comment section. Here I'll say comments dot slice, and we are going to slice from 0 to 3. Okay, so here I'll say less than or equal to 3. Okay, so we can slice it here. So now we can just map it. So map and here I'll be using the arrow function. Here I'll say item, and let's take a p tag and key that is going to be we need a backtick key, and here I'll say dollar item dot comment. Okay, and then we will put an hyphen here, and here I'll again say dollar item dot display name. Okay, and then we can just add a class name. So class name that is going to be margin bottom 1, and inside the p tag I'll take a link tag. So I'll say link to equals to, here also we need a backtick key slash p slash dollar item dot display name. Okay, display name. Then let me just close this link tag, and inside I'll take a span, and here I'll say item dot display name, and inside the span I'll take class name that is going to be margin right 1, font that is going to be bold. Okay, that's it. And then what else we need? Okay, then again we will need one more span where we will show the comments. So here I'll say item dot comment. Okay, let me just save this. And now what else we need? Here I'll take a p tag. Okay, and we need to show the date when the comment is posted. So here I'll say posted, but here we need to add some class name. So class name that is going to be text gray base. Okay, uppercase text XS margin top 2. Let me just save this. Okay, let me just go back. So as you can see, we are getting this comments. Okay, so 1, 2, and 3. There are 3 comments. Here there are 3 comments. Now if I click, so here as you can see, it will show view all. It is going to the profile page, correct? Yeah, that will fix it. But now this date is not proper, so here we are going to use format distance. So inside here I'll say format distance, and let's wrap this posted inside this. Okay, and I'll just add a comma and say new date, and just close the round brackets, and here I'll say a good. Okay, we'll save this, go back. Is it auto refresh? Let's refresh. So now as you can see, 5 months ago. So this comment is 5 months ago, 5 months ago. Okay, so now this is looking fine. Yeah, this is it pretty much. Though comment section is almost done, but now what are we going to do is we are going to in the next video we are going to see how we can add the comments. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we are going to work on adding the comments. So inside the post folder I'll create a new file and name it as add-comment.js. Hit enter, and here I'm going to do RAFCE and press tab. Okay, so the name we should change. The A should be capital and we need to remove the hyphen. So add comment, C should be capital. Okay, let me just copy this and I'll paste it here. Let's just save this file, and now let's import few things from React. So the first one is useState. I need the useState, and then we also need useContext. Okay, so now the next thing which we need to import is prop type. So prop types from prop type. Okay, then we need Firebase context. So import Firebase context from dot slash context Firebase. Okay, then what else we need? We need user context. So import user context from dot slash context slash user. Okay, let me just save this file. And now here we need to destructure few props. So here we need doc ID. We need to update the doc ID. So uh, then we need comments. Okay, then we also need set comments. Then we need comment input. Okay, then we need some state. So ush press tab, and here I'll say comments. Okay, the C should be capital. Okay, and initially it will be an empty string. Then what else we required? Okay, we need Firebase and field value. So const, and inside the object I'll take Firebase, and we need field value. Field value. We need this from use context Firebase context. Okay, Firebase context. Then what else we need? We need the user. So const, and here I'll say user, that is going to be display name, and this is equal to use context user context. Okay, let me just save this file. Why this is giving me an error? All the structure element are unused. Parsing error, identifier comments has already been declared. Okay, so here I've already declared comments, so I'll remove the s from here. So comment and set comment. Okay, let me just save this file. And now what else we need? I'll be needing a function. Okay, so here I'm going to say const handle submit comment, that is equal to an arrow function. Here I'll pass the event, and event dot prevent default. Okay, and for now I'll just return null. Let's save this. Now let's go to comments.js, and we will import this add comment here. So I'll just do an auto import. So here I'll say add comment, hit enter. So here this will be auto imported. And what are we passing from here? We need to type that. So doc ID, okay, that is equal to doc ID. Then what are we passing? We are passing comments, that is equal to comments. Then we are passing set comment, that is equal to set comments. Then what else we are passing? We are passing comment input equals to comment input. Okay, let's close this component. Set comments. Okay, yes. Now this is done. Now let's check in the browser. What are we getting? Oh, we are getting some error. So let me just refresh it. Okay, so here as you can see, we are getting this add comment. Because we have not added some HTML, like we need to add an input. Okay, so that we will do. But now inside, okay, so here we are done this till this much. Now let's go back to add comments, and let's add the prop types. So then we will add the HTML. So here I'll say add comment equals to, sorry, dot prop type equals to, first one is doc ID, that is going to be prop types dot string dot is required. Then we have comments, that is going to be prop types dot string, sorry, dot array dot is required. Then what else we need? Set comments, that is going to be prop type dot function, so func is required. Then we need comment input, that is going to be prop types dot object. Okay, let's save this. And now let's create the HTML. So here inside the div, I will first add some class name. So class name, that is going to be border top. So border -t. Then the color of the border should be border gray hyphen primary. Okay. And now inside this div, I'll add a form tag. So form, and we will add a class name as well here. So class name, that is going to be flex justify between. Okay. Then we have padding left, that is going to be 0, padding right, that is going to be 5. Let's close this form. Okay, we need to add the method as well. So method will be post. Method, that is going to be post. Okay. Then we need on submit method. So on submit, that is equal to, now let me just say, okay, it is giving some error. Okay, we need to uh, complete the function. So I'll take an arrow function here, and here I'll pass event, and here we can say we need to add a condition that comment dot length, if comment dot length is greater than or equal to 1. Okay, if this condition is true, then we will uh, run this function. So handle submit comment. Okay, or else we will just say event dot prevent default. Okay, let me just save. Now this is working fine, the formatting is working fine. Now let's add the input inside the form. So input and area label, we will add an area label. So area label, that is going to be add comment. Then we need auto complete, that we will be doing off. Okay, we don't need an auto complete. Okay, then we will add some class name. So class name, that is going to be text small, text gray base. Okay, width should be full, margin right 3, padding from top and bottom will be 5, padding from left and right will be 4, type, that is going to be text. Okay, then what else we need? We need name, that is going to be add comment, sorry, add hyphen comment. Okay, then what else we need? We need placeholder, that is going to be add a comment dot dot dot. Then we need value, that is going to be comment. So this is coming from the state up here, comment. Okay, value. Then we need on change, that is going to be an arrow function. Here we will say target. We need to destructure the target. This will be an arrow function, and here I'll say set comment. Okay, set comment, that is going to be target dot value. Okay, now let's close this input tag. So I'll just close this, save this. So all this property we required. And lastly, we need the ref. So ref, that is going to be comment input. Okay, save this file. And now let's check in the browser, what are we getting? As you can see, we are getting this input. but we need a button here so that we can submit the input form. Okay, so right now we are not able to submit, it is giving me error, but we will fix this. So let's add a button inside the form. So here I'll say button, and we will add a class name conditionally. So we need a backtick key. Here I'll say text SM, font that is going to be bold, text blue, medium. Okay, and then we will add a condition that dollar if not comment. If this condition is true, if we don't have any comment, then the opacity of the button will be 25. Okay, then we need type of the button should be button. Now here we need disable property. Here also we need to add a condition that comment dot length if it is less than 1. Okay, if we don't type anything, it should be disabled. And then we need on click, that is going to be handle submit comment. Okay, let's close this button, and here I'll say post. Let me just save this. Let's check in the browser. So as you can see, we have this post button, and if I type anything, only then it will activate. Okay, it will be enabled, otherwise it will be disabled. So right now we are not able to submit anything. Okay, we need to do something inside the function. Okay, so let's get back to this function, which is handle submit comment, because here we are doing an on click handle submit, but here we are just doing return null. So we need to work on this. So here I'll say set comments, and inside I'll take an array, and we need the object which is display name. Okay, and then we need the comment. Okay, as an object. Then after this object, we need to spread the comments. We need all the comments here. So comments. Okay, and after the submission, we will make the set comment empty. Okay, let me just save this. So this display name and comment we are getting from Firebase. So as you can see here, so here is the comment and the display name. Okay, and then we need the entire comments. So let's say if there are two comments, so this there will be two comments already. This will be the older comments, and this will be the new comment which we are going to add. Okay, and then we will inside after the return. Okay, we will return this inside the database, but first let's check in the browser. Let me just refresh it, that we are able to add the comments or not. So let's say here if I type something and if I hit enter, as you can see, we are able to add the comments. Let me add some more comments. Oh, sorry. Let me just enter few comments, tab and enter, tab and enter. Okay, so this is working fine. Now what else we need? If I refresh, the comments will go away because we are not saving in the database. So that we need to do. So here I'll just remove the null, and after the return I'll say Firebase dot Firestore. Okay, and here I say dot collection. Collection will be photos. Then we need doc ID. So we need to update the doc ID. Sorry, doc. And here I'll say doc ID. Okay. Then we need, sorry, here I'll say dot update. And we are going to update comments field value dot array union. And what are we going to update? Display name and comment. Let me save this. Okay, field value. I think this should be in small letters. Okay, let me just check it. Okay, so the F should be capital here, field value. Let me just save this. Now this is fine. Okay, so now this is a time to check whether the comments are saved in database or not. So let me just refresh it. So this is the first photo. Let me add hello and I'll just post it and let me just refresh. So as you can see here, Samir, hello. And here, I think this was the first photo. Okay, here is the third one. Okay, so here as you can see, we have added a comment called hello, and this so the name of the person is Samir. Okay, so again let's go back and here in the second photo we will add some comments. So hello there. Okay, I don't know why it is giving me an error, but let's check in the 1 second. In the second photo, I'll add hello there and tab and enter. So here, as you can see, we have hello there. So which photo is that? I think the last one. Hello there. Okay. So yeah, so we are successfully able to add the comments, and if I refresh, the comment will not go away. So here, as you can see, we have hello there. So we have successfully done the functionality to add the comments. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we are going to work on protected route. So if the user is already logged in, let's say this user is already logged in, and if I go on login page, right now it is going back to the login page. But if we use the protected route and if the user is already logged in, so it will redirect it to the dashboard page. So that we need to work on. But before that, in the last video I've done a mistake. If I type something here and if I hit enter, it is giving me an error. So I have done a mistake. Let's go to the VS Code, and inside the add comments.js, here on line number 32, here we need to pass the event. Okay, if I save this, and now if I go back here and if I refresh, and let's say if I type something here and if I hit enter, now user can add the comment by using enter. So that was a mistake. And again, one more thing, right now if I click here, so this should get highlighted. Okay, so for that, let's go back to action.js, and here we need to use the handle focus function, which we have destructure here, so that we need to use. So let's use that in the second SVG. So here I'll say on click, that is equal to handle focus. Okay, and on key down, we need to take an arrow function, pass the event, and here I'll say if event dot key, that is equal to enter, then we will execute handle focus. Okay, let me just save this. So now this is done, and let's go back here, and if I click here, okay, let me just refresh it. So if I click here, so now this is getting highlighted. Okay, and if I click here, it is getting highlighted. So this is working fine now. So this two things were missing in the last video that we have done, and now we will start working on the protected route. So let me close this action, add comments. Okay, this is not required, not required. Even the index is not required. app.js is required. So now inside the helper folder, I'll create a new file and name this as protected route. So protected route.js, hit enter, and here I'll do RAFCE and press tab. Okay. So this hyphen is not required here. R should be capital, P should be capital. Okay. So this is fine. Now here I'll import few things. So import prop types from prop type. Then we import navigate. Okay. Navigate from React router DOM. So this is navigate. Here I'll say import star as routes from // constant / routes. Let me save this. And now here we need to destructure few props. So here we need user, then we need children. Okay. And now inside this, I'll take a condition. I'll write a condition if user, okay, if the user is present, then return children. Okay. And here I'll say if the user is not present, if the user is not present, then let me just cut this out, paste it here. Then we need to return, we need to use navigate. So let's remove this div. I'll use navigate. So navigate to, and double curly braces, we'll say path name. That is equal to routes dot login. Okay, let's just close this navigate. Let me just save this. And lastly, we need to use the prop type. So here I'll say protected route dot prop type equals to user prop types dot object children, that is equal to prop type dot object dot is required. Okay, let me just save this, is required. Okay, and then we need to create one more file inside the helper folder. So the name of the file will be is user logged -in.js, and here I'll say RAFCE press tab, RAFCE press tab. Okay, and here I'll change the name because this is not the right way to give the name of component. So user logged is user logged in. Okay, is I should be capital. Let me just save this. Okay, let's copy few things from here. So I need the prop types and navigate. So I'll just copy and paste it here. Then we also need this. So I think we need to copy this thing. And we also need the destructure of props. So what are we going to use? We are going to use this user and children, and we also need one more prop that is going to be logged in path. So logged in path. Okay, and this should be opposite. If not user, if the user is not logged in, return children, and if the user is logged in, then navigate to logged in path. Okay, so here I'll say log in path. Okay, let me just save this, and we also need the prop types. So let me just copy this Definitely I'll change the name of prop type, sorry, Control C, Command V, and here we need the user, we need the logged in path. So I'll say logged in path, that is going to be prop types dot string dot is required. Okay, and children, yeah, we need this. So let me just save this. And now let's go to app.js, and here we are going to import both the files. So import prop types, sorry, protected routes from helper. And then the second one is import is logged in user from the helper file. Okay, now let's come down a little bit, and here for login we need to use this. So route path login, and we need to change the element. So here inside I'll just remove this login, and inside the element I'll say is logged in. Okay, if this is logged in, we need to pass the user, that is going to be user. Okay, and logged in path will be logged in path, that is going to be routes dot dashboard. Okay, and here I'll say sign up, sorry, I'll say login. Let me just close this component. Something is wrong with this. Let me just check. If the path is routes.login, then element will be is user logged in, which is this one. We need to pass the user, and then logged in path will be routes.dashboard. I think here we need to close this, and here, okay, so here I need to open this, and this we need to paste it here. Okay, and inside this I'll pass the login. Okay, let me just save this, and same thing we need to do it for sign up. So inside the, okay, from till path this is correct, but element, let me just copy this entire thing. I'll just copy this and I'll paste it here, and instead of login I'll say sign up. Okay, let me just save this. And now for dashboard also we need the protected route. So but here we don't require is user logged in. So inside the element here I'll just remove this, and I'll say protected route. We need to pass the user. Let me go close this protected route, and here I'll say dashboard. Okay, let's save this, and now this is done. The protected route is done. Let me just go back to the browser, and let me just refresh it, and now I am logged in. Okay, so now if I go to login page, so let's see where it is going. So it is coming back to the dashboard. So this is working fine. Even for sign up, if I go to sign up page, sign up, okay, so it will redirect me back to the dashboard page. And if I log out, and here if I go to dashboard, it will take me back to the login page, I think so. Login page, let me type something. Okay, it will show not found. Or definitely, because we have used the protected route for login and sign up. Okay, so this is working fine. If I hit enter, so it will take me to the login page, so that is fine. And now if I log in, let's say kapadia.samir1@gmail.com, password is 123456, hit enter, sorry, 12345, 1 2 3 4 5. Let me just copy this email. 1 2 3 4 5. I forgot the password. I think so. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Yeah, I forgot the password. Oh, temporarily disabled due to many logged in. Okay. Okay. I'll just pause the video and I'll come back with the password. Okay, so I got the correct password. So let me just paste the email, and password is test123. And if I hit the login, so it will take me to the login dashboard page. So this is working fine, and this is it for the protected route. In the next video, we'll start working on the profile page. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will start working on the profile page. So inside the pages folder, I'll create a new file and name it as profile.js. Hit enter. And here I'm going to type RAFCE, press tab. Okay. And this P should be capital. Let me just save this file. Now let's go to app.js and we need to add as a route. So let me just duplicate this. Sorry. And here I'll do profile and import pages profile. Okay. And let's go down here. And here I'm going to type route path, that is going to be routes dot profile. Okay. And element that is equal to profile. Okay, let me close this route, save this. And now let's go to the browser. And if I go to the profile page, let me click here. So as you can see, we are getting this profile. Let me just go back and do it again. So yeah, here we are getting the profile. So this we will create. So for that, let's go back to VS Code, and now let's go to profile page and we'll start working on this page. So here we need to import few things from React. So the first one is useState and the second one is useEffect. Okay, useEffect. Then we required params, use params. So import use params from React Router DOM, and we also need use navigate. Okay. Then we need the routes. So here I'll say import star as route from dot slash constant slash routes. Import, and here I'll create a service function. So the name of that will be get user by username from, and this will come from services folder Firebase. Okay. So here I'll say dot slash services, and this will be Firebase. Okay. So this we need to create. Okay. So first let's finish the page and then we will start working on this function. Okay. So inside this component, I'll say const, and we need the username that is equal to use params. Okay. So whatever the username which we are getting here, let's say if I go back here and if I click on this, so this is the username Samir. So this we will get it inside this. Okay. So if I console log, okay, and here I'll say username. Let me save this, go back, and let me just inspect. If I go to console, okay, so this we are getting some warning. So will fix this, but not right now. Let's finish the profile page first. So username, as you can see, Samir. Okay, whatever the username we write here, let's say Carlos, and if it loads, so here as you can see, username Carlos. So let's keep Samir. Let me close this and let's go back. So let me just remove this. So we got the username from using use params, and then we need to navigate. Okay, so navigate, that we will see when to use this. So first we require this. So let me just type it, use navigate. Okay, let me just save this so that we can redirect it to some other page. And let's this we are using because let's say if there is no user with the name Samir, if I type some random name, so it should go to a not found page. Okay, because that profile we don't have. So for that we need to use navigate to navigate to other not found page. Okay, so now we need one more const, and that is going to be user set user. Okay, we need to set the user, whatever user we are getting, we need to set it. Okay, so use state, that is going to be null initially. Let me just save this. And now what else we required? We need a use effect. We need to use effect. So use effect. Okay, inside what we are going to do is we need an async function. So async function, that is going to be check user exist. Okay, it will check if the user exists or not. So user exist, and here I'll say const, and we need to restructure user from let me just type await. Now we need to use this method. Okay, get user by username. This we need to create. I have still not created, and whatever the username we are getting, that will be saved in this. Okay, and then we need a condition if user. Okay, and need to do a null check. So question mark dot user ID. Okay, if both the things are there, then we will set the user. Okay, user, or else we will navigate to routes dot not found. Okay, not found. Let me just save this, and then we need to execute this function. So here I'll say check user exist. Okay, and here when are we going to run the use effect? When we have the username, or whenever we navigate uh, the page from profile to a not found page. Okay, so just save this, and now we will do some HTML. So let me remove the div, and inside after the return I'll say user question mark dot, this is a null check, if user and username are present. Okay, if the condition is true, then what are we going to do? We are going to take a div with a class name that is going to be bg gray hyphen background. Okay, then we have a div with a class name that is going to be mx auto, then max with screen large. Okay, screen LG. Let me just close this, and here we can show the user full name. So full name. Okay, let me just save this. Okay, there is some issue with the div, I think so. Okay, now still there is a issue. So what is the problem? Okay, if this condition is not true, then we can set it to null. Okay, let me just say this 5. So this is done. Now this page is done. Now let's create the uh, function which is get user by username. So let me just don't copy. Let's go to Firebase. Inside the service folder, we have the Firebase file. Okay, and what are we going to do is we are going to just copy this, and I'll just paste it. Get user by username. I need the name, so let me just copy this, and here I'm going to paste it. Okay, export async function get user by username. Then we required const result await Firebase dot Firestore. Okay, that is also fine. Then with collection is users, and where username is equal to username, and here I'll just say to lowercase. Might be someone has done uppercase, so that we need to convert it to lowercase. Okay, lowercase. Save this dot get, and here we are going to return the result dot map, and instead of user I'll say item, sorry, item, and here I'll say item dot data. Sorry, here we need to do something else. So inside I'll just take a curly braces and I'll say dot 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 item dot data. Okay, and then we need doc id, that is going to be item dot id. Okay, save this. Okay, here we need a, I think, semicolon. This is no, we need a comma. Okay, save this file. Now this is done. Now what else is required? I think this is all. This is it. Now let's go back here. Okay, so now let me go on the home page, dashboard page. If I click on Samir, so now it is giving me a full name, and if I do Carlos, so it will give me full name of Carlos Finlay. Okay, and if I randomly type something, it will redirect me to not found page. So this is working fine. This is working exactly what we need. So now in the next video, we are going to start working on the header section. So here we need the header like this, okay, where we have the login, logout, and everything. So that we need to work. And inside the profile page also, we need the header and the photos. So that will work from the next video. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will continue working on the profile page. So we need the common header here. So I'll just import that. So import header from dot dot slash components slash header. Okay, and here I'm going to say header. Okay, let me just save this file. Let's go to the browser. Let me refresh the file page. Okay, so now we are getting the common header which we have created. Now let's go back to the VS Code, and inside the components folder I'll create a new folder and name it as profile. Hit enter, and inside I'll create a new file with the name header because we need the header for profile page. Okay, so this was the common header, but here we need the header which will have the name and all, and then we will have a photo component, so that we will see. And here I'll say RAFCE, press tab, and this H should be capital. Let me just save this file, and here I'm going to say use state, then we need useEffect. Okay, then we need prop types, so import prop types from prop types. Then we need skeleton, so import skeleton from React loading skeleton. Okay, then I'll create a const, and this will be is following profile, and set is following profile equals to useState, and initially it will be false. Okay, so it will help us to check whether we are following any profile or not. So this is it. Now what else we need? Here in this page we don't require anything right now. Now let's go back to profile page, and then I'll import the header component which we have created. So import header from components profile header. Okay, components profile header. Yeah, this is fine. I don't think we required here. Okay, let me just remove this. This will be the common header, but now what we will do is we will create one more file and name it as index.js. Hit enter. Okay, and here I'll do RAFCE, press tab, and instead of index I'll say user profile, okay. Let me just save this. Let's go back to profile, and here we are going to import that user profile. And where are we going to use it? We are going to use it here. Okay, let me just remove this and I'll say user profile. If I hit enter, it will be auto imported at the top. So user profile, component profile. Okay, let me just save this file. And now, what are we going to do? So here I'm going to pass the user, that is going to be user. Okay, save this. Let's go back to index and we'll start working on the index file. So here we need prop types. So import prop types from prop types. Then we need header that we have created. So import header from /header. Okay. Then, okay, here we need reducer. So use reducer, and then we also need useEffect. Okay. And inside the profile, we're going to destructure user. Okay. So now that we have, as you can see here, as a profile, this is the user which we are getting it here. Okay, so that's why I have destructured it. Then what else we need? Now let's create a const, and then we are going to destructure profile. Then we need photo collections. So photo collection. Then we need follower count. So follower count. Then we need to dispatch. Okay, so dispatch, which is equal to use reducer and initial state. Okay, let me save this. Now at the top I am going to take a const which is reducer. Okay, that is equal to state and new state, and here we need an arrow function, and here I'm going to say dot 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 state. Okay, dot 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 new state. Let me save this. Then what else we need? We need the initial state. So const initial state, that is equal to an object, and first one is profile, that is going to be an empty object. Then we need photos collection, photo collection or photos collection. It is photos collection. Okay, photos collection, and that is going to an empty array. Then we need follower count. So follower count, that is going to be 0. Let me just save this. So this is done. Then we need a useEffect. So before the return, I'll take an useEffect. Okay, this will be an arrow function, and inside the useEffect, I'm going to take an async function. So async function, and we need the method called get profile info and photos. Okay, and this function will have const photos equals to get user photos by user ID. Okay, so this we need to create in the service Firebase .js. So that way we are going to create, and this will be user dot user ID. Okay, user ID. Let me save this, and then we are going to dispatch this. So dispatch profile, which is going to be user photos collection, that is going to be photos. And then we have followers count. So followers count, that is going to be user dot follower dot length. Okay, and then we are going to execute this function. So let me just copy and I'll paste it here. This is done. Now we need to create this async function inside the firebase.js. So first I'll import it here, or let's create it first. Okay, get user photos by user ID. So let's go to Firebase, and here after get user by username, we are going to create a function. So let's copy this. Okay, and here I'm going to change the name, so which is get user photos by user ID, and here I'm going to pass the user ID. Okay, const result await Firebase Firestore. This is all same. This is user, and this will be user ID, that is equal to user ID, and we don't require this lowercase dot get, and this is fine. After dot get, okay, here we don't require all this. We are just going to return. Okay, let me just remove this from where it is coming till here. I'm going to remove this. We are going to return the user once again, but first let me create the user const. So here I'll say const user, that is equal to result dot docs dot map item dot item dot data. Then we need doc ID, that is going to be item dot ID. Okay, let me save this. Okay, here I think we don't require these two things. Okay, the round brackets, we need to remove it. This is done. Now let's go to index.js and we need to import this function. So import get user photos by user ID. Okay, let me just save this. So this is fine. Now let's add the prop types as well, so that this page will be done. So what we are going to do is, here I'm going to say profile dot prop type, p should be small, equals to user, and this will be prop types dot shape, and here I'm going to say date, that is going to be, sorry, date created, that is going to be prop type dot number. Okay, then we have email address, that is going to be prop types dot string. Okay, then what else we have? We have followers dot, sorry, followers, that is going to be prop type dot string, sorry, prop type dot array. So this is going to be array. Then let me just duplicate this, and this will be following prop type dot array. Then we have full name, that is going to be prop type dot array again. Okay, then we have user ID, that is going to be prop type dot string. Then we need one more, username. So username, that is going to be prop type of string. Let me just save this. So why this is giving me an error? Profile is not defined. I think this should be user profile. So let me copy this, paste it here. Okay, this should be okay. I'll just change the name to profile. Okay, instead of user profile, I'll just say profile. Profile. Copy this, paste it here, paste it here, save this. Okay. And while importing, we can write any name we want. So here, where I was importing, we can name the component what we required, whatever we wanted. But here we can change this to profile. Okay. So this is fine. Now what? Let's check whether we are getting the photos or not. So here I'm going to say console log. So CLO app photos. Let me just save this. Let me go to the browser. Okay, user profile. So here what I'm going to do is where was that header? Here, let me just say user dot user uh, username, right? So okay, for now let's keep this as it is. Okay, and now let's check whether we are getting the photos or not. So if I go to console, okay, for not for let me refresh it. Maybe this user don't have the photos. Okay, we are getting the error. Cannot read the property length. Which line is it? Followers dot length. User dot followers dot length. Line number 29, index.js. Okay. Line number 29, user dot followers dot length. So here I have destructured the user and we are passing the user from the profile. Yeah, that's fine. And why it is not showing here? User dot followers dot length. Okay, let me just pause the video. I'll come back. Okay. So this we are getting the error. So let's go back to VS Code and here I'll add a null check that user and followers are not there. Okay, then we should not get any error. So that is gone. But here, as you can see, the array we don't have any photos. Okay, so in submit we don't have any photos. But a few more changes we need to do. So here, as you can see, uh, invalid prop user dot full name is a type should be string, and I have given an array. So here full name should be string. Okay, let me just save this. And inside the Firebase.js, this here get user photos by user ID. I have done a mistake. The collection should be photos. Okay, and this is all correct. And the constant we should create as photos, and this will be photo. Okay, item will be photo. I just copied and pasted, so that's why I've done a mistake. So here, let me just save this. Okay, now this is done. You need to make these changes. And now here, everything is fine. Let's go back and let me just refresh it. So as you can see, Samir don't have any photos. So you will not see any photos in the console. Okay, the array is 0. So here I'll do Carlos and hit enter. So now as you can see here, we have array of 5. So if I open this, so here are the photos. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 photos. So this is working fine. We are getting the photos, but we need to show that photos that we will do in the next lecture. And here, what we need to do is I have created the header. Here I have imported, but I have not used it. So what I'm going to do is let's remove this, and here I'll take that header which I have created And after that, I'll just take a p tag, and here I'll say user.username. Okay, let me just save this file. Let's go back and let me just refresh it. So as you can see, we have this Carlos and we are also getting this header. So now we'll work on the header and photos component in the next coming up videos. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. But here what we have, hook have a missing dependency of user. So I think this will be user dot username. Let me save this. Is it giving me an error? If I go to console, I don't see any error. Okay, let me remove the console also. That is not giving me an issue. It's in user. Okay, if I do user, then what will happen? Okay, now that nothing is giving me an error and this also is gone. Let's keep this as it is now, and let's work on the photos component, header components from the next videos. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will start working on the header component, but first let's create the photos component. So inside the profile folder, I'll create a new file and name it as photos.js. Hit enter, and here I'll do RAFCE. Let me do it again, RAFCE, and press tab. Okay, P should be capital. Let me just save this, and here I'll destructure the prop which is called photos. Okay, save this, go back to index.js, and here I'll take a component which I've created, photos. Okay, so it is auto imported photos, and here we are going to pass props. Okay, the photos, that is going to be a photos collection. Let's close this. Okay, so now this is done. Now let's start working on the header component. So here we will pass some props. So the first one is conditional. So photos count equals to photos collection. Okay, if this is true, then photos collection dot length, or if this is not true, then it will we will pass 0. Okay, then the second prop is profile, that is going to be profile. Then followers count, that is equal to followers count. Okay, set followers count, that is equal to dispatch. Let me just save this. So now all these props are done, and now let's import one more thing here. So let's go to header.js. We need to import one more thing here. So that is going to be import use user. Okay, we need this use user from dot slash hooks slash use user. Okay, let me just save this, and here I'll restructure the props. So the first one is photos count, then the second one is profile, that is equal to an object doc id, that is going to be profile doc id, user id, that is going to be profile user id. Okay, then the next one is full name, then we have followers, then we have following, then we have username, that is going to be profile username. Okay, save this. Then what else we have? We need followers count. So followers count or follower count. Let me just check. Okay, it's follower count. Okay, so let's go here, follower count. Then what else we need? Set follower count. Set follower count. Okay, save this. And now here I'll take a const, and here I'm going to say user, that is going to be logged in user. Okay, equals to use context. Okay, we need use context as well. So I'll just, let's see if it is auto imported. Okay, here it is. Use context, and here I'll pass user context. Okay, we need the user context as well, so it is auto imported. Okay, so now this is done. Then what else we need? We need a const user, that is equal to use user logged in user question mark UID. Okay, let me just save this. Then we need a use effect. Okay, so before the return, I'll take a use effect, and inside I'll say const is logged in user following profile. Okay, so if logged in user is following profile, this is the variable name. So I'll take an async function. Here I'll say const is following equals to await is user following profile. Okay, so this sorry, is user following profile. So this method we need to create in the Firebase. Okay, is user following profile, and here I'll pass user dot username profile dot user ID. Sorry, this should be okay. This should be inside. So this is something like this. Now, okay. Then what else we need? Then after this, I'll just say set is following profile and double exclamation is following. Okay, so what double exclamation do is it converts it this into boolean. Okay, a non-boolean into a boolean. Okay, so now what else is remaining? So then we require a if condition, that if user question mark dot, this is a null check. Okay, user name and profile user ID, then we need to run this function, and here I'll say user question mark dot username dot, sorry, comma profile user ID. Okay, let me just save this. Now let's add the prop types. So header dot prop types equals to photos count, that is going to be prop types dot number dot is required. Okay, follower count, that is going to be prop types number dot is required. Then we need set follower count equals to prop type dot function. Okay, so func dot is required. Then we have profile, that is going to be prop type dot shape doc id, that is going to be prop types dot string. Okay, and now I'll duplicate this. So we need doc type, user id, full name, username, followers, and following. Okay, so this will be user id. This is again string. Then we need full name. Okay, then we need username. Then we need followers. Then we need following. Okay, here I'll say is required. Okay, let me save this. So this is done. Okay, here it says this is not defined. Okay, in the future lectures we will be using it, but as of now let's keep as it is. Now what else is remaining? Okay, we need to create a function which is this one, profile user id. Profile user id is not defined. Profile user, okay, fine, that we will see, but first let's create the function. Okay, so here I'll say export async function is user. Let me just copy the name of the function. Okay, so here I'll pass logged in user, logged in user, username, logged in username, correct? Logged in user, it should be logged in user. Let me check in my document once. Okay, so it is user, username. Okay, profile user ID, and here I'll say const result await Firebase dot Firestore dot collection, that is going to be users dot where username is equal to logged in username dot where following array contains. Okay, array contains profile user id, profile user id. Okay, then dot get, let me just save this. So this is done. Now we'll take one more const, and here I'll take an array which is response, because I've taken the array because we will get the response in an array. So this is an object equals to result dot docs dot map item dot item dot data doc id, that is going to be item dot id. Okay, let me just save this. Okay, why it is giving me error? Response equals to result dot doc map. Okay, here I need one more round bracket. Save this, and here I'll say return response dot user ID. Okay, let me just save this. So this is done. Now we need to import this. Okay, so let me just go back on header, and here I'll say import is following from dot slash services slash, okay, dot slash services slash Firebase. Okay, let me just save this. This is done, but still this will give some errors, so that will resolve in the coming up lectures. But as of now, the header is done this much. Yeah, this way we will get an error, but soon we will fix this in the coming up lectures. So I'll be stopping this video here only because this will be very lengthy then. We will continue working on the header component in the next video as well. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will continue working on the header component, but before that, I have done a couple of mistakes, so that we will rectify first, and then we will start working on the header. So inside the index.js, here where there is const photos, here I have forgot to write await because this is an async function, so we need await. Okay, and then in the header.js, here at the top, this is equal to, we need to remove this and we need to add a colon. Okay, so these were the two mistakes. Now we will continue working on this page. So here I'll take a const, and the name of the constant will be active button follow, that is equal to user question mark dot username and user question mark dot username if not equal to profile username. Okay, let me just save this file. So this is used to this we need for that active follow button, follow and unfollow. Okay, so we need to toggle that button. For that we need this variable. Now we will create one more constant, and here I am going to name it as handle toggle follow, that is equal to async, and here I'm going to take an arrow function set is following profile, and here I'm going to take an arrow function. We don't require this curly braces. Okay, so I'll just going to remove this, and here I'm going to say is following profile, and we need to toggle that. So I'll just say not if is following profile. Okay, so this will help us to toggle the follow and unfollow. And then here I'll say set follower count, and inside I'll take an object, and here I'll say follower count, that is equal to is following profile. If this condition is true, okay, then follower count minus 1, and if not, then follower count plus 1. Okay, and here I'll say await toggle follow, toggle follow. This we need to create in the Firebase page, firebase.js. So first let me finish this, then we'll create that. So is following profile, and then we need user dot doc id, then profile doc id, then profile user id, and user dot user id. So here there is a mistake. Let me just copy this. Maybe in your file it will be correct because I have done some changes, so that's why. Now this is fine. Now we will create the HTML, but before creating an HTML, let's create this function. So I'll just copy this, go to Firebase, and here I'm going to say export async function, and I'll paste the name of the function is following profile, then active user doc id, then profile doc id, profile user id following user ID. Okay, let me just save this. And now here inside the function, I'll say await update logged in user following active user doc ID profile user ID is following profile. Okay, then after this we'll take one more await update followed user follower. Okay, and inside I'll take profile doc ID following user ID is following profile. Okay, let me just save this. So now here we are going to import this function. So let me just copy this, and at the top here I'll say, okay, I'll paste it. So this is done. Now we will create the HTML. Okay, so here after the return we have a div. So here I'll add a class name that is going to be grid calls 3, gap will be 4. Then we need justify between mx auto, mx width, screen large. Okay, and then let's remove this header text, and here I'll take one more div and I'll add some more class names. So here I'll say container flex justify center items center. Okay, let me close this div, and inside the div I'll take a condition that profile username, if this condition is true, then we need an image tag. So image class name that is going to be rounded full, height will be 40, width will be 40, flex, then we need alt tag. So alt equals to, then backtick key, dollar full name, and here I'll say full name. Okay, full name should be in brackets. So this way, profile pic src, that is going to be backtick key slash images slash avatar slash dollar profile username dot jpg. Okay, this is profile pic, and then we need on error that is equal to an arrow function. So we'll pass an event, and here we can say e dot target dot source that is equal to, now this variable we need to create. So default underscore image underscore path. Okay, this we will create, and here I'm going to close the image tag, and if this condition is not true, then we can show a skeleton. Okay, so skeleton circle height that is going to be 150, width that is going to be 150, count that is going to be 1. Okay, let me just save this. So now this we need to create. So what I'm going to do is we are going to import this. So first let me just copy this, and here I'll say import. Inside the curly braces I'll paste this from dot slash constant slash path. Okay, so this we need to create. So inside the constant, where is the constant here? So I'll create a new file and name it as path.js, and here I'll say export const, and I'll paste the name of that variable, and here I'm going to say slash images slash avatars slash default dot jpg. Okay, save this. This is done. Let me close this. So this part is done. Let's see what we are getting on the page. So we are getting this profile picture of Carlos. Okay, we'll continue working on the header. So inside the div, again, after this div, I'll take one more div, and here I'll say class name that is equal to flex items center justify center flex call span to. Okay, let me close this div. Again, I'll open one more div and add some more class names. So the first one is container, then we have flex items center, and inside the div I'll take a p tag with some class names. So that is going to be text to Excel, margin right 4, close this p tag, and inside I'll take a variable which is profile username. Okay, that means save this. Let's go and see. So this is the profile username. This is working fine. Then after the p tag, we need the button of follow unfollow. So here I'll take a condition active button follow and is following profile. Okay, if this is equal to null, then if this condition is true, then we will take a skeleton count will be 1, width will be 80, height that is going to be 32, and if not, this condition is not true, then we will say active button follow and end. And here inside this I'll take a button. We can add a class names here also. So bg hyphen blue hyphen medium, font that is going to be bold, text that is going to be small, rounded, text white, width that is going to be 20, height that is going to be 8. Okay, after adding the class name we need the type which is button, then we need on click that is going to be handle toggle, handle toggle follow. Okay, then we need on key down that is going to be an event, handle toggle follow. Okay, we'll run this function, and then we need to close this button here. Okay, so I'll close this button here. Okay, and here inside this button I'll say is following profile. If this is true, then the text should be unfollow, and if it is not true, then it should be follow. Okay, and save this. So this is done. Let's check it in the browser. Okay, I'm following it. So if I click, okay, nothing will happen because still we need to work on this. I think this should work. Handle toggle, because we have already created this. Yeah, we have created. So why this is not working? Unfollow. Let me refresh. Okay, that we will see. Okay, first let's finish the HTML. So this is done. Then we will add one more div here with a class name that is going to be container flex, margin top will be 4, and here I'll add a condition if not followers. Okay, and not following. Okay, if both the condition are true, if any user is not following and there are no followers for that user, and if that condition is true, then we will show a skeleton. Count will be 1 width, that is going to be 677, height, that is going to be 243. Let me close this, and if this condition is false, then we will take a React fragment, and inside the React fragment I'll take a p tag, and here I'll add a class name that is going to be margin right 10. Then we have span, class name that is going to be font bold, photos count. If sorry, we need to show the photos count. This is fine, and here I'll say photos. Save this, go back. So yeah, we have 5 photos. Then we need one more p tag, so I'll just copy and paste it. Margin right would be 10, span for font bold, and here we need to only show follower count. Okay, let me remove this, save this, go back. Okay, here I need to add a space. Okay, so backtick key, space, and here I'm going to say follower count that is equal to 1. If this condition is true, then we will say follower. Okay, and if this is not true, then followers, because it is more than 1. Save this, go back. So this is having 2 followers, I think. Okay, something is wrong here. Follow, unfollow is not working properly. That we will see. Okay, that we will check. No issues. First let's complete this part. Okay, so p tag again, span bold, and here I'll say this is like following. So let me remove this following, and here I'll say following dot length, and save this, go back. 0 following. Okay, only there's an issue with followers, so I'll check this. Now this is fine. Now what else is remaining? We need one more div. So after this div, I'll take one more div, and here I'll say class name that is going to be container margin top 4. Inside we will have a p tag with a class name that is going to be font medium, and here inside the curly braces I'll say not full name. If this is true, then I'll show a skeleton. Count will be 1, height that is going to be 24. Okay, and if this is false, then we will show the full name. Let me save this, go back. Okay, Carlos Finlay. So this is working fine. So I think this header is done, but only the issue is with the follow and unfollow. So let me just check once again what is the issue. Give me a second and I'll just come back. So I got the issue. This is following profile, okay, and not is user following profile. So you need to change this to is following profile. Let me just save this, and now if I go back and I refresh it, so this user is having 1 follower, and if I click on it, so now it is having 2 followers. If I unfollow, then 1 follower, this is 2 followers. Okay, so this is working fine, and we have completed the header part. Now in the next video we will start working on the photos. That will be the final video. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye.